Hello, everybody. Welcome to the deepest dive on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth from MinnMax. MinnMax is a place about games, friends, and possibly getting better. My name is Ben Hansen. Thank you for being here. I'm joined by one Ronnie.
Hello.
Joined by one Ross, the Star Wars Guy Fund.
Hello, everybody.
And joined by one Grant, whose hat is falling apart as we start this. Blame the headphones, bro.
Call this a hat?
Sorry. Welcome, everybody. This is the best, most thorough discussion about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on the internet. We're taking this gigantic game, which you might have noticed is big, and we're breaking it up into 5 discussions. For this discussion, we're covering everything in the game from chapters 5 through 8. So the end of chapter 8, start of chapter 5, strike that, flip it. That is the range for what we're covering in this episode here. There are no spoilers for Rebirth beyond that point. And of course, most importantly, there's no spoilers for the original 7 at any point in this discussion. We saved that for our Patreon exclusive episode, or extra bit at the end of the last episode. If you happen to miss that, you can have all of our thoughts about the original 7 in there. But hey, we did it. We did it, boys.
Yeah.
Chapters
we did
5 through 8.
Yeah.
In the can, baby. Good times had by all.
Yeah.
Is this about halfway? Are we halfway done?
So it's interesting. So I'm at like 42 hours.
Good God.
That's it?
Oh, really? But then the weird part is on the PlayStation home screen, it says I'm at like 51 hours, but then like 57% of the way through the game is what it says there.
Oh, interesting.
Do you guys have a rough time map for where you're at here?
Yeah.
55 hours.
Okay, and that's like in-game clock?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Trying to do everything.
I thought I was too.
32, but I've also done everything.
Jesus Christ, Grant.
What is that? Even I
it.
don't understand that.
Stop it. Someone rip his hat apart. I'm so mad at this notion.
I don't know what I'm at. I'm guessing 50.
Okay.
I would imagine high 40s, low 50s is somewhere where I'm at, but definitely not 30s.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Here's the thing, everybody. This conversation, this multi-part game club discussion, the reason you don't see it at other outlets is they're cowards, first of all.
Yeah.
No, they're all lovely people. Every outlet you can think of in the video game world is lovely. But
hang on. The chat is saying Grant's on easy.
No, I'm not.
hang on. Grant, are you on
Grant,
easy, bro?
are you on easy?
No, I'm not
We have
on easy mode.
multiple sources that say you're on easy.
Who? Seems like Grant's on easy.
Are you calling Majin Andrew a liar? Shango Congo?
Liar.
Hack?
Liar. Oh my God.
Hey, is it that you put 32 hours into most of the game and then 1,000 into Queen's Blood? Is that what's happening?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I guess that's acceptable.
I don't know. I read fast. I run fast. I don't know.
I make love fast.
Shoot,
Here's the
built
thing,
different.
everybody. Thing is, this is a huge game club discussion.
Huge.
All of the comments that we're going to be reading in this discussion, you might be wondering, where are these coming from? What is this? Who are these people? What are these names? Those are all Patreon supporters. If you support MinnMax at any tier, even the $2 tier, on Patreon at patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's, you can submit comments for the rest of our discussions. If you're listening to us talk and you say, what are these morons doing? Obviously, Grant's playing on easy. Why aren't they admitting that? Or you're saying, why aren't they talking about these huge lore implications? Why aren't they talking about this detail? This is my favorite part of the game. They glossed over it. How dare they, despite these huge discussions? You can correct that by going to patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's and submitting your thoughts on the next discussion, which we're going to be collecting those comments March 24th, just so you know. We're talking about chapters 9 through 11. 9 through 11 for March 24th's discussions. That'll be up on Patreon at that time, and you'll figure out how to do it. And here's the thing. You might be watching on YouTube and you say, what's wrong with these losers? Why do they keep wearing flannel? Accidentally mismatched, trying to guess the right code like it's a game of Mastermind. Here's the thing. You can unlock the podcast version of this discussion and all of the other discussions on our Patreon exclusive podcast called Bonus Pod and a ton of other stuff by going to patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's at the $5 tier. That is how you directly support these thorough discussions that you're not getting anywhere else. So thanks everybody for jumping in at any tier on Patreon. I will DM you personally. I'll DM you on Patreon there and offer you a game code if you jump in and support us for a random Xbox game, for Thirsty Suitors on Steam, or for the first couple of people jumping through a code for Dragon's Dogma on Steam, PlayStation, or Xbox. So jump in, support this conversation, and submit a comment to make this conversation better, baby.
Is it Dragon's Dogma or Dragon's Dogma 2?
Dragon's Dogma 1. I want to be very clear. Dragon's Dogma 1. Okay. Ronnie.
Yeah.
Chapters 5 through 8, man. We're playing Final Fantasy VII. We are in it.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, how you feeling?
Good.
Ooh.
Good.
Whoa,
I mean,
the king is cracking.
And here's the thing. I think that this is about at the end of 8. I feel like I'm always in this space of like, I don't think I'm gonna 100% to the next chapter.
Okay, so we're
and
in
then
that
I'm
phase.
like, but here's the thing: is like, but I've done that in every subsequent chapter, so I'm still 100%ing. I don't know if it's the right move at this point in time. Like,
It's the deepest dive, brother.
it is. Oh, yes, you're right. It is. It is
What are
the
you on
deepest
easy
dive.
mode over here?
No. Classic.
Check his palms. Barely gnarled.
Is there any particular activity that really wore you out this time around?
I think no, not really. I think it's more so. It's like those story beats come in, and it's just like, oh yeah, this is what I live and die for.
Right. The best thing I could be playing and playing for
Right,
now is
and then
this
you
content.
and then it is like it's this conversation has already happened, but it's like and it's synthesized with the other side of this, which is like going up towers and that's been fun because it's like I'm doing this in Coral right now. Like that's fantastic. And I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna like continue to do that. It's like I'm playing two separate games right now.
Yeah.
And I think the sensible move, like the wise move for me would be to just like start focusing a little bit more on the story. Be okay with saying goodbye to a couple of like the side content stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that.
But then it's like, I think the story side quest, and good God, there's so much to get into here. So forgive us, everybody, for diving into the most common complaints, which, by the way, we need to get to most common comment as well.
Sure.
Because people were upset that we got to that late in the last episode.
Yeah.
It's like you can put it down dynamic and skip some of the side quest content, but then every once there's that little nugget that's like,
I know,
I wouldn't
yeah.
miss this for the world.
Yeah. And
I
that's-
wouldn't miss this little exchange between Aerith and Cloud or Red
Right.
and Cloud. Like it's everything to me.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to keep charging ahead on that path.
Yeah. I'm going to try.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at right now.
This seems to be a common feeling at this point of the game specifically, I think.
Yeah.
On the MinnMax show, the main show, there was a couple people, cohorts talking about it, and I think it's right around this time, kind of falling off on the extra stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's because this series of chapters has the least forward momentum in terms of the main overall plot.
That
Right.
could very well be. I mean,
think
at
that's
one
right.
point, you're right. At one point in time, I think at the end of chapter 8, they even say something
Yes.
just like, where do we
That's
where
the
are we
very
going?
beginning of chapter 9.
Yes.
Yeah, which
Is
like
that-
that
yes.
sums
Okay.
up so much.
Yeah.
The problem is that they're like, okay, the black robes are getting on a boat. Okay, the black robes
Yeah.
are going up the mountain. Okay,
Right.
the black robes have been spotted on a tram.
It's
going
like
to
their
the gold
marker in
saucer.
Dead Space on the ground. It's like, where are the black robes going? Okay, let's just keep going
And that
that way.
just is really threadbare in terms of like main plot motivation.
But then if you have Sephiroth popping in out of a window and saying, hello, Cloud.
Yeah.
Remember me, goodbye. Isn't that
Right,
motivation?
Cloud.
I'll see
Yeah.
you later.
Yeah.
I think you're getting a lot of like character stuff, a lot of character backgrounds, especially
Yeah.
for obviously Barrett in this,
Yeah.
in these chapters, as well as Yuffie.
Yep.
Yeah.
More Yuffie here than there has been in any other
Yes.
Final Fantasy thing that I can remember.
Yeah.
In terms of like her backstory and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, if you the character stuff really pulled me through.
Yeah.
This and obviously trying to get to the next Queen's Blood.
Of course. We don't need
scenario.
our fix, yeah.
But
That
yeah, the main
genuinely is
plot
always
was-
just like a hit of dopamine when I see just like new Queen's Blood.
Yeah.
Queen's Blood people.
I would say that this set of chapters kind of parallels how I felt about chapters 1 through 4, where it's a mix of high highs, and there's some lows mixed in there too, which I'm not really upset about. And
I'm in that same camp. Yeah, my low is neutral.
and it's not
Yeah.
and it's not even the open world stuff per se. I really don't mind doing the towers, especially outside of Costa del Sol, just because it was a new region. I didn't really have any qualms with lighting a few towers, but
Plus, you barely had any to do there before you have to go to the next spot.
Yeah,
It's a pretty small region.
I
Yeah.
really like how they kind of split that up. That felt more digestible. But it is like that. I think really encapsulates the difference. Like the two minds that I have about this game is like when I'm thinking about it, or when I'm seeing the thing pop up that says like, okay, you've done roughly about 45% of this. That's the moment where I'm like, oh, do I really want to keep on doing this? But when I'm actually doing it, I'm having fun. So it's this weird kind of disconnect.
Then just shut up and have fun, everybody.
Yeah. Well, I know, but at the same time, it's just like, look how far you have to go in order to get likely the next story beat. You know, in a way. So
Yeah.
I have a particular low in mind that I guess I'll just save until we get to that point.
Yeah,
But
I have one too, but it's small. Okay, most common comment. We got hundreds of people submitting comments over there on Patreon at patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's. The people directly supporting this entire operation. Thank you. Shout out to all you folks for playing along, submitting comments. What do you think for chapters 5 through 8 was the most common comment? What came up more than any other thing?
Okay.
Red 13 thinks he's people.
Red 13 thinks it's people.
So good.
How nitty gritty do I have to get? Like,
Nitty-ish, doesn't need to be full
Are
gritty.
you going to say, I like a part?
I would say Dio's introduction during the gold saucer dance.
Interesting. Grant, let me just cut you off right there. I don't think we got one comment about that. Maybe like 0.7.
The dancing?
Excuse me?
Specifically about the dancing, 0 comments.
Shut it down.
I was flabbergasted.
Yeah.
That's why we need your support. All right, Ronnie, what do you got?
I would say, I guess I will go by a question that I had. Something related to the end of chapter 8, dying, I would say.
Just a question about dying?
Specifically, Dine's weird
Mental
transformation thing.
Okay.
I was a little bit confused by that. Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Yeah, you call yourself a fan? By a landslide, the most common comment, Red 13 in chapter 5. Red 13's appearance in the Queen's Blood tournament.
Yes, very good.
It turns out when a cat dog is moonwalking in human clothes onto the stage, people could not stop talking about it.
It was very good.
Yeah, although Beto's Burritos says, anyone else get a Goofy movie vibe from Red moonwalking into the Shinra suit?
I love it.
I think it's Red's hair looking like Max's that put it over the top from you. It's pure 90s absurdity.
Yes.
No, that is it.
It's
just
so good.
how dare we even question the developers of this game about anything, even the open world stuff. No, I'm just kidding. No, but on the point of like, God, do they really get what we love about 7? Are they going to get this?
Yeah.
And just taking the smallest moment from the original game of like, he's in a human suit dancing around, and it's like that big punchline to be when he turns around and his tail's sticking out and he does the weird shimmy back and forth. Like, that is a jokey moment. And they're like, how can we take that half a joke and turn it into one of the highest comedic sequences so far in the game?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, did that happen on the boat in the original?
It did. Yeah. It was on the boat.
In my mind, it was when they were otherwise disguised as Shinra soldiers.
Right, which is weird
Yeah.
that it's like they leave him out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dancing. He's dancing on the boat, and I think he has like a line that says he thinks he's doing pretty good at his human impersonation.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
In the original game, yeah.
Underrated Red moment is before that when he is denied entry to the tournament, and he's talking to the person. He's like, "I'd like to speak with your manager."
In Cosmo Canyon, we have a lot of managers, so I'm very familiar with the system. Every once in a while, his lingo is so hip. Where it's like, Red, you're the greatest enigma in this team, and I love you, buddy.
Yes.
But trying to nail down like, what is his sensibility? You know?
I do really appreciate the bait and switch too. Like I had it in my notes that they had left it out.
Yep. Of course.
Like, you got me, you dirty dogs. Yeah.
Yep. Russ A. wrote in on Patreon and said, so Jeffem's thoughts on the game so far on the last episode of the MinnMax Show podcast perfectly summed up how I was feeling about this game while playing chapters 1 through 4. However, once Red 13 came out with that Shinra outfit and strutting his stuff, game of the year, I have no further notes on this game.
Yeah.
Stephen Puente says, this game makes me feel like I'm on drugs and I love it. Yeah, there's certainly sequences in here that are so over the top and silly, but I am so on board for that. And I think the downside of the difficulty of that is once in a while they have to have that hard pivot of like, all right, now cue some somber chorale music as we now talk about sadness.
Right.
But like, it's worth it just for the absurd highs. And in this section in particular, it feels like as absurd as we've gotten so far, and I freaking love it.
Yeah. How excited were you guys when you got on this boat and then you realized it was just going to be a huge Queen's Blood tournament? Because I was very excited.
I was so pumped about that.
yeah.
I mean, like, and also that's the bulk of this whole chapter is the Queen's Blood tournament, which was just like it's a great mix up in terms of just because the next two chapters were a little bit more comprehensive, but I loved it, and it's a cruise ship.
It was a really odd choice to go. I was really wondering why they went the cruise ship route versus like just versus a shipping freighter at the end of chapter 4.
Yeah.
And to make a chapter out of just the boat sequence, I don't know if you could have done a better choice than doing a cruise ship with the Queen's Blood tournament.
Exactly. Right. Yes, I totally agree.
If you're going to try to expand on something,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, I wonder if like, I also wonder like on the flip side, if people are just like, just made the decision, because oftentimes, I don't know, people make the decision of like, oh, is this like a side content kind of thing?
Yes.
I'm not really gonna do that, and it feels like this is the moment in the game where it's just you did choose poorly, like like yeah.
I'm digging Queen's Blood more than I thought I would, because normally I'm not into this type of thing. Still enjoying my time with it. It just feels like, all right, tempo change. Let's get in Queen's Blood mode. It does feel like there are 3 games within Rebirth at least, and now I'm in Queen's Blood mode. But at the same time, I had that same thought of like, oh, I feel for all my brethren and sisterin out there that have been trying to dodge Queen's Blood in this game.
Yeah.
Until...
Did you need to play it though?
That's the thing. The Aggro Crag wrote in and says, I can't believe I played through 3 rounds of Queen's Blood only to find out I could have just withdrawn from the very start. I don't mind it existing in the game, but I hate when they force it upon you, and it's such a relief. I bet a lot of people didn't even think of that. But
True.
Yeah.
They have the forfeit thing that I was like, took a wide berth around every time, because I'm like, I don't want to accidentally click a button and then another button and then another button and accidentally forfeit.
But before,
Did you guys really appreciate the more that you won on the Queen's Blood tournament? Like the dude,
the flare,
the flare that he just kept on like adopting more and more of that.
It's absurd. And
I
then
just love that.
The victory march then, where everyone's like cheering Cloud on as he's walking back
So
up
good.
to the thing. Like, it's just like Cloud has had multiple moments in here where it's like, somber, whatever kind of guy, as we'd all describe Cloud.
Yeah.
But then there's moments where he's just enjoying that adulation so much. And it comes through just like in these little moments like this, where it's like, look, he's very human, everybody, despite all of his downsides. Like, he loves having a crowd on a ship chant his name.
Yeah.
I think the only downside of the tournament for me was that I didn't get a chance to play against everybody that I wanted to.
Yeah, literally
you had to
everybody, because you got
choose,
to pick, right?
Yeah.
Because they would lose matches. Like, I'd see them across the ship, like, oh, I'm going to get to you soon.
Yeah.
And by the time I was done wiping the floor with Chadley and his dumbass.
Hey, whoa, we're not talking about the big C. We're leaving him out of here. The C-bomb?
Excuse me.
That was wonderful.
I didn't get a chance
to
to play against Aerith because I was,
Yeah.
I chose.
Tifa.
I
Did you
think
choose?
this-
I chose
the
choice
Tifa too.
between
Yeah.
the two of them. And
Yeah.
we all
You kinda
chose
get to- yeah.
Tifa.
And
That says
look,
something, right?
normally I'm the guy at MinnMax who is trying to calm everybody down for being too thirsty and horny on the internet, but I will say one of the sexiest moments in this game so far is Tifa and Cloud playing Queen's Blood, and they keep going like, "You're mine, I've got you," like back and forth, like this is hot, right? I mean, look, we're all human beings. Look, it's
I don't
not.
think my pulse changed.
It's okay.
My grand had it muted.
Yeah, I was
my
so
favorite
excited.
player in Queen's Blood, Wise 3.0, I believe that's the
robot?
robot's name. He's like, I was created for the express purpose of being a great Queen's Blood player, and my record so far is 0 wins.
Yeah, I loved it. And it's so
That's so
stupid
good.
that I walked up to him and had this moment of like, you can't have a full robot in the world of Final Fantasy VII. I was like, wait, no, Chadley. I'm sorry. The big C's running around. There might be other characters. I mean, I guess the Moogle part of Kate Sith, like that's a robot. It's like it's just weird to see like it fully exposed in that way. It threw me off. It's like, you know what? The world of Final Fantasy VII is so mushy. Like whatever.
He's even got
Yeah.
a robotic hat that he's wearing.
Yeah.
Not a real hat. It's a robot hat.
But it's so fun, like, seeing who other people are going up against. Like, I went over and saw Barrett going up against Chadley. It's like, I just want to watch this. And I just want to hear their dialogue of, like, those two trash-talking each other for an entire round. It's going to be so fun to just hear and witness.
Yeah. One thing that did not go very well in the Queen's Blood tournament, I thought, was the live commentary from the captain. Whatever he was saying was not relevant to how my game was going.
Oh, is he down and out? Generic Pokemon Stadium. Sound. I love Captain Titov, I think his name is. We'll get to him later, but I have a soft spot in my heart for that weird guy. It's fun just to see, obviously, who's on the ship. Like, the big reveal right when you get on the cruise liner is like, hey, Madam M's on here.
Yep.
Andrea's on here. All your favorites from Midgar are making their way over there. And then I'm still curious if they're going to go someplace with, like, the big finalist that you go up against. Kind of the punk rock lady.
I mean, I saw her once again.
She's again in Ghost of El
Ghost of El
Sol. Yeah, I'm
Sol,
curious,
yeah.
like, is she just going to be kind of a recurring, like, grand champion of Queen's Blood?
Regina, that was her name?
Yeah.
Is she from the original game or not?
No.
Okay.
No.
Now, here's a question. When I saw her, I thought to myself, like, is she from another Final Fantasy game?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Don't think so. Okay.
Ever Crisis? Does she have a whole backstory in that?
It takes a lot of grinding in the free-to-play game to get to it in Ever Crisis, but it's worth it. Felix Diaz in the community says, it would have been awesome if Reno was the champion round of the Queen's Blood tournament on the cruise. Since he's on vacation, it would have made sense and provide a Casino Royale vibe to that scene. Instead, we just have a new Foam Stars character as our final competitor. How dare you? Let's see. Kama Samak writes in and says, when beating Red in Queen's Blood, Cloud says, close too. You nearly had me. I beat him 43-0.
That's very impressive. Whoever wrote that, that's very impressive.
I know this is because it's not actually reactive to your performance, but it was hard for me to not take that as Cloud being a sarcastic dick to Red.
It was pretty close for me. I will say that.
God, I love the part that killed me with Red coming out and doing the moonwalk. I audibly was laughing and playing this and saying to myself, no. It's like, that is such a good reaction to have. Suddenly I'm exploding and screaming at my TV, but in a positive way. But the part where it cuts to a kid crying in the audience, that is like next level funny. Like you're putting a hat on a hat at that point in a good way. Like it could not be better. And then to cut to someone just being deeply disturbed by what they're witnessing is the best freaking idea.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have trouble like sitting down too, though?
Yes,
He
still
that
struggles.
was
It's too further.
Ben, when you said the sexiest moment of the game, I thought for sure you were going to talk about playing against Madam M. And Cloud saying, you're pretty hard to forget.
Yes.
While staring at his hand.
It is, Yes. He simply cannot get over it. Kenny Two Slice says, the Queen's Blood tournament was a treasure trove. My favorite moments were in the pre-match face-off against Madam M. Cloud is staring down the opponent like usual, but gently touching and staring at his own hand, and at the very end, Cloud hums the victory fanfare to himself while letting a cocky smile escape from his face in another increasingly less rare moment of real emotion from Cloud.
Yeah.
And then Nikki B, it's interesting. I'm curious if you can source this, Nikki, but they say Madam M mentions hands a lot. It's kind of her main thing.
Maybe.
To be like, oh, you had a killer hand. You hit all the right spots. I have to hand it to you. All right, man. We got it with the hands. Come on, please. I love just how alive the rest of that ship is too. Having like the Honeybee Inn girls there, and they're like kids taunting them, like, "Ha ha, you look like a big bee, ha ha."
Yes. And then there's like yoga or whatever happening out on the main deck.
Yep,
That's
and
really
Cloud
cool.
just does like one little move.
Yeah.
Sorry, Zonga size, I think it's Zongun size. Please get it right.
So I've never ridden on a cruise ship before, but I assume the lodging works the same way, where you've got one giant room with a bunch of hammocks in it.
Absolutely. Hammocks. Yes.
It's the best way to go. I
And
think.
there's 8 of them.
Yes.
Moonsbro wrote in, says, if he beat Barrett at Queen's Blood during the tournament, he sings the game over music from OG Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, that's
Really?
Excellent. Does Barrett know every single song from Final Fantasy VII? I feel like this has to culminate with him singing One Winged Angel at some point.
Thank God the Whispers did not steal this knowledge from him.
It is funny. And so, yeah, the idea of the victory theme being an in-world song, is it the equivalent of a Queen song or something? Or like a Happy
like We Are the
Birthday?
Champions?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Just the fact that everybody's always singing that.
Yeah.
Just under their breath a little bit. It's such a funny idea. Sorry, that's Bob Buell who wrote in about that idea. I was like, what is it in this universe that everybody knows it a little bit? I guess it is just like, ta-da! Like that equivalent, I guess.
Yeah.
Which we all know the origins of, ta-da!
Yep.
Do we?
Of course we all do.
It's a Queen song.
It's a Queen. Very short but very popular single, released in the mid-'80s. Let's see. Toasted says the moment... Oh, I don't want to get to that quite yet. Of Myth and Motherboard writes in, they say, in an interview with the director, Michael Huber, who's that, from Easy Allies, asked if Queen's Blood and the tournament on the boat was inspired by Red Dead Redemption or the movie Maverick. Hamaguchi-san mentioned that he felt inspired for Queen's Blood after watching Queen's Gambit on Netflix. And then later...
Like a chess thing?
Yeah. It came out late 2020, so it would have been as they're like designing this game, so it makes sense that it even has that name, you know. And then they say later in an interview with Red Bull, he mentioned that they would consider further expansions for Queen's Blood specifically. Is there anything y'all would like to see in a Queen's Blood expansion?
Bigger board.
Oh, let's not get crazy. Let's not get crazy.
Yeah, like 5-lane Queen's Blood, just as a lark. The game takes like half hour to play.
Yeah.
Because people keep replacing their cards and doing that stuff.
I was. Ooh, go ahead, Greg.
Just make it more like Slay the Spire, and I'm in.
Just basically Slay the Spire at that
Yeah.
point. Full on spin-off game.
Basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I still haven't wrapped my mind around some of the harder cards. The harder of the cards.
What do you
if
mean?
I'm being honest. Like,
The
there's
ones that
cards-
destroy other cards or stuff like that.
I haven't really done that too much. And there's the one where it's like you can stack it on top of your own card, and that doesn't require the numerical thing. You can do that for any level, any card. It seems like a very powerful thing. There's like,
Yeah.
I don't think I'm smart enough
that's
for this.
it.
I'm going to stick to my basic deck and just try and keep slamming through these.
I
foils.
would certainly like. I think it's going to take you one game to figure out that card.
It's super
I would do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do y'all got a favorite card? MVC?
Ooh.
I still like the combination of Chocobo and Moogle and Ifrit because they both have the same power.
Yeah.
where
Oh, they get pumped up.
Yeah, as your cards are enhanced, they gain more and more power.
Right.
And so they kind of like build on each other.
Yeah.
It's like the like something you would do in Balatro.
It does feel like there's enough here that you could have a couple of different decks. Like, I think you could lean into a deck that destroys cards more to gain an advantage. Right now, like my deck seems like it's that right there. It's like beefing up your own cards. But yeah,
Here's my question about that is and it's only because I'm really dumb. But do you have to wait to play the Chocobo card until everything's boosted, or can you play the Chocobo card first, and if you play any boosted cards after that, it'll still count?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
you can do it that way.
I was worried I was blowing it early.
What's your biggest Queen's Blood win, by the way, everybody? I'm saying that because mine is 49-0.
Oh my God. Mine was, I just know my score was, I think it was 44. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might have been. I think it was 27-0, and it was against the MVP of Queen's Blood, truly, the Rolf the dog. In Corral. It's like, this dog's gonna go on tour. He's gonna be my ticket out of here. He's so good. And then I just annihilate that stupid dog at Queen's Blood.
I haven't been changing my deck a ton, so I think 38.
Okay.
But my favorite card is my new boy Sephiroth.
Yep.
What?
You can get that
Where did
one
you
in
get
Gold
that?
Saucer
Golden Saucer.
as a reward for.
What are we talking about?
Am I not doing everything? Am I just skipping stuff?
Wait, no, we're just saying that you're playing it on easy. No way. I missed that.
What does that do?
So there's the Queen's Blood zone in the arcade.
Yeah.
at
Yeah,
Gold
yeah.
Saucer, and I think it's one that does it destroy on the top and bottom.
And it has red on all sides of it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've been doing everything, but my confession is when it came to like mini games and stuff, it's like, I'm not going to try and unlock every item and do everything at the Gold Saucer.
I was
At this
gonna say
point, maybe
my-
I'll go back to it, but I was like,
It's a strange definition of everything.
Interesting.
I mean, everything when it comes to like completing like the objective, bars on top of the regions.
Like
and
doing the
stuff.
main scenario.
This indicates it and moving on. Yeah, everything.
Did you do sit-ups or not?
I did do sit-ups.
Did you get the max sit-ups thing?
I don't think so.
That's the hardest thing I've done in the game by far.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
Took me probably 15 tries.
Yeah, I was going to say
Whoa.
15 tries and one broken controller.
Yes.
It is rough with the resistance there. There's a lot work in there. Garrett Hullfish, by the way, a lot of people wrote in about that.
It's very difficult.
Yeah, Garrett Hullfish says the game has had pretty minimal use of the adaptive triggers, but one implementation I really enjoyed was during the crunch off with Tifa. The more crunches you do, the more resistance is added to the triggers. It's not groundbreaking,
Yeah.
but it's surprisingly effective. And then Jules Hater says, Jules Hater 420. I would like to apologize to Tifa for making her do about 30 minutes of nonstop sit-ups, but if it makes her feel any better, my fingers were probably just as sore as she was.
Yeah,
no
I
joke.
think you can turn off the
You probably could.
triggers, which
Yeah.
I did.
I never did.
I also kicked it up to performance mode just for that.
Oh,
Really?
that's really
Yeah,
smart.
and
Oh,
it seemed,
yeah.
it seemed to help a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I just was
No,
getting
that's smart,
lucky
yeah.
after that. But yeah, that was a hard. I was like, is this going to be the thing that breaks me?
Yeah.
But it wasn't.
I hope you said that out loud.
I had a very
God help us if it was.
I had a very animated text conversation with this feller here about the sit-up contest because I only did the
you guys talking Rebirth outside of class?
No.
that's right.
Show me your phones.
I only did the first round without knowing that there was more until he asked me about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he called me, I think it was a fake ass gamer.
I did. Yeah, a couple times.
So I had to go back and
Love saying it.
and mop the floor with their sit-up sweat there.
Yeah. which you had like it was 7.
Yeah.
So oh my god. Yeah. It was at least. I was gonna say it's probably about 15 times.
Yeah.
I mean, and I was pissed by the end.
I loved the music that plays the remake of Let the Battles Begin, but I had to turn it off to focus because
Oh my god,
That's so serious again.
that
I love
is
it.
so specific.
This was the first section when I was climbing up the mountain when I switched it to quality mode versus performance.
Yeah.
And it just immediately made me feel bad. Like, nope, I got to go right back to performance. Like,
Really?
This just ain't doing. Yeah.
I'm fully in on quality, and I'll ride it.
So
to the grave.
you're in performance mode?
Yeah, whichever gives you less frames per second, but.
No,
that's quality.
That's quality.
Oh, excuse me. Then I'm in quality.
Okay.
All
Yeah.
right.
I did the same thing.
Way
Like
muddier as soon as I switched it.
It's so rough.
performance is 60 FPS.
Yeah.
Quality looks better. Locked 30.
Well, that seems backwards.
For what they call it.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on your definition of quality. So
Yeah.
quality
Yeah.
versus quantity is
Yeah,
probably
that's
what they
true.
should have
Yeah.
called
Yes.
it.
By the way, in that gym, there's
Yeah.
all the like quotes that like people are yelling out to like get themselves pumped up.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear the one? Mark down the time, Ben, because some woman yells out, "Eat a dick, lactic
Yes, I
acid."
did. I heard that.
Like Keenan Harrell wrote in about
And I
that. Like,
doesn't
eat a
seem
dick,
appropriate.
lactic
Well, I
acid.
remember, and I remember Grant like talking a little bit about just like how you were unsure about like using modern day language like in Final Fantasy VII.
Right.
Douchebag in Final
Yeah,
Fantasy.
yeah. And eat a dick, lactic acid was like, okay, we're here.
Look, we've all felt that way about lactic acid.
Oh
before.
yeah,
Don't get
yeah.
me started. I did love the little. We'll be going back, and it'll be chronological as all hell. But I do love the little bit too in that gym. The fact that like all those women joined the gym because of Tifa, and they look up to her so much. Like, your body is absolutely perfect. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
You know, and then there's that little moment where she's like super uncomfortable with it. Then she's like, you can see her swallow it and just be like, "Thank you."
Yeah.
I do
She's
work
like,
really hard on my
yes.
body. Yes.
Yeah.
This is not easy.
learn to take
believe
the
it or
compliment,
not. Yeah. It's really sweet. But speaking of sweet, Spencer Rice takes us back to the very start of chapter 5 and says the scene at the start of the chapter with Aerith and Tifa talking.
Yeah.
Remember, Tifa's like, hoping we could talk business. You know, boys.
Yeah, I love it.
Anyways, them talking in their cargo hold is picking up directly after a scene in the novel Traces of Two Pasts. So Aerith was telling Tifa how she got smuggled out of the Shinra Tower as a kid with her mom. She references somebody named Foz, a Shinra scientist who helped them escape and was never heard from again. Thank you. I was so curious when I saw that. I was like, oh, is that going to be who the voice was? Is some weird, mysterious figure? Because she says some line about like, it seems like she's still a little scared of him, or is there some weird relationship with Foz, which Michael M. follows up on, saying Aerith, years later, has a dangerous encounter with Foz in the slums in the book, where he seems to have suffered a mental breakdown and thinks Aerith is a Falna. And so maybe that's what she was unpacking there. So I think it's safe to say that was just a nod for people who read the book. I'd be surprised if Foz came back, but
Sure.
I made a note to ask you about that because I was like, this is a character name I've never seen before. Not sure if I just don't remember it or if it's important.
yeah, I give it 6 months, I'd say.
Can you hear my breathing?
I really hear your breathing.
Can you really?
I really can. Yeah. If you just want to lean back when you're just breathing, that's all I ask. But the point is, I give it 6 months until we come crawling back and just do like a book club on those Final Fantasy VII books, because it is weird that we've never read them, right?
How many are
wait,
there?
I mean-
and when did they come out?
I didn't know there was any.
I genuinely couldn't even tell you that.
Okay.
I feel.
I'm shocked
I feel
you
like this is,
haven't read them.
this is a point where like, I don't know. I need to come cleaner.
What are you talking about?
Well, it's like the books and the fact that like I've played Final Fantasy VII. Everybody,
Prove it.
Easy move.
not played most of the other games, right?
You watched the Dirty Dirge.
I watched the Dirty Dirge.
What a slight. You watched the
I experienced the Dirge. I mean, it is true. I mean, people were
so
calling
there's
us,
like so much I think of like the Final Fantasy VII like
you can just say
lore and
Crisis
universe.
Core. Just say Crisis Core.
I'll say Crisis Core. Yeah,
It's largely Crisis Core.
yeah. You're right. And the books now, like
Crisis.
so.
Well, we did a max spoilers in Ever Crisis, so I think that technically counts.
I don't think we did that.
Yeah,
It happened on this very channel.
it did. We didn't finish it though, right?
No. They were still trickling out story bits. in there,
Right.
For what it's worth,
We're gonna go back to it.
yeah. For what it's worth, Emma Fife from Fandom, I saw her at the VII Rebirth preview event, and she was hyping up the books. She's like, "Oh, genuinely, they rule. Genuinely, you should read them if you
Really?
care
Wow.
about like this world." I was like, "Okay,
Okay.
I don't know if I've ever read like a video game book.
No.
Ross, it seems up your alley because you read 17 Star Wars books a day.
I know. I was like, I've read a lot of Star Wars books. I can handle these Final Fantasy books, you guys.
This is said
not
with
going to be a problem.
This is said with love and respect. But Ross, genuinely, how many Star Wars books do you think you've read in your life?
In my life, because I read all of them when I was like 13 or whatever.
Of course, like a gentleman, yeah.
I don't know, 60, something like that.
That is so impressive.
It's too many. It's too many. But did you ever read going back to video game books, the Worlds of Power books, the NES novelizations?
Novelizations?
Yes, they're so good.
Wow.
Is it like...
They made them for Blaster Master, Metal Gear.
What? I think that wasn't that the prize at a White Elephant Christmas
that's what
party
I read.
last
Yeah,
year?
one of
Was the
those I
Metal
read
Gear
that.
novelization?
Oh,
Sure,
yeah. Snatched from my clutches. That's right. Yeah. Haven't forgotten.
That's the worst one by far. So you dodged a bullet.
But those sound great. So Toasted writes in, and Toasted, you're a person after my heart. They say, the moment that the party retires to the lower deck after the Queen's Blood tournament brought a tear to my eye. Do you remember this moment? The flute arrangement of the main theme really floored me while I spun the camera around to see my childhood pals. They were all there. Barrett, Tufa, Threefa, Red 13fa.
It is kind of fun. Like, it was just this moment where everybody's just like walking, and it's like nothing's rushed about that scene. I really appreciated it.
Yeah, it's like, this is what we want. It's kind of the equivalent, I guess, of the end scenes that were so great for the last discussion, right? Of just like, okay, you just are going to spend time with your friends, slowly walking, having a little chit chat, and then everybody going their own way to sleep. Like, it's the perfect scene in a chapter that already wasn't very action packed, you know?
Yeah.
But still good.
There was a YouTube comment, maybe it was, or I think that's where I saw this, but somebody was like, haven't these people only known each other for like 3 days or something like that?
That's interesting.
Going into this, but the reality is that they've known each other for, 4 years because of the time difference between games in our hearts. So, I mean, that's how it works for the player and these characters. They've known each other for a long time by now because that's how long we had to wait for this game.
It's 4 days for some of them, but, Tifa and Cloud grew up together.
Yeah.
And presumably Barrett
Tifa and Barrett have known each other for quite a long time.
Yeah.
And even Red and Aerith would have known each other hanging out in Hojo's creepy dungeon.
Yuffie, take it or leave it, but everybody else has some bonds.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, like, I think that does speak to. I don't think that they are overplaying familiarity in a way that is breaking the immersion of the game. Like, there is even that moment, like, after, and I know this is jumping ahead, but like after Dine has been killed. That
Excuse me?
That
Dine be
spoiler.
dying.
That. Barrett says something. No, Cloud says, like, we're here for you. And Barrett says, like, I'm starting to believe.
Yes.
I'm starting to believe that.
Right.
And that to me, like, says, like, okay, they are still, like, learning about each other too. So it doesn't really seem to me that they are, just like, hey, we're best friends. Like, we perceive them as best friends. They don't know they're best friends yet.
Yeah. And they don't know they're our best friends.
Yeah, like at this point,
But they are my best friends.
How do we tell them?
the content that I want, and this is like the level that I think this game has been fulfilling. But if there's a whole side quest and the payoff at the end of this 4-hour side quest would Tifa, it'd just be Tifa whispering to you whether or not she considered Red 13 her friend at this point. Like, it's like that level, like that's what I want. That is the tone, it's like that is the granularity level we're at. Is that too specific?
The real world.
I mean,
We're almost there.
I was worried where
See
you were
my
going
friend?
with that. I was like, at the end, she reaches out of the TV and gives me a kiss on the cheek.
She says, "You're mine."
the fact that they really want to touch his little toe beans. I mean,
I love that. I love that. Yes.
So
like,
good.
we'll give you a foot massage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I want somebody to make a supercut. It has to exist out there, but I'm scared to Google Rebirth stuff. But I want a supercut of every time Red 13's.
Oh my God.
I feel
yes,
like
there's
it's
gonna
twice
be.
a chapter. That's right now. It just keeps going again and again and again.
So many people in this world treat him like an animal, which you understand.
Yeah.
But then also so many people in this world, upon realizing that he's a sentient being, are just like, whatever.
yeah.
Right.
Well,
And-
there's also an automaton playing cards right next to him. So.
Yeah.
And people are turning into frogs back door. Yeah.
But also, they all perceive him to be very cute, which is so interesting to me because if I saw him, I'd be like, just
Just stay away from me.
Yeah.
Take it. Take the money.
No shot. You want to pet him so bad, dude?
Yeah, you're right.
Well, Tony the Swordsman. Tony on Patreon submitted the comment, says, is Red 13 cut or malnourished? Maybe I should have given him that
That's
sandwich.
a great point. He looks malnourished to me.
I think there's a little bit. I think that's kind of the
what I'm
look.
going
Is he
for.
supposed to be like,
so?
street cat
Yeah,
level
but also
physique.
just like abused lab
Yes.
rat. I mean, like ultimately is where he's come from.
He eats a lot at this point.
Yes, he does.
He's not putting on any
To
weight.
build that back up.
That would be kind of fun if just like he just gradually gets a little bit of a chonker by the end.
Dan S writes in and says, I love Barrett across these chapters.
Cool.
Yeah, quoting Clem. They've done a great job of building his friendships with the rest of the party. I really enjoyed how much he loved that sailor outfit, especially at this point
yeah, that
on
was
the
great.
ship after the tournament and everyone goes back to the rooms with awesome music. You can watch Barrett spending the last moments of the day admiring himself in the mirror. The next scene he has changed, so it's kind of like him saying goodbye to his outfit. But it made the moment of him changing straight back into it at Costa del Sol way more sweet and funny.
Yeah. Barrett has been such a
his
standout
beach warrior.
character for me. I like didn't expect. Yeah, and then it turns into his beach wear. But yeah, I didn't expect to like Barrett as much as I do. And I already really like Barrett, but I just feel like they're really nailing his character.
Yeah, I think his relationship with Yuffie is a lot sweeter than I expected, and we can get into that, I guess, as it goes on. But also, it's like he's starting to open up and be so much jokier than he was in Remake or even the opening sections of this game. He's cracking wise, but then also, like, I just keep thinking of Barrett because they're just following the guys in robes. It's like, they're going this way. They're going this way. They seem to be going towards that dusty old mining town. So Barrett's like, Can you imagine just following the rope guys, like leading to like the most traumatic moment of his life?
Yeah.
Like, no. I think they're getting in the boat. They're actually going back across the water.
Yeah, I want to shout out his voice actor too, because that is a voice that is always verging on the edge of being ridiculous. I feel like
Yes.
but it's not. It's never.
I know,
It
yeah.
never comes off ridiculous to me. He's got he just nails it every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only time it bumped me was in the last discussion when he was crying about Marlene going off to college or whatever. It's like, I don't know how sincere this should be. It's like, it's a tough line to walk, but I think other than that, I think he's doing great. Everybody's doing great.
Yeah. As long as we're on Barrett,
Please.
we talked a lot about his sunglasses last time.
Yes.
And you
Oh,
noticed
yeah.
when they are going across the suspension bridge into North Corral,
Yeah.
he puts those sunnies back
Oh,
on
yeah.
because he wants to be emotionally protected when he gets there.
So it's only about his emotions.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, Dale Catracho is with you saying Barrett's sunglasses watch is back this week. This time he didn't wear them on the cruise or at the beach, but he did wear them to his hometown and at an amusement park. Ultimately, he is a complex man who conveys his feelings by rocking the shades.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
And he does take him off a little bit, I think, during the confrontation with Dine.
I would imagine, yeah.
And then he puts them back on and they become sunglasses of mourning after that, I think.
Do they really? So do we start chapter 9? Does he have the sunglasses back on?
He takes them off again.
Oh, he does. Okay. Thank God.
I hope there's a point where they become glasses of celebration too.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did like it just on the Barrett personality front, like right when they get to Costa del Sol, he's like, I cannot stand this. Like, I don't want to spend any time at the beach. I will be up in my room. Like, I just love that immediate pivot of like, oh, that's such a smart detail to make him miserable in paradise. Mouse Rat.
Excuse me, Paradise?
Oh, it's paradise.
Okay.
Oh, can you imagine just parading with Hojo down a beach? We'll get to it. But Mouse Rat says, overheard NPC dialogue from one of the guests on the cruise ship. When the plate fell and I got hurt, I was pretty depressed. But then I got this vacation, so I guess it turned out pretty good in the end. Thousands of people died in the 9/11 like tragedy like 2 weeks ago, but this guy got to the beach, so I guess it's not all bad, says Mouse Rat.
That's
Yeah.
living in the moment.
That's right. That's what you got to do, baby. Charlie Hunter says, I love the way this game handles crowds. There are always a lot of people in all these places, but they're still individual people and not generic masses. My favorite example of this is how natural it looks on the boat for people, often characters you know, to gather around the Queen's Blood tournament matches and cheer other people on. Yeah, there have been a lot of crowds in this world, in this game so far, and they've been nailing it so far.
They do a good job of making it be crowded, but rarely are there people in your way when you're trying to get somewhere, which would be annoying really fast.
Yeah, I still keep seeing the repeated one pretty
Right.
lady with the hair everywhere, but it's like I can't stop thinking about her in the crowd.
Yeah.
Not in a creepy way, I swear.
Gold Saucer is a good example of I think like how they've utilized crowds to, I think in a successful way where it does feel like, yep, this is a populated area, but
Yeah.
you're also not like trying to, navigate around a whole bunch of people.
Yeah. Once you're going to sleep on the ship and the announcer, I think the captain comes over and he's like, all right, I just want to say everybody, good night and have a peaceful rest of your trip. I'm like, oh, we're so screwed. I know Genova's going to be on this ship. But it really got me. It reminded me of Chapter 2 in Remake. When you see the destruction and everybody kind of reacting to that, seeing normal people in the world of 7 being scared gets me in my gut. And so waking up on the ship and seeing people freaking out, like, this ship isn't going to sink, is it? Like, what are the alarms? What's going on? Like, oh my God, this is a nightmare. We're all going to die. Like, seeing that weird Titanic-like vibes on the ship as you're then trying to run through and reunite with your team is such a cool part of this game too.
Yeah.
And I love the idea that you're playing as Cloud and then you're kind of reconnecting with everybody else. Like, you meet Tifa first. She's already in mid-combat. You sync up with her, take out those guys. Then you find Barrett. He's already mid-combat. Just kind of reinforcing what they've done a good job of reinforcing throughout the entire game of like, everyone can hold their own. Tifa is taking down whole hordes of enemies before you even wake up here at Cloud, But then you get to see Sephiroth and then you get the Genova fight.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't.
What's it to you?
I didn't quite have all the context, maybe, or I didn't know what kind of context to put this interaction into with them. I kind of came away with that saying, what should I be taking away from this plot-wise? Yeah.
So it's just Sephiroth reinforcing that point again of like, you can't really trust anybody, can you, Cloud? I feel like we kind of got over that Sephiroth. We've been bonding with Tifa for a long time. I don't really have those memories from chapter 1.5 or 2, whenever it was in this game, of like worrying about Tifa. So it's weird that on the ship of all places, it's just like, by the way, can't trust anybody. Goodbye. Okay.
It does appear to be like decreasingly effective on Cloud. Like, it's just not really affecting him.
Yeah.
Right.
Her smiley face is blue, for God's sake.
Yes, exactly.
It should just flash red real quick. Like, oh, Sephiroth, he was right.
Frowny face.
Yeah. But getting in that Genova fight, maybe it's just because I just watched Dune Part 2, but like that soundtrack to the Genova fight slayed me. It's obviously Genova's theme, one of the best songs in the original game, but having that and then putting the vocal track on top of like it just sounds like Dune singing, like for that theme. Sure. It's like,
Lisa Nalgaim, it's coming for me.
Oh my God, it was so freaking sweet. Do you feel like it robbed it of any power, the fact that we already fought Sephiroth in Remake? Like, cause this is a big deal in the original game, like fighting Genova on the boat.
Right, because that is the first. Isn't it the first time that you fight Genova?
Yeah.
Hurls a chunk of her arm at you.
Yeah, and so we've already done that in Remake.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So how do you feel about that, though?
Fine. It doesn't have. I mean, now it's established itself as like it's going to be likely a repeating fight.
Yeah.
So does it have that same sort of clout? No, it doesn't. Still a fun fight though. Like every time that we have to fight Genova, I know that I'm going to hear the music for it, so I'm always going to be pumped.
Right, and it's very fun still to do the triple slash with the different tentacles. Always satisfying.
Yes, this is maybe one area where the extreme lengthening of this story is benefiting it, because we fought Sephiroth 4 years ago, right?
Yeah.
So
so everything feels fresh and new for all these fights. Yeah.
I just remember being shooketh as a 13-year-old fighting Genova on the ship for the first time.
Yeah.
It was a surprise at that point in time. All you'd seen was the little glimmer of, Genova from Cloud's past, and also seeing the headless version at the Shinra Tower.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So it wasn't really conceivable at that point in time, like, oh yeah, you can fight Genova because Sephiroth throws a part of her body at you.
I think that's a really interesting point in the original game, though, because it's confusing. Like, how is this happening? It's weird to slide her up, but they want to have something kind of main plot centric, some big fight happen in this part of the game. And I feel like they've taken that lesson for Remake and Rebirth and just plopped it everywhere. Like, okay, who can we move up? How can we have big fight sequences just sprinkled throughout this entire experience, even if at times it's like, wait, what?
At the cost of the significance of the moment,
yes,
right?
Yes, I think that's exactly it. But we got to make a big cutscene cinematic moment out of all these things.
Right, and also like this is the first time that you see Sephiroth at present day in the original game. So that like also it gave like an additional clout to that fight is that like that's the first time that you see him. He just goes away, he drops this like tentacle, and bam, you're fighting Genova. And that's like super cool. So does it have that same weight? No. But
still good. I thought it was a smart idea to have the black robe gentleman, to have them like fuse to become her. Like they're doing so much more with those monsters fusing with the robe guys throughout all these sequences. Like, yeah, sure, you can do that with the lore, I guess. They're all in the Hojo verse, so go ahead and have them combined. And
I like the little black robe guy trying to futilely stumble away from the monster coming towards it. It's like you're not getting away.
Run, Professor, run!
Yes.
We've only seen you guys succeed so far. Go, my child, run! I like Captain Titov when he called Hojo as well, and Hojo, believe it or not, it's like, hey, good! Weird experiments on the boat! He's like, make sure to put, what does he say? Make sure to put an identifier on you! It's like, okay, thanks, boss, I guess? You're just assuming I'm gonna go in there and die? But this is the part, it's
a cruise ship guy.
I know, that's why I love Captain Titov, because like he gets that emotional moment where he's just then sniping all the different black robe guys. Yeah. And it's like this sad sequence. And he's like, I have to do it for my crew. Like, I'm so sorry. But like they're turning into monsters and killing passengers and crew. Yep. And so he needs to snipe all these people who are presumably human. Like there's just like a little cutscene moment where you get to see him actually reckoning with a ship captain having to snipe other human beings. It's crazy.
Generally speaking, there is way more empathy for the black robe guys in this game than I was expecting.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, they've been beefed up 10,000%
to the point that it's almost a point of parody of how often they're in this thing. It's bizarre.
I mean, it becomes a driving factor for the story, and which is true in the original game, but not to this degree.
No, I mean, even going back to Remake too, the very first robed person you meet is living in the same hotel complex
Marcos,
that you're in.
It is interesting. I feel like I like that they have sympathy towards the robe guys. Like,
I do too.
And then Barrett even had that line where he's like, they're Shinra victims just like the rest of the world. Like, I got their back. Let's look out for them. I think that's a really cool idea. This is, again, I'm not saying, I'm a better game designer. There's a part of me that's like, I wish they were a little more humanized. And you kind of got to feel, there's an easy analogy of
that they weren't like brainless kind of
zombies.
Like lemmings in a way.
If they were
Maybe
just like,
they looked a little distinct from each other.
That's exactly it. If they were wearing like some clothes like from the lab, but it was something a little more recognizable than just weird tattered shawls for all of them. Like if they just got 10% closer to that idea of like the world treating them like veterans and ignoring their problems. Like I think that's a really interesting idea, and it's tough for me to emotionally connect to that when they're just going, which they all look exactly the same, you know?
Yeah. Even giving them the ability to, I think, like speak and elicit some emotion of how they're feeling would, I think, be very effective.
Yeah, because I do love that stuff where they're like on the beach at Costa del Sol and NPCs are just like, they're really throwing off the vibe of this place.
And they're just like if they had an emotional response, like they themselves had an emotional response to hearing that or being in this environment would be super interesting. But the fact that they are kind of in this space where they don't even know that they're being talked about kind of creates this thing where it's just like it's hard to kind of elicit any emotion.
But then again, you don't want them being like, help us, God, please, Lord God, help us. Like, you don't
but can't you find a space in between in which they're just like they are compelled to go forward, and maybe they're not even able to articulate why, but still have some amount of humanity that they can kind of connect to and say like almost like reason with, but it's like they determine ultimately that they can't be reasoned with because they move forward.
I mean, they're halfway there. They have a singular purpose, and they're articulating that they're going to a Ryu.
Yeah, they are articulating.
They're spacing that out. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And I like having a little more context here from the doctor in Corel talking about, okay, it's cellular generation. Cloud, you got the same thing.
What did you just say?
Cellular generation. I was hoping we would just slide right past that. Every other stumble I had earlier in the episode too.
If they want me to have empathy for these black robe guys, they should have also made them do a bunch of mini games before being on that beach.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Yeah. They just got to go right down there. I had to look for
where's your swimsuit? Yeah. You didn't get, there's a whole sequence where you can watch them doing the pirate shootout sequence. My fingers hurt. Where's the reload
It really did hurt my
button?
finger to do that. That game.
Not good.
Reload. I'm reloading now. You're doing great.
Sean Mills writes in, after the Genova fight, at the end of this chapter, Sephiroth appears and taunts Cloud, telling him, don't let her fool you. I like that Sephiroth in this game isn't just focused on being stronger than Cloud. He clearly wants to mess with Cloud's head and make him doubt his friends. Yeah, Sephiroth mind games, great form of Sephiroth, for sure.
Great form of Sephiroth, and also still not as effective as it could be.
Sure. Because you want him to be more hip?
Well, no, it's just that like it seems like Cloud's response ever since like kind of hashing it out with Tifa, like as we said, like it feels like he has a renewed resolve and just like no, she's my childhood friend, and it
I don't
seems
think they
like
have hashed it out yet though. Like
they
the last
haven't
they said,
really,
it's like, we're
but
gonna find some time to talk about this. Like,
Yeah,
that's where
that
it's
is true, but
it was just
also-
so long ago that I feel like emotionally we all got over it.
right, and I feel like there are those moments where like Sephiroth does say these things, and Cloud doesn't seem to have like a significant response to it.
Right.
Where it like doesn't seem to affect his behavior.
Yeah.
Other
except
than
for on that roof.
like the trance thing that oftentimes happens.
Right.
Yeah.
Nate M says, I thought it was funny that Captain Titov says the ship is free to roam after fighting Genova, which had awesome music, by the way. That's right. And there's dead bodies everywhere, Captain, says Nate. Var also wrote in, like, no one's really talking about just the aftermath of how bloody this ship is, and everyone's just super cool with it, but whatever.
Sea voyage, it's dangerous.
That's right. Jackson V says, this is also true for Chapter 6, but I love this game's willingness to not force combat or exploration moments into everything. The bulk of Chapter 5 isn't focused on massive plot points or any type of combat. Instead, it's just Yakuza-style fun. It is funny that now the shorthand for wacky fun in video games is the name of the Japanese mafia. Anyways, feeling present in the world, and with these characters, whether that's hearing Aerith and Tifa talk quote-unquote business, whether it's moonwalking, or even seeing Madame M and Andrea again, feeling with their old friends, you can spend well over an hour just running around the ship, talking to characters, and playing Queen's Blood. It's not necessary, but it's just so lovely, says Jackson B.
Totally agree.
Hell yeah, Jackson.
Did anybody play Andrea, or did we all play Madame M?
Oh, you gotta go Madame M. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Andrea seems cool too, you know. Andrea seems cool.
You said that just in case he's listening to this?
Just in case, yeah. I like, by the way, we talked about it before, but I get so excited when they lock you into a party. And so reforming the party in this as you're on your way to Genova and you get Tifa and Barrett, I was so excited for like those little cinematic moments.
Yeah.
It's like every time one of those pops out, it's like, this is the highlight. It's so dumb, dude. This is the highlight of combat in the game, is like when there's basically a cutscene of the combat. But I just love having Barrett in like this fully animated thing, just screaming like, how many times do I have to shoot you? And just firing away. Like, it's just so satisfying.
Yeah.
Chapter 6.
Chapter
Land,
6.
everybody.
Yeah.
Costa del Sol. We're here.
We made it.
We're here. Grant, the big city. The city is so nice. They named it once. How you feeling?
Wheelies are out, man.
What's that?
Wheelies and sun.
The wheelies.
Did you guys notice there was like a little like a ghost effect of a wheelie behind you guys when you're zipping around on it?
Yeah, wasn't there like a like a little bit of a trail?
It's like a weird wheelie trail behind behind you when you're on it.
Like a
super
light cycle?
fast.
He just can't handle going that fast.
Yeah.
Segways. Yeah, the wheelies. People are, believe it or not, very into them.
I liked it up until the point where I'm forced to track them down like cats.
Yeah, I hear you. Aaron W.
I
said
like that.
he was annoyed by a lot of things in this game, but he had an absolute blast parking the Segways. At least they were color-coded. They weren't that far away.
I
but-
appreciate they gave you a large area to park those things. I could see a lesser game being like, you got to put it on this exact spot.
yeah.
And me, Austin Powersing it.
That becomes the mini game, is actually parking it.
And
Yeah.
I again, it's like just a little character moment's all I need for those types of annoying things. And what got me there was just having that woman who assigned Tifa the task then, having her like watching from around the house, like jumping out of boxes and just all about being jealous. Like, oh, of course Johnny's in love with her. Look the way she parks that Segway. It's not fair.
That is the most Yakuza moment in this game, for sure.
It is certainly over the top. And I like too that she has a line where she says like, oh, I think Tifa's talking about like, oh, Johnny, I don't remember him or something. And she's like, oh, humble brag. One of those. It's like, oh, it's funny that this is a very deep cut. But Harris Whittles, who was always great on the Comedy Bang Bang podcast, and he wrote for like Parks and Recreation and stuff, but he invented the word humble brag and he like wrote a book about it and stuff. And that was funny. Be like, oh, there's like, and he passed away at like 28 or something.
Oh.
It's like, it was fun to like, Harris Whittles is now, his word is canon in the world of Final Fantasy VII. It's a very silly idea.
Well, I appreciate that nugget of Harris information.
I'll see myself out.
I'm glad some of those comments did it for you during the Segway parking stuff. These are part of the lows described.
Chapter 6.
A good part of Chapter 6. The forced... I don't mind side content being side content, and I'm happy to do it. But when I'm forced into shitty minigames...
Sorry, Ronnie's just breathing heavily into this microphone endlessly.
I don't know what this microphone filleting minigame is over here.
Yeah. No, I'm totally with you. It was a real murderer's row of nonsense minigames here.
Locking story content behind minigames, it just doesn't need to be there.
The barrier for success on those was very low, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
And you had to like go back if you wanted to, get the special items and stuff, which of course I did because I'm too compulsive about that. But yeah, the Red 13 soccer thing is probably the low point.
And
kick that thing's ass.
the fact that they double down on it
I
too,
do great too, but
with another side quest where you're helping out the bikini clad girls around town, where they make you go do a second iteration of those two.
And then it's like, hey, now you're going on a date with Aerith at the start of Chapter 7, but the date involves going back and playing those minigames. Like, are you kidding me? You can't put the greatest prize in Final Fantasy VII's universe behind playing the stupid pirate shoot the gun game a third time.
It does feel like a very realistic first or second date, though, with a person.
Okay.
Like you're
collecting seashells and then running around and
the biggest...
playing dog soccer.
The lowest of,
what if we head back and play some more of the pirate shooting game? For our
Pirate
date?
shooting
I don't
game
have
and
any
chill?
ideas.
that's the lowest of lows for me, was unearthing the shells. Every time I dug up a monster, like if I had hair, I wanted to tear it out.
Those,
Yep.
That hurt
those
me.
monsters were tough.
Especially the shell ones that it takes forever to beat.
Yeah.
If I may shoot a flare gun into the sky. What about this? Jonas Schlotterbeck, he says, good luck with that one, Ben. I think I nailed it.
100%.
Says, it kind of applies to the whole game, but my God, these are some of the best RPG towns, villages, cities ever made. Also, as someone born and raised in Florida, Costa del Sol is a delight to explore and vibe in. Like, just focusing on the town itself. Like, I got the willies in the wheelie capital of the world. Like, just seeing like some of the classic architecture of Costa del Sol, like that entrance bridge. Once they showed that, like when you land, they're like cutting around different spots of the town. It's like, oh my God, this is so cool. And I think throughout this entire game so far, I feel tangibly excited every time we're going into a new town. Just knowing like what that original layout was from the original 7. It's like, I'm so curious to see how they blow it out. And Costa del Sol was blown out in such a ridiculous way, having the big inflatable chocobo that you're ramming your wheelie through again and again and again. Like an entire town, that was cool. Minigames aside, yes, the minigames.
Minigames aside.
They do a really good
like
job of making these places feel fully populated, and like,
Yes.
they can sustain a full population too.
Right. Oh, absolutely.
By the way, hang on.
High marks for all that stuff, yeah.
High marks. What'd you guys think about the date? How do you guys feel about the chemistry between Cloud and Aerith?
The date isn't... It's not even there, because the game you play is just you shooting stuff as Cloud. And the second game for your date, they tell you can't participate in.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like it was a little bit of a lukewarm date.
I think they're kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Shooting their wad when it comes to dates at this point in the game. Like,
You think so? Yeah.
You know, the big iconic date at the Gold Saucer, iconic thing from the original game. And I feel like now every chapter and a half, it's like, this is kind of a date. Even, and I love that they call it this, but even when like Tifa and Aerith are running on Costa del Sol, it's like, we're on a little bit of a date. It's like, you guys like dates? Let's cram as many dates as we can in Rebirth here. But still, I think there's charming little moments like, you know, when Aerith wants to play the dog soccer game herself, and she's like, well, technically humans are animals, so I should be allowed to play that game.
Yeah.
Yes.
But then she's running around collecting shells on the beach, and it's like, is this a date? Because I'm looking behind me, and the rest of my party is just kind of like walking behind me at this point. Like,
Skulking behind you.
My favorite line reading in the entire game so far happens on this date where Cloud says, I'm no romantic. And Aerith responds, "Believe me, I know."
Yeah, and there's also like, just that constant back and forth between Aerith and Cloud. And at some point, Cloud just goes, "You're just making fun of me, aren't you?" Like, he just feels deflated at this point of like, okay, I just can't interact well. And
doesn't Aerith kind of get a little defensive?
I forget how defensive she gets about that. But
yeah,
here's a weird read, and I'm not saying this in a jokey way, I swear, but I would love to hear if there's anything about like the autistic community latching onto Cloud. I think there's an interesting read on Cloud in this game for having autism. And there's a lot more going on with Cloud we can talk about, but he does kind of read as autistic in a lot of these situations. I'm no expert on this field, but it's something that I was just wondering if there's a good think piece about there.
I would be interested to hear if anybody has thoughts on that.
Yeah.
In the same way that Drax was so popular, right?
Sure.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Was that a thing?
Yes.
Did they talk about that?
Yeah.
Did James Gunn talk about that?
I think Dave Bautista did a little bit, and there was a couple of like pieces written about it and stuff like that, where he's just takes everything literally.
Right.
This might come as a little bit strange.
Hey, that's fine, man.
In the original game, not the biggest fan of Aerith in the original Final Fantasy VII.
Didn't have her in my party ever.
Nope.
Grant, I'm with you.
And
I'm with you.
and you know how you're saying you enjoyed the forced locked parties?
Yeah.
That's probably one of my biggest complaints about RPGs in general is locking the party.
Yeah.
Because I become very attached to the three that I choose and how I play with them.
And your material loadouts that you have to.
Yeah.
And you know exactly what everybody has. Because I always get in that situation of like, wait, who has assessed? Who has what here now? Yeah.
And I could not have more of a 180 on Aerith in this game.
Yeah.
They made her so incredibly charming.
Oh, whoa. Oh, what? Okay. I didn't think you were going that direction at all.
I absolutely adore her in this game.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think, Ben?
Which is really strange.
I agree with Grant. No, I think she has a lot of funny, charming moments.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, I feel like it's a lot in this saccharine sweet voice, where it's like the direction is she's a sweet girl, but kind of like she's got a little edge to her,
Yeah, she's a little stinker.
Right. A little
bit of a stinker, but also just
the sweetness of the voice becomes a little monotonous every once in a while in my mind, just a little bit of it.
All right, Tifa, man.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Have you met her?
No. Yeah. Oh my God. No, but I feel like they have done a pretty good job of rounding her out. Like there's absolutely a sadness to her, and it just feels like there's so much about her that we don't know. But there's just those moments in which you had talked about last time, where it's like she's talking about like the sky and how that just kind of freaks her out.
Yeah.
Like those little moments I think kind of round her out, and kind of says that like she doesn't express that domain of her personality very often. And I think that just kind of lends itself to the fact that she masks probably a lot of who she actually is.
Right.
Yeah, there's a character moment at the end of this chapter that happens after the boss battle that I really want to talk about that adds so much to Tifa, I think.
Oh, to Tifa. Okay.
No, sorry, to Aerith.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Follow-up question, too.
Yeah.
How do you feel about having her as a member of your party now?
My normal party is Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith.
Interesting.
Oh, I love that. I have that. I have that in my loadout.
God, I don't use it that often. I got the boys club going. I'm a Cloud Barrett 13 guy.
Really?
Wow. Okay.
For combat, yeah.
Now I default to Cloud Yuffie 13, which was my party the last time I played 7.
Wow.
Yuffie and 13 have a lot of synergies, actually.
They're fun.
That go together.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I do love there's a synergy with Aerith and Red, though, where Aerith just like picks him up with magic and just kind of like flings him around. Like, so absurd. Yeah, I love it.
It's funny to me that they made the Yuffie separate DLC, and they're fleshing her out a bit more in this game.
A lot more.
And the fact that she is optional, and it was an option that I exercised not having her in my playthroughs in like the original game.
Yeah.
They're kind of putting her up on a stage now, which is fun for this game.
This game she is mandatory, right?
Yeah.
Even though they make it seem like she isn't.
Yes. I do like that dynamic where she's like, come on, you want me on the team, right? I think of all the comic relief I'd add.
Yeah, that's
she's
the part.
trying so hard.
Yeah, we're just like, I got a youthful energy and comic relief. Okay, they just know exactly what they're doing with her at all times. And like, there was that fun tension of like in the original, we just played it, Grant, and like it is such a specific sequence you need to say to her to get her on your team. And so to have all of these dialogue choices again as you're recruiting her in Rebirth, it's like I was so confident, like they're not just in terms of game development, they're not going to throw away Yuffie. They're not going to have her not be a member of my party. This is such a lock. I shouldn't be worried. But then after like the fourth choice, I was like, of being really mean to her, I was like, am I going to hurt myself in some way here? But I guess it's affecting, how much she likes you, I guess. Which at this point, even though I have her on my team, I'm still in the camp of like, I kind of want to be a little bit of a stinker to Yuffie because
she's
it's more fun to be a
stinker.
Yeah.
I kept rolling with it. I exhausted every dialogue option you could.
Please do not join me.
She's there for the long haul.
Yeah.
There's that moment where she's like, how about this bodacious beach rod? And you can say something that's like sarcastic, but she takes it seriously, which is very funny.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, you look great or something. And she's like, oh, you really think so? Oh, no, I wasn't prepared for this.
Isn't she supposed to be like 16 too?
I was a little confused by that part.
I felt a little gross. Like,
you should.
Yeah, I guess you're all right. I don't know.
What do you want to say here? I will say, is jumping ahead a little bit, but genuinely, one of my favorite moments from this entire sequence. It might be my number one, and it's the smallest thing, so please don't make fun of me. But
I'm ready.
But it's when Yuffie joins your party, and then she goes and just like walks behind Cloud, and it's the entire party lineup, and she walks in, and she goes like, right about here. Yeah. And she just stands like in the midst of everybody's like, I don't know. I cannot stop thinking about this. I seriously have rewatched that like 5 times. Like, I'm still like, that moment encapsulates everything I love about Rebirth. I'm just like the right tone, fully embracing what this game is. It's all about this team of friends, this party makeup, and to have somebody breaking the fourth wall ever so slightly, just being like, I think I fit in here. It's such an incredible little detail. It's
very good. Yeah,
she does have really good like just world banter with Barrett as they're running around. When she's asking him like what she has to ask him permission for.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah,
and those little diagrams of just like like when they're going up the mountain, and it's just like this way, and it's just like Barrett with a scowl.
I chose to go different ways than what she was telling me. I don't know what that says about me.
It's pretty fair on the chest.
But so that's how now, like what I'm seeing, and I think this is just wonderful. A testament to the wonderful writing that has been happening. But the parties that I have now amalgamated are all about like the chemistry between the characters. So for example, like I have one with Cloud, Barrett, and Yuffie. I have one with Cloud, Aerith, and Red 13. Because I feel like they have a little bit of a connection too, like Red 13 and Aerith.
Yeah. I mean, they're test subjects together.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yes.
Yeah. Who is it? Anthony B. submitted a comment on Patreon saying, given Yuffie her own standalone game gave her serious protagonist powers. Her kit is unmatched. I've given Cloud autocast provoke materia, and I run Yuffie as my main combatant at this point.
Wow.
Being able to do the ninja magic where your attacks have an element to them.
It's so good.
It is so helpful.
Yeah,
it makes her very, very powerful.
Yep. Big E says, is everyone using Yuffie as a party member? She's so OP, it makes no sense. She has tools for every situation. Even with materia, she has 4 elements, long range, close range, an ability where she can't be stun locked, a teleport dodge, area attacks, and builds meter quickly. Yuffie could solo Sephiroth easily at this point.
She is a ninja.
Yeah.
No, I think she is absolutely incredible and still super fun to play as.
Yeah, she is. She's super fun.
I have some boost for her. I forget if it's materia or item, so she does extra damage with like the wind elemental. So just switching over to that every time and just letting her rip. I just love it.
I hear all this good stuff, but I'm still locked in the mindset of when I get locked into a forced party, something about it just grinds my freaking gears.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty rare.
I mean, it's
only happened a couple times.
But
it's a good chunk of Chapter 7 where I'm playing as her, and it's just I don't know. I just didn't care for it.
That's fair. I just want to force it down your throat just a little bit, Yuffie. Can I have a combat confession?
Yeah,
I did the tutorial. I played a remake, obviously. I did the tutorial again for Aerith. If you put a gun to my head, I don't think I could tell you what that arcane ward thing is. Her triangle move, I don't really understand.
Oh, I haven't been using her at all.
The
I
teleportation.
do use her, and I don't know, I haven't totally clicked with her yet. So I just have like enemy skill on her, which is super, makes her a great healer and other stuff as well.
Right. Yeah, that's smart with the The soothing breeze. Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
interesting. Because I have
She has a
Aerith.
soothing breeze.
I love
No, that's an
using-
enemy skill. It's very good, actually. It's very good.
Yeah, I have her
My
on
mistake,
rotation
enemy
pretty
skill.
heavily. Like I love using her because Prey is like one of my favorite moves in the game. Like it takes 2 ATB gauges, but
that's
having that
that's
just like
so interesting.
cure everybody, no items,
And it
no
feels like the
MP.
materia made for her, right? You can't give that to somebody
No,
else.
no, but it's not materia; it's an ability.
Oh, it is.
it?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Yeah, but-
Chakra is like that's kind of comparable. It's
Yeah.
Tifa's that I never use, but I still have it like equipped for whatever reason.
Because it feels like a martial arts thing, and it's like true to the
Yeah,
character.
yeah, yeah. It is one of
very
those
zombie.
things.
Yeah.
But here's the interesting thing that I almost never use Prey because what I find with Aerith, I find that her gaining the ATB is the most difficult.
Yes.
Because her shots are kind of slow.
Her shots are kind of
Yes.
slow. Like if I go over to Tifa, it's just like bam, 2 bars immediately. I find myself veering away from Aerith because I know that she's a strong character. She is very strong, but I don't utilize her abilities enough because I just can't get her ATB. It just feels like it all slows down, and I don't like that.
By the way, I'm completely wrong. So when when you get her, she has the prey materia equipped on her, but it is
Yes.
something you can put on other people. That makes more sense.
But you never want to remove it because that's true to your character, right?
Right? Yeah,
Yes.
it does feel right. It just feels right, you know.
So I'm skipping over just a Scotia Hojo.
Oh, could I keep talking about combat a little
Yeah,
bit?
yeah, fire away.
Unless you're going to keep talking about it.
No, you're good.
Is anybody? I realized. I think I used my first ether in the game in chapter 8.
Oh, really?
And I just feels like, am I just
I still use
not?
those, yeah.
Okay, I just feel like I'm not using spells that much, especially with those abilities where it's all elemental stuff in there. It's like,
Yeah, but those abilities. So
Pretty
I
weak.
finally did pick them up.
Yeah?
they're much weaker than the actual spells, like ice materia versus ice ward.
True. I guess I use Cure enough where I'm using Ether's location.
Yeah, I use Cure
okay.
quite a bit. I mean.
yeah, you should try Prey.
Prey takes 2 ATBs. I can't get 2.
Yeah, I think as we move forward and
I
the
hate
normal
it.
enemies get tougher, you will have to use more magic to like pressure them
Yeah.
and stagger
Right.
them.
Yeah, we are seeing. Yeah.
How's everybody feeling just about the systems here? I feel like I'm not. I feel like I'm backed up for like I need to actually get serious and rearrange all my equipment, rearrange materia, focus on this stuff in a big way. But I feel like the combat hasn't been that challenging yet on normal difficulty, and so I'm just going to keep rolling with it. Oh man,
I bumped it up to dynamic for a couple of fights, and I don't. It's not really what I'm looking for in this game, I guess. Normal, it feels like I'm just kind of I'm steamrolling in a way, but I also don't need to spend more time in combat because it's not really my favorite part of this game.
really?
No,
It's not for me, but I still think it's incredible.
it's fine.
Okay, name an RPG where you like the combat more.
Final Fantasy VII, the first one.
What?
Say yeah.
Really?
Absolutely.
I mean,
That's
it kind of depends on
interesting.
whether you like turn-based or like
Yeah.
more action, right?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's fascinating.
Yeah,
I just think this is so fun.
No, turn-based me all day. It's combat. I understand that it's a part of the game and it needs to be there, but it's the story beats that I'm in it for, and not necessarily hanging out in combat.
Yeah.
Especially when it's just fighting the same scrubs that pop out of things when I'm trying to dig up shells.
Yeah, you don't want no scripts. I get it.
No.
Yeah. Cloud's triple slash is really good for cleaning up the enemies on the map.
Sometimes I worry that I'm in too much of a rut where I'm like, triple slash braver, triple slash braver. And maybe it's because they're at the top of the stack. Maybe I need to rearrange those or something, or I wish they were rearranged.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like triple slash, I just use all the time, and maybe I'm
Triple slash is
simplifying the
great.
combat too much for myself in that way.
I'm just holding square down a lot for Cloud's area of effect attack and just doing braver.
yeah,
honestly.
Punisher move or Punisher kind of man.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's just, especially for the little shitters you encounter on the map, it's just, juggling them in the air until I can build up ATB and then braver, dead.
There
Okay,
were
yeah.
a few fights in Gold Saucer
Yes.
where you can do like the battle arena, and then there's the one in the Undercity below
Yes.
Gold
Yeah,
Saucer,
yeah.
where it's like you're going to be fighting over your current level, but you're like, I might as well give this a try. And those ones were the first battles that like inspired me to switch up my materia loadout, because like I get in a rut with that stuff and I'm just like, I have it how I want it. I don't want to mix it up and experiment.
And every time you get new equipment, it's like, God, is it worth losing and messing up this entire system?
I mean, to be fair, I got lit up by Quetzalcoatl in the battle arena, because I think it was like recommended level. What was it, like
39?
39? Yeah.
Whoa.
And
I didn't even try that.
Once Aerith went down, I was like, wow. I can try to sustain this for as long as I can, but there's no items to use.
No, that battle arena kicked my butt.
Now, hang on a second. So you had Aerith.
When you're on the date, you go to the battle arena.
An Aerith dater. We're jumping ahead. We should get back. We should get back.
Okay, I was going to say. Well, I just wanted to say.
Did you marry or what?
No, wait.
Save it. I don't know yet.
No, I just want to say, combat is freaking awesome. I don't know. I'm in the space of, I'm in the space where like, I really like how they treat the ATB, that you can just like pause it and you can even see like, you know, the battle just like very slowly go as you.
It's still satisfying. I still get a thrill every time I get into combat. And like, especially there's that whole section later on in chapter 8 where you're playing just as Cloud. And there's something so satisfying where just like, I'm just going to focus fully on just Cloud's moves.
Yeah.
Just him by himself. It's like, this is still so fun just to watch him fly around like a maniac. Have you seen Focus Thrust? I'm going to show you.
Yeah.
This time it'll really be something. Costa del Sol, baby. The place where dreams come true. Landing. Sorry, Ross. Did you want to say something not Costa del Sol related?
Nope. I was saying something.
Do we want to talk about bikinis or what?
Nah, we're getting to bikinis. Come on.
I do have one last little snippet on combat.
You betcha.
So for the folks that haven't played the original game, Braver and
Stop.
Could you guys both stop?
He's putting wax in my drink.
We put wax in my actual beer.
In my actual beer compared to my actual water.
Who's empty?
All right, children.
My butt was empty.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Braver and Cross Slash. Original game were the first two limit breaks that you would have. I'm kind of waiting for them to dole out some of Cloud's moves. Mm-hmm. I know it's like
some of his like limit breaks.
Yeah. It's really kind of alarming that they haven't increased that pool of like ATB moves, because I know it's tied to like weapon skill and that kind of stuff. But give me some of his other limit breaks. And also
give me that Clim Hazard.
Yeah. Is that the same as Ascension when you get the extra tab?
Ascension is new.
Limit break? That's new?
Yeah.
So what is that? What is popping and triggering that? I couldn't figure it out.
So you got to do a synergy that has the yellow or orangish logo by it, and that gives you an extra notch by your limit, which gives you access to the
completely missed that
second
system.
tier of limit breaks.
Did they teach you that?
Well, just like
they might have said it at some point.
Surely they didn't say that, right?
I don't think I saw that.
So there are all these.
Every once in a while I have a different limit break move. I'm like, what is that?
Yeah. So that's a synergy ability.
Yeah.
You should look at those, because some of those like many of them give you an extra ATB, so you have 3 ATBs. Yeah. Another one increases stagger. So if you like use it while something is staggered, it just gives you like double the amount of stagger time to actually like do damage to it. And the other one is, and one of them is like they give you all new limit breaks, and those limit breaks are freaking awesome. So one being Ascension. Yeah.
Honestly,
But again, like why not Clim Hazard? Why not Meteor Rain? Like something.
There's still a lot of the game to go through.
I don't know.
There's only so much. Like,
yeah, I'm curious if it's just going to be later on in the kind of skill board thing here. Because you got to work on your folios a little bit.
I've gotten to a point where I've had a bunch of folio points too, and I'm just.
Grant, I'm in the same camp with you, where it's like I almost dread when those are built up, because it just takes a long time to go through and do all that, and like navigate the menus. I really want to deal with it.
It's just.
I guess I don't have too much of a strategy. Like I just kind of like that looks good, and so I guess I'm not overthinking it.
Yeah.
I make a beeline right for the synergy abilities, because I want to watch them because they're all cool.
Yeah. Right. But then at the same time, I still feel like I need to prioritize synergies more. It's genuinely just like, if it's built up, it's built up. That's fine. But I try to be 80% of fights, I feel like there's not much strategy going on my part. And that's my fault for not playing dynamic difficulty or playing in hard mode or New Game Plus or something. But
I'm right there with you too. Like oftentimes I find myself not building up the ATB for my companions, and I'm just just going through it with Cloud.
Yeah.
And I think that's just my general sentiment on combat for the game, and I'm just trying to
Sounds
get
like
through it.
What somebody who's playing on easy would say.
False.
Show us your game. Jonathan G is talking about chapter 5 versus chapter 6 and says, the internet's getting horny for Tifa and Aerith. Well, I'm getting horny for more Queen's blood. The ship did not satiate me. I need more.
So it's got the Queen's Blood puzzles there at Costa del Sol.
Yeah,
right?
I thought that was going to be, it's interesting because it's set up where it's like, I thought the way they were framing that was that you're going to be playing as like 2v2.
Yeah, me too.
And then you go in there, it's like, oh, it's just like a tight little puzzle thing?
You're standing next to your partner.
Right. Yeah, it's really odd. And then I am terrible at those things. It's really funny having her narrate it where she's be like, oh, that's an interesting move. Well, maybe that could work. What are you doing, you idiot? Just like I just clearly be told when I made the mistake. You know?
To stay on the blood train, they double down on that in the Wonder section of Golden Saucer. They keep
Why
going
does he
through.
say golden? Why does he keep saying golden?
Because I said golden, and I still think it's golden.
All right, Gold Saucer. So they double down on that like scenario type based Queen's Blood, and the final puzzle for that was really fun.
Sorry, there's wax in my drink.
It's a flavor enhancer. Don't worry about it. So
Are you talking
the
about
one
the
where
3
it's
round?
like on the right
so
hand.
hard.
the 3 round.
Yeah.
The 3 round. Which
3 round.
The 3 round.
The 3 round.
Did they call it like boot camp or something like
Yes.
that? Yeah.
You have to build your deck in a way that you can sustain 3 rounds of Queen's Blood, where you do not draw more cards after each turn.
Oh,
That's how you get the Sephiroth card.
that's okay.
It's
We'll have
by-
to go back to that.
That's the
Completely
hardest thing for me so far.
Yeah. And it was like building a deck where cards generate cards. You still have cards to play.
So I got
You
to
want like Moogle Trio in there.
Moogle Trio.
Yeah.
Mandragora, is that the other one?
Nailed it.
Oh right, yeah.
Yep.
I got to the one where it said like, where it was like you're on the other
a
side, you're on the other side of the board, and immediately I was like, it was just late at night, and it was just one of those things like, I'm not going to create a new deck for this one thing. So I'll go back, particularly that there's a Sephiroth card. What a great reward!
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was funny for the one where you're going from right to left, where it's like, now you have a chance to play as the bad guys, but your score was still on the left.
Oh, was it really? Oh wow, yeah.
It was very off-putting.
That one was a tricky one for me as well. But I remember you talking last time we recorded. You were like, I hope you get to a place where there's Queen's Blood with like wacky rules and stuff. So
There it was.
Grant is loving
Yeah.
this for sure.
Yeah, hugely. And like for the 3 round one, I was significantly down in points going into the 3rd round, but saved enough of like the cards that get enhancement points. So like Afreet and the Chocobo cards. So it was like, oh yeah, you are toast once I play these cards, because the whole board is enhanced. So it's like, this is just gonna stack on stacks here.
Yeah, that was the only way I won that, was that I lucked out and had those 2 in the same hand.
Yes, sir. I was strategically keeping those for the last, like, well, I'm down 20 points, but I'm pretty sure I can mop up this last one. And since you guys, aren't playing the whole game,
I'm playing the main objectives.
On normal.
if you have to restart during it, it goes all the way back to the start.
I would imagine.
Not whatever
my
round
God.
you're in. Yeah.
Oh, I'd fail so hard at that. John
I have
Larson.
faith in you, sir.
No, you shouldn't. When it comes
do-
to Queen's
I do,
Blood,
I do.
if we ever 1v1 in Queen's Blood, Grant, if that's ever an option, someday with some magical expansion, you would destroy me. John Larson writes in and says, I'd like to send a special shout out to the development team that worked on Costa del Sol. The tables, chairs, and plants respawn about every 5 seconds after I destroyed them with my Segway, allowing me to zoom up and down the boardwalk as a force of destruction. And Mike C says, Costa del Sol will never financially recover from the destruction I wrought on my wheelie. And then Justin W says, I demand we get Segways to traverse the outside region of Costa del Sol. Demand, I say. Just on a little wheelie going across the world map.
All those suspension bridges and rails.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Has anybody here been on a Segway before?
No, I never have.
No.
I believe I have, yeah.
What do you mean you believe
Bullshit,
you
you
have?
believe you have.
It was in...
You would know.
At Gearbox. I feel
Is
like we
it?
talked about this before, yeah.
Probably,
But Randy
yeah.
Pitchford was like teaching Dan Reichert, and I believe myself how to ride a Segway. It seems
Yeah.
weird that I wouldn't have ridden that if I wasn't
This doesn't check out.
Yeah. Look, Ronnie, you have a...
Looks fun.
You know it's fun because you used it in Rebirth, but unfortunately it uses a lot of Mako.
Does.
No, they say that it's like very Mako efficient is how they put it. Right?
Did they really?
So you don't have to feel guilty about the party using it.
Right, but I did have a moment where I was like, I like that because the first time they mentioned that, I was like, oh, that's interesting. Like, so in theory, Barrett should be freaking out about anything that uses electricity in this world. And then I feel like they really leaned into that in Gold Saucer in a perfect way. It was like, okay, yes, if you were as manic as you should be based on what we know of your past, like Gold Saucer should melt your brain. And I love that it does it for Barrett.
Yeah.
Ryan McGinnis writes in and says, I did some testing to find out how fast the party runs. Since there's a counter on the wheelies to measure distance, I found out exactly how far 100 yards is. I then had Cloud and the party sprint it. It was 11 seconds.
Okay.
Which puts them just outside the top 25 fastest runners on Earth and only 1.86 seconds slower than Usain Bolt's 100-yard dash.
Incredible. Wow.
Also, hang on, Ryan McGinnis raises and says, also Tifa Booba Aichi Mama. And
yeah. Good point. Say more.
I don't know.
Surprised that wasn't most common comment.
Michael B. writes in
a lot to unpack there.
Asking, is it canon that Tifa has really bad BO? She mentions needing a shower during combat a lot in the first game, and then Cloud tells her there's a shower when they get to Johnny's beachside resort. And then they do take a shower. You get to hear Aerith complaining about the shower. There's a lot in this game already of just kind of like, Tifa and Aerith are naked, just on the other side of that door. Like, there's a lot of that.
You're right.
But I do think the game
which is fun.
Yeah, and I do think the game is more fun overall if you imagine that Tifa, her fatal flaw is just horrific.
It's like that's why she's single.
Yeah, this doesn't make any, like, as a gamer playing your TV, you're like, what is going on? What is everybody's problem?
Everyone's is repulsed.
Cartoon stink clouds coming off of her.
But look, we'd all like to smell it just a little bit. Hey, Pinguini writes in and says, I'm grateful for the cardboard wall in front of Johnny's hotel.
Yeah.
Nothing like a good slow squeeze between boxes to start the day in Costa del Sol.
Absolutely.
Who was that person that said we wouldn't be squeezing through things for load times again?
Oh, that piece of crap on YouTube. Let me call him out for the inner great deepest dive.
Yes.
This making me laugh. They're like, hey, I got this sweet hotel. I got to fix it up. I wish more people stayed here. It's like, well, clear out the boxes that are blocking the path in your resort town to your hotel, buddy.
We all knew we'd be seeing Johnny at some point, right?
Yeah, I guess so. If you put a gun to my head, I don't think I would have called that out, but it makes
I would
sense.
not have thought of it, but
I wouldn't have desired it in any way.
now that he's
when we
here.
left Kyrie on the dock of Junon.
I hope that was
Midgar was, in our
Left
rear
behind
view
us.
mirror.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cruising to Costa del Sol. Here we are.
The one thing about Johnny is that it's so weird to hear Peter Parker's voice coming out of him. Does that bother you too?
I did not connect it. Somebody wrote in about like, dude, Yuri Lowenthal. I can't hear it. Nick W. pointed it out, and like, I did not connect.
Likewise.
Yeah,
apparently
Nick
bad with
W.
the voice actors, but that is Spider-Man, huh?
Yep. It's Spider-Man with like 10% more dude. That's his thing.
I will say, Johnny, sure. Like, overall, not having a big impact on me. However, this is the part that breaks my brain with how smart it is. Having a blah character, you're like, hey, now I'm running this hotel. It's like, oh, that's kind of fun. Also, it's multiplicity, and there are a bunch of clones of me thanks to Yuffie's ninja skills. That is the greatest premise. Now, honestly, if I see Johnny, I'm excited to see him. And that's such a smart supernatural twist. So, like, take a boring character, but what if he's accidentally cloned himself and it's multiplying and it's basically Sorcerer's Apprentice from Fantasia and
it's
all over
Yuffie's
the
fault.
world.
Yes.
That's so good.
Two things about this. One, remember how we were like talking about Chadley, the sea guy, and how
Let's not give him more power. Let's not give him more power.
Please,
Just say the guy.
the seaman, please.
Everybody is annoyed
Cloud, are
by
you talking about semen?
And the developers are like, guess what? He's in charge of all the open world stuff now. I sense a similar intention behind Johnny, where they're like, hey, did you like Johnny last game? No? Well, guess what? There's a dozen.
I really thought it was going to be smoke and mirrors for just like the Hojo section where there was multiple. The fact that they doubled down on it and those still exist. What kind of powers does Yuffie have?
So
that is a very good question.
Did some research on this.
What do you mean?
I was like, what is the leaf on the head?
Yes.
That clone thing.
Right.
And so I own a book called Mystic Arts of the Ninja.
Hang on. So when you say you do research, you went to your library?
Yeah, my
like
library of
Sephiroth?
Ninja arts, yes.
Wait a minute. 1977. I was great in the lab.
There was nothing in my book about it.
Okay.
So I went to the internet. So take from this what you will. The folklore behind the tanuki, the raccoon-like animal in Japan.
Ronnie went as a tanuki
when I was
for
in
Halloween.
yes, when I was in kindergarten, and
His mom
turn
made him a
into a statue?
costume.
it was an amazing costume. By
Got
the
any
way,
pics?
Beautiful.
Yeah, I think we got some pics.
All right.
Some pics.
There's no pics.
Yes.
Some pics.
This guy's lying for attention.
The tanuki, if I have this right, could activate its powers of illusion by putting a leaf on its forehead.
Oh, is that what's going on?
That is what I read. So that is the underpinning of this ninja technique.
How about that?
Very cool.
Yeah,
cool.
Joe Kovchinsky wrote in on Patreon and said, Yuffie created fully functional, autonomous, sentient human beings that were used as cannon fodder and unpaid labor. Should we consider her Hojo Jr.?
A little bit.
Yes.
I think she's more powerful than Hojo. Hojo wishes she had magical Yuffie powers.
That's the kind of fun thing about Yuffie right now is she just extremely powerful? Like both in combat and out of combat, the fact that she can create clones herself.
I think so. Yeah. Let's see. We got Abby S says, as someone who loves video game photo modes, the Cactar scavenger hunt minigame was cool because it gives you a camera to take pics of the pink cactars, but you can pull it out anytime after you have initiated the hunt. When you have the camera out, there's an option to save a screenshot when you take a picture. It even saves it with a nice little white border. Had a lot of fun trying to get nice pictures of Red and Aerith and Tifa, of course. Well, come on. The built-in photo mode leaves a lot to be desired. I just wish it had a bit more maneuverability. Still fun to play with, though. So that's just during that sequence, right? I can't still whip out that camera, can I? I guess I haven't tried.
think so.
Is it down on the D-pad or something?
Yeah.
But that was maybe my peak frustration in this entire chunk, was taking those cactar photos, because I was like, I was looking at it, I could have sworn it's like, oh no, I wasn't zoomed in to the 30% level, because it said
It's a very weird and finicky thing to get them in the right zone.
Like it
it
gave you the range that it was looking for, and it would give you like +-5 on that zoom too.
Was that? Yeah.
Also, for some reason, it took me forever to find that little one on the fire hydrant.
Yep. Oh, there's 3 of them next to each other. That's tough. Yeah.
I really appreciate that they gave you like the indicator that you're within the region though.
Yes.
Instead of just giving you like a blind faith type thing.
Right.
By the way, I know this is like jumping around just a little bit, but do you remember that with when it was Aerith and Tifa, and they were just walking around, and you could flip between the two?
Yeah.
Do you get that little dialogue option? That little dialogue that just says like, I don't know, Aerith, like you switch between like Aerith and Tifa, and then Aerith says something like, "Teach me your ways, O Tifa."
I got it right here. Billy B's got
Was
your
it-
back.
yeah, what is it?
saying, during Aerith and Tifa's
love
search
that.
for swimwear, there's a moment when switching from Aerith to Tifa where Aerith says in an almost spiritual manner, "Guide me, O Tifa."
Yes.
With a response from Tifa of, "Come, my child." This little exchange is one of my favorite moments in the entire franchise so far. The dialogue in this game is so fun and thoughtful.
That was my like Yuffie moment for this.
That's the best.
Yeah, like I just love that.
I mean, overall, I
There's
do
this
think
humor behind that. I just love that.
the tone of Rebirth,
It's
something
they're
I'm
nailing
super
it.
sensitive to, and it's pitch perfect, like
Yeah.
10 out of 10 tone. It's unbelievable how well they're nailing that.
Did you get that? Did you get that dialogue?
The Tifa and Aerith one?
yeah.
Yeah.
did.
I think this is jumping ahead a little
Yeah,
bit, but it's just in
okay.
terms of like, what are you talking about? What do you want from me?
Nothing.
Back off, Jack. No, but this is jumping ahead a little bit. But the line that killed me was when Red's using his sense of smell later on in a side quest, right?
Yeah.
And Cloud's like, "Oh, what do I smell like?" Okay, hang on. Let's see if do you remember this?
Oh,
Yeah, so,
Exactly.
Yeah. Hang on, I gotta find the exact wording because
It's like not foul.
Red says, "You smell like someone who's killed his fair share of fiends," and then Cloud says, "Oh, like blood and then." It's like, that's such a wild
yeah.
line. Just say Cloud smells like blood and
Like all these fiends are evacuating the moment you kill them.
100%, yeah.
he does smear it. Yeah.
I think my favorite moment of chapter 6 is the sunset scene right after
Oh my
you're
God.
done.
Oh yeah.
Fighting.
Can we get
Ho-
to that in a little bit? Because there's still a lot to get to if you don't
fighting
mind.
Hojo's robot, but
yeah.
Grant,
Okay.
Yeah. One thing we should talk about is
Grant's so mad he's going to...
Grant's gonna flip the table.
is the scene before, I think it's right before Tifa and Aerith start their hangout.
Yes.
Where they're getting ready at the hotel or at the
Right.
Seaside Inn.
Yeah.
And Aerith is talking about her white materia.
Yes.
It's clear now, which
Right.
implies that it is no longer functional, I guess.
Insinuates.
Which is really interesting, especially then compared to the materia in Zach's timeline, where it does feel like it still does have the white cloudiness to it.
Yes.
Yep.
So,
And she,
So there's something there.
I think she implies that the Whispers did that, right?
Right.
She's like, they stole her knowledge and or memories, and
Right.
and that was crucial to this materia that she has.
yeah, it's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
Okay, let's save it. There's a lot to get into.
Okay.
Bino, real quick, says, hey, they really do blow out everything from the original to a ridiculous degree, don't they? Example, in the OG Final Fantasy VII, I don't know if you remember this, but a couple of kids kick a ball at Red
Yes.
13 in Costa del Sol,
Yes.
and he would knock it back at them with his tail. Will that moment still be in Rebirth, I wondered? Well, not exactly, but instead they give us a full-blown freaking Rocket League minigame as Red 13 in its place. Absolute mad lads at Square Enix.
Yep.
And Buttlicker, William M. Buttlicker respectfully writes in and calls the Rocket League minigame the biggest piece of crap in video game history. And Jack G has a great point saying, before we had Rocket League, in the olden days, we actually called that soccer.
Oh.
So that's what you're playing as Red 13. I didn't mind that much. I didn't find it that frustrating. Maybe I wasn't trying
No,
to
I
100%
get it,
as
but-
much as you goons, but...
Well, yeah, no. I mean, it just seemed like it was. I had more frustration with the shooting minigame than I had.
Oh, I did too. Especially the worst was I was playing
multiple
on
tries.
PlayStation Portal, like the little handheld thing.
Yeah.
And so I was desperate to use the motion sensing, which normally I wouldn't use, but it feels like the type of game where that would actually come in handy. But PlayStation Portal, there's no motion sensing option. I turned it on, it was like, "Whack!" It was just completely broken.
yeah.
Also, the piano minigame, unusable when you're streaming to a PlayStation Portal. Like the timing is just
Oh,
F.
that's too
Yeah.
hard to do. I did like the line on that piano minigame where they say, I don't want to hear excuses. I want to hear you playing the goddamn piano.
That was Madam M.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
reminded me a little bit of sit your ass down and drink some goddamn tea, which maybe we can get into in a
Yeah.
future episode. But yeah, I love that too, where it's like, okay, you give her the magic massage from Madam M, and now Tifa can play the piano beautifully.
Yes.
But I couldn't before. I love too in the soccer game that you're going up against those other dogs, and it's like the classic Final Fantasy dog with like the big tentacle thing.
Yeah.
And it's head, and this is really
Rufus's dog.
yeah.
Yeah.
But also it goes through so many
Weird
different
dog
Final Fantasy
for-
games.
like
Test
President.
Subject Zero or something like that.
Well, no, that's something else. That's
something
later
else?
on.
Okay.
Something else weird later on. But this is a really dorky thing, but this seems like the right place to talk about it. But when I was visiting Square Enix in 2016 for the Final Fantasy 15 cover story trip with Game Informer, we got to go to Yoshitaka Umano's art gallery, like art space, his office basically, and he's the artist who does like the first drafts
Freaking
on all
awesome.
these Final Fantasy characters. And we got to go there with the director of 15, Tabata, and it was him getting approval for the special edition art of 15 from Amano. And then we just got to watch that exchange. It was fascinating. And then we interviewed Amano and stuff too. But I'm bringing it up not to brag, but because when you walked into Amano's art space, he has a giant sculpture of that dog with the full tentacle
Really?
hair, like life-size version of
That's
it.
an interesting
It's
thing.
incredible.
So how much of a role did he have in 7? Because was 7 the first game where it was not Amano designs? Am I thinking
they're
about that?
still Amano designs.
Really? I always thought it was Nomura who designed Cloud and all the other
No, I think he does. I think Nomura does a lot of the concept art as well. But like earliest, I think it's even by 7. I think it was largely ceremonial. But there is early Amano art of like Aerith and Cloud, and like I want to say, is it Barret or Red that just looks wild? But it's kind of definitely diminishing. It's like, okay, let's have him do this and have him kind of have the iconic art. He made the Meteor logo and all that stuff, But
Cool.
It seems like Nomura's doing most of the concept art beyond the kind of funky Amano art.
Okay.
Let me see if they have. Oh yeah,
Oh, cool.
Yeah, for Mono's art for 7, if you look at that, yeah,
my
red just
God.
looks so bizarre. So that's like the
looks
earliest
amazing.
sketches of that. Yeah, but it doesn't look like the characters really at all.
No, not
you
at
know?
all. But I mean, like, yeah, in that style, that's very cool.
I heard you guys talking about Dog Soccer. That mini game felt really half baked.
Yeah.
I don't know if I couldn't tell if you guys liked it. I couldn't tell the vibe in here.
No, it was like I didn't have
gave you
feelings
plenty of
about
time.
it.
Yeah, they were pretty generous on the time, I thought, so I didn't ever fail it.
Yeah.
And that helped it.
Yes.
Because you're right. If I had failed it, I would have hated it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Part of me felt the time was too long for the fear that if you were to fail it, I would not want to redo it.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Look, I know everyone bashes the minigames in this game. I get it. But at this part
They're
of the
not
game...
all, no. I mean, no.
Well,
they're not all bad.
Everybody
Like,
else hates this game in a big way. As far as I can tell from talking to people in the MinnMax show, everybody hates everything.
I love Fort Condor though. Like,
Okay. Oh, really? Okay.
yeah,
Fort Condor was great. Yeah.
Queen's Blood and Fort Condor. Give me more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a little pirate shooting game. They
fun
have.
enough.
It was okay. They have.
I did not like
hated
that one, actually.
They have a blueprint. Resident Evil 4's shooting gallery is
It's so good.
the best shooting minigame you could possibly make.
But it's also a game that has a lot of shooting, and the shooting feels great in it. You
true.
know?
That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
But if you're gonna borrow something, like if you're gonna try to make a dirty version of Rocket League, make a dirty version of the shooting gallery. It's already there. It's out there.
The weird part is, I feel like they removed the roller coaster sequence from Gold Saucer, and they put that kind of just like light gun shooting gallery crap in at the end of chapter 8 with Barrett shooting out of the back of the buggy.
Yes, they
and then
did.
also like the weird pirate shooting gallery. And it's like, I don't know if I needed that. I was fine with that not being here. But what I was thinking about is when all these mini games are trickling out in this game, I'm like, well, I feel like they're kind of shoehorned by the design. They got to do it because they got to pack Gold Saucer with all these mini games. It's kind of the iconic thing about Gold Saucer. But then you get to Gold Saucer and so many of these mini games aren't there. Maybe eventually they'll have the here's
They had
the,
like
the
the
wild run
snowboarding
section
one that we're working on for the future.
Oh my
that.
god, that's
I
so
love-
fun to
yeah.
see. That's so fun to see. Rooster writes in and says, I'm loving my time with Rebirth so far, even the repetitive quests in the open world. The combat and vibes are so good, I'm in no hurry to rush the story. My one complaint is that some of the minigames are so difficult. My old dad wrist can't take the fast tapping required for Pirates Rampage.
Yeah, I totally get that.
And I could only beat Desert Rush and get Tifa's weapon by following a YouTube video walkthrough near perfectly. The games are fun, but they're just too unforgiving overall.
Did you guys do Desert Rush?
I broke out into a cold sweat as soon as I saw there was a box breaking mini game because I spent 3-4 hours on
And
the
this
Yuffie
one was-
in the Yuffie DLC, and I could not get the top score.
To me, this one was more difficult. Like,
I did get this one,
okay, yeah.
and I got it in probably 4 tries.
And
so-
is the
Yeah, that's why I run that.
are any of these prizes worth it? Other than the Sephiroth card, I
you
haven't
get
heard
the
anybody
Tifa-
brag about equipment or anything.
Well,
they're getting
one
from
is
these.
one is a weapon for
Dragon Gloves?
Tifa.
Yeah.
Is what?
It's a weapon for Tifa.
Okay,
It's her Dragon
but-
Gloves.
Is it very good?
Yes.
Yes.
I feel like I'm backed up on learning abilities from all my weapons anyway.
Oh, you got to do that.
You're not equipping them right away and then just
I am.
spamming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spamming.
Spamming
like
whatever the
figuring
new,
out what the proficiency bonus
Yeah.
is. and
I don't think I am doing that.
If the base attack isn't higher than what I'm using, I just haven't been equipping the new weapons.
Yeah.
I
Really?
get that,
No,
but I'm
like,
like,
even
I
if
need to
the
I need to
ability-
learn everything.
No. If the numbers are bad and the numbers aren't good,
And I think in
Then
this
you're like,
game
I
more
don't
than
need
so
this
many
new
other
weapon.
games, like a lot of them, you'll get a new
what are
weapon.
you saying?
if numbers are bad, then I don't use it.
But a lot of the new weapons, you
don't
think like,
get it.
well, this is going to be a slam dunk. Like even Final Fantasy 16, it's like new weapon, it's better, equip it, move on. And in this game, it's very much like, well, the magic attack is going to be up by 4, but your physical attack's down by 7. It's like,
I take that hit
So
'cause
what
I
I'll
gotta
do
learn that
then,
skill, yeah.
but I'll do, yeah, but then like I'll get the proficiency bonus and then go back to the one usually with the highest physical attack. That's what I'll do.
The other thing about these weapons
Thinking man's
is that you
move.
got to check in
yeah.
every now and then because you like will get another special ability slot on them or a perk slot or whatever you would call those things. And I like find those and I'm like, how long have I been going without equipping something in here? Probably 5 hours.
Ian T. Clark writes in and says, anyone else really like the Shinra businessman?
Oh, the middle manager.
Manager, yes.
Oh yeah,
He's from the train on.
yeah,
Very
he
good
is,
memory.
Yep.
Yes,
By
from
the
the
way,
train.
One of the most common comments, top 4, was people talking about the Shinra middle manager. They really love this guy, especially on the beach.
shaking his fists.
Yep, when he quits, they take this Mako and shove it up your ass.
I did not quite follow his arc there. Like what happened that caused him to get to that point?
Seeing Hojo attack them,
was just it?
maybe? I
Yeah,
guess.
maybe that was
Like
it.
they were nice to him, and then Hojo attacked them. So I guess that's it.
I like that they
Because
kept-
he was in
that's
Junon
awesome.
as well, right? We saw him in Junon.
Oh, I don't remember.
He was like doing a TV interview, I think.
Okay.
Where like a reporter,
was he really?
Yeah, was like, hey, what do you think about this? And he's like trying to give really cool, smart answers.
Okay.
Kind of failing at it.
There we go.
Yeah.
I like that they retain the spirit of the original game and that Hojo, it's in my notes, how is Hojo pulling anybody? How are any women attracted to Hojo?
Well, because
They said
it's
they
just,
were being paid, right?
It's just the money thing, right?
no, but I love that
Where's he getting all this money from?
they talk from
He's just being a
Shinra.
Shinra.
energy.
Yeah, he's like the head of a department. He's
People pay
loaded.
for Mako, but nobody specifically. They said that like the big luring thing was like, "Don't you want to be the mother of the next
That
hero?"
was the creepiest part of the whole game.
incredible.
And they were all like, "Oh, I can't resist a man in white lab coats," but like that is
Just
the
like real
twisted
life.
weird part. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because those are the people you get the Cloud and Aerith date quest from. Those three women, and I think you talked to them
was that
about
them? Oh, yeah, okay.
You talked to them about it, and they're like, "Oh, that was just we were just being nice to Hojo as a favor to the mayor." and
Right,
blah,
yeah,
blah, blah.
yeah.
Right.
They're just like,
So-
we're
Even
good.
Johnny's working for Shinra, like you know,
We doesn't like it.
Yeah, the Hojo looks really disgusting in this game, doesn't he? I'm trying to like, does he look like anyone to you guys? I was
He
like,
looks like
it's
how
half-
John Lennon would look today.
Okay, I was like, he looks.
I was
a
going
little
to
bit
say like
Eric
a
Roberts
common
to me.
housefly.
Like John Lennon would look today.
Yeah, there you go. I kept hoping people would push him in that pool or something.
Drown him in an ocean. I mean, that's another situation where it's just like, Barrett, take the shot, bro. And then Aerith in particular is like, no, hold off. And then when you have the conversation with her on the beach and she's like, I struggle with
Yes.
wanting to murder that man.
I hate how I think about myself when Hojo's involved. Because when there's like 2 times when she's like, no, Barrett, don't do it right now.
Yeah.
And like, we've done enough. Let him leave or whatever. I'm like, why? Why would we not try to destroy Hojo?
Yeah.
And then you talk to her on the beach and she's like, I really hate how I, feel about myself when I think about that guy. So it turned into a nice like character moment there.
Yeah, you're right. I guess that's better than just, we haven't really had that Barrett reflecting on not killing Rufus at this point conversation. Nate V says, I spent hours running around Costa del Sol doing mini games and collecting tickets in order to buy beach clothes because apparently it is forbidden to even step foot on the beach unless you meet the required dress code. And then 30 seconds later, Hojo comes sauntering out of the beach in full lab coat science guy attire, and the black robes are also apparently beach approved attire. What exactly is the dress code here? How does this work?
When I had the question last week or the other week about how did the black robes get across that swamp
Yeah.
when we had to get chocobos, and somebody said like, oh, probably Sephiroth helped them or whatever.
Sure.
I assume Sephiroth got them onto that beach.
Someone's got some extra tickets.
Yeah, smart.
Is he talking to the guys who's doing one of these numbers? Like, you don't have to worry about their beach attire.
Cloaks are in this season.
These aren't the cloaks you're looking for.
Taylor C writes in, finally getting to the gold mine that Ronnie's been screaming about for hours. What bathing suits did you creeps pick? I went with a shirtless Cloud, long beach skirt Aerith, and frilly bathing suit for Tifa. The game wants us to be horny, Ben. We're all adults and mature pixels here. Absolutely not. We will not be horny on this establishment. So what'd you guys choose for the creepy swimsuit?
Yeah.
I gotta go shirtless Cloud, right?
Oh, yeah.
I went with tropical shirt Cloud, actually.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Homophobic. It is funny to have I had that weird moment of like, wow, shirtless Cloud, but then it's like, why not?
Yeah.
Like, why is this striking me as a weird thing? It's like,
I did not
hey,
see him put any sunscreen on, so you gotta wear a shirt, man.
but it's like, yeah,
so
there's
pale.
a weird moment where there's like an emotional scene and you get to see his nipples. But other than that, it's like, yeah, of course you should have shirtless Cloud in the game. It makes everything more fun.
Yeah.
My choices were pervy shirtless.
I
will also go with pervy shirtless.
I went to pervy Tifa, but then it was like frilly, maid bikini, and I was like, this is disrespectful towards Tifa. So I went classy Tifa, pervy either side of Tifa. And she respected me.
Yeah, you chose very poorly. You really did. You really messed up
But
there.
still having that when you're walking down the steps onto the beach, everyone's like, oh.
Yeah.
And I love it. Did you catch that moment too with Red? Where Red looks at them and it's like, huh? And he used the voice that was in the room with Aerith.
You kidding me?
No, he has.
That
goes,
is awesome.
He says like, "Whoa," and then he corrects himself like, "Oh," and like, coughs.
Wow.
Yeah.
Looking quite diaphanous.
Yeah, you look like a dolphin. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know what's-
Good humans
Like,
look
I don't
like.
know.
Yeah.
Which is a lie.
But then later, I'm confused by Red's sexuality in a lot of different ways because I
Let's
think
talk about
I think he is into the women a little bit because later in the Gold Saucer when they're dancing, like Cloud and Barrett are like, "Whoa," got cartoon wolf,
Yeah, yeah.
and then Red like jumps on their back.
Oh,
and
he
just
does.
starts-
He's like, yeah.
No, but the weird thing about it, he's actually
part is
humping Barrett.
You did that mini game?
No, but he does jump on their back. And he's like, let me look at him. Let me look at him. You know, so it's like, what is going on with
He
this?
just wants to be part of the show.
Just like a horny dog.
It's just like the squatting mini game.
Dodge Red 13 humping you? Adaptive triggers. But it was very fun to have. It was just fun for the whole family to have a bunch of bikinis out there.
Alternate gear is always fun in an RPG because these characters wear the same thing forever, regardless of the environment. So anytime you get to switch it up, that's fun.
Yeah, and it's very
and
fun
if you're
too.
going to the beach, you're probably going to swim, so you got to put the most swimsuit-like outfit on.
Right.
Yep.
And also, this is the moment where like watching everybody's like the different way that people walk, particularly like between Aerith and Tifa, the way that they like animate the walk is like Aerith is like very dainty, but like Tifa has more of like a like more of a swagger or like a sway about her because I don't know, I was just kind of like she's more of like a fighter.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like had it was just an interesting thing, like just like watching like how well they animate like everybody's independent, just like nonverbal personality.
Yeah,
ultimately.
yeah. And I love too when then trouble breaks out and then Cloud reaches for his sword and it's not there. It's like, all right, I guess I'll use an umbrella. Like that was so fun. I love that. Juan 1 wrote in about how much he enjoyed the umbrella fight. And it's like, yep, it's not going to impact your damage in a big way. It's not going to do one damage every time.
That was a Yakuza moment right there.
Yep,
Yes.
absolutely. I love it. Have you guys played Infinite Wealth yet?
No,
Playing this game.
Yeah,
I am too.
think
I can't wait to get back to Infinite Wealth as much as I'm enjoying Rebirth. So Dan H writes in and says, Yuffie's epic intro and pitch to join the team at the end of chapter 6, followed by Cloud simply saying, cool. And walking off screen got the biggest laugh out of me. The comedic timing was just perfect. It felt like a John Oliver delivery, you know, just cutting back to him going, cool. It was an incredible moment for sure. Yuffie's personality. How are we feeling about it in general?
I was cool on it in the beginning. I'm warming up to it.
I am too.
A little bit more like at the end of chapter 8. Yeah.
Yeah. Glubtrub says, Yuffie acts like every theater kid I met in high school, and that's probably why I have a negative bias against her. I absolutely get that. But yeah, she does. She has these little moments where like, oh, that's just fun. You know, when you're controlling her later on and you open or like you activate the elevator and then Tifa and Barrett come up and she has this like little cute waddle as she's like walking towards the door as it's opening up. It's like, God, that gets me.
Yeah.
And then again, it's a lot of her and Barrett. Like that relationship gets me in a
It's
big
fun.
way too.
Like I'm loving that they're leaning into that.
She's kind of wearing me down slightly. I have some deep-seated resentment towards Yuffie from
Oh yeah, we got to work through that.
from Final Fantasy original games. So
Because-
it'll take some time.
Do you think her being like materia is it working in this game? It feels
No,
I agree.
it's not. But it's also like not. She has different parts of her personality that are shining through now. So that one dimensionality that they had in the original game, like it's shoehorned in, and it's not really needed at this point.
I agree.
I would imagine that it's going to like culminate into something. So it's still going to be there.
Yeah.
So there's the part where you get to the ruined reactor at Corel, and she like launches into her backstory for the party.
Yes.
Right? And this is another one of these moments where the game all of a sudden gets way more dark than maybe it is even intending, because she's basically a child victim of war who has become radicalized by the like puppet government that is working in concert.
Interim government.
The interim government I love that they like talk about like why an interim government. I love that.
Yeah, and so she's just like being weaponized by them essentially against Shinra in their like imaginary conflict or whatever the plan is for this.
Very odd.
And
I thought I had a handle on that. Now I don't.
Yeah. And it's just like it makes her like such a victim of this stuff. And so when she says stuff like, I'm going to be so powerful, it's scary. It's like kind of sad if you think too much about it, because she's like, she's like has this revenge that she wants for, the crimes that were committed against Wutai.
Yeah.
But she's like working for people who don't have that in mind and are just like, throwing her at different situations.
And
stuff
that's
like
just
that.
based on Glenn appearing in our glimpses of confusing Glenn. But in theory, there's still other. So what she says there is she says that, which by the way, it's a fascinating spot to like squeeze in some Yuffie backstory. It's odd, but sure. But so she says that Colonel Lodbrok, who's Glenn, came to Wutai in the war, and it was 3 former Shinra soldiers. So those are the people from Ever Crisis, that they got together to form the interim government and are kind of the heroes and saviors of this entire thing. But do you think that entire interim government is a confusing sham?
Well, if they're on top of it, then that is,
I guess so.
has to be what it is, right?
Yes, unless Glenn has just gone rogue from them. But the last bit we see of Glenn, where he's talking to Rufus, like it confused things a little bit more, where it had a more of a mystical realm, right? Where he like warps in, and then Rufus is like, who are you?
Yeah.
And that led me to believe that that's like Rufus seeing a manifestation of Sephiroth in some way.
In a way.
Did you have that read too?
Yes.
Like there was something weird going on
like
there.
There's something, yes, it's something here in which Sephiroth is now, like the way that I wondered about is exactly that. Like is Sephiroth like influencing something in the political realm by using like a political figure that Rufus would recognize to get
that
something
Sephiroth
that he
knows.
wants. Exactly.
Since he says you're supposed to be a dead man, and that was in the first encounter they have.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so we would
Right.
think that Sephiroth is masquerading as him both times we've seen him now then?
I thought just a second, but if if that's the way he phrases it in the first one, maybe
because it's basically like we only just learned about this Glenn Rufus like plot together, right? And so we don't have much information about that. And then this scene shows up and there's a whole new wrinkle of Rufus being like, I don't know who or what you are, etc.
Yeah. It is really odd, but it's doing a good job of building up hype for Wutai and what that conflict is going to look like and how it's more complicated than you think.
Yeah, definitely some intrigue there.
Yeah, and having a mystical element to the war between Shinra and Wutai, like that's a cool idea.
Yeah.
Sam E writes in and says, I've been rewatching the deepest dive y'all did on Intergrade. Could you tell these guys what happened in it?
Please do.
Intermission.
The panel was wondering how Yuffie would develop from her happy-go-lucky self after Sonan's death. Well, turns out the answer in Rebirth is she learned to button up her shorts. If that's not character development, I don't know what is. That's it, baby.
point.
Now she's a fully grown human. Deuterato writes in, says, as much as I enjoy controlling Yuffie, I wish there were more slots for party combinations.
I do too.
I had the classic Avalanche squad with Tifa and Barrett, Boys squad with Red and Barrett, and Girl squad with Tifa and Aerith. Now I have to force Yuffie into the mix? Feels like having to include your little sister in a game with your friends.
Yeah. Don't get me started on Kate Sith.
Well, I haven't had him in combat yet. I don't know how that's going to go.
Did you play ahead or what?
Yeah,
No.
hang on.
Nope.
Good.
Yes, I did. I did.
You dirty dog. I think at the end of chapter 8 they talk about this. No, they don't. No, they don't. Hey, Jason C says, the boss fight on the beach really stood out as a bigger but not better moment in this game. Hojo and Costa del Sol was such a weird little encounter in the original. I feel like turning it into a boss fight really undercuts its delightful silliness.
You're right. It is.
That is a great point.
Yes, it is silly. And also, like, what we know about how the remake is handling Hojo is that Hojo is real bad.
Right.
Real
and you
evil.
can't up that without, I guess, letting some fight happen there or just being pure silly?
some moment. They're going to capitalize on that moment in a way that says like, oh yeah, you really need to hate Hojo here.
Yeah.
And to lean on the other way, I think goes against what they're trying to do with Hojo.
Yeah, so Sam M has an interesting take, saying, I dislike how the game handles its antagonists overall. In Chapter 6, Hojo shows up, monologues like a buffoon, taunts and cackles at the party before exiting the scene with barely any acknowledgement. This happens later with the Turks and Palmer as well. I'm finding it hard to take any of the story seriously when the fights against the villains feel so disposable with no real effect on the narrative. For a game that has always been held up as one of the JRPG greats, I can't believe how underwhelming the entire cast is outside of the party and Sephiroth.
I would. It's fine to have a ridiculous moment with Palmer because I think he is kind of supposed to be a ridiculous person.
Yeah.
With Hojo, I understand it because he is such a terrible person who is, from what we have seen so far, behind a lot of the terrible things that have happened in this world. And so to have a goofy, boss battle and stuff with him is a little less understandable than it is with Palmer.
I do like there was one line that Hojo had when he in the boss fight when he's trying to abduct everybody and then Yuffie comes to save the day and all that stuff. But he has some line where he's like, "Are you really so terrified at the thought of coming with me?" It's like I do like that. Like from his perspective, he's so warped that this is the greatest honor you could have is to be abducted to come to my lab and let me strap a weird
just
demon
like
on
when he was talking to the captain and was like, "Yeah, we'll give you a great funeral."
Right.
Wouldn't you love that?
Yeah, exactly. We'll find your body, I promise. This is going to be awesome. Yes. But I think there's something there. I like Rufus. I like how
I think they're nailing it with Rufus.
Yeah. But I do think that dynamic's interesting. Every time they cut to a boardroom and it's that dynamic of like a bunch of frickin' cartoon characters who I also like. Maybe this is a sick way of looking at it, but I like too how like everyone else is, I guess just Hojo and Palmer are also just like, these women, wow, I'm in it kind of for the sex and money, and Rufus is just asexual. Like, I am a man on a mission. I have a lot to prove. I'm not my father. Here we go. And then everyone else gets to be kind of a buffoon or just like pure evil, like Scarlet and Heidegger.
Right.
Either they're super sexual doing it for money and women, and I guess torture like Hojo is,
Research.
There it is. Yeah, but I see what they're saying. It is an odd group, but I do think Rufus is an interesting person at this point.
I do think Rufus is an interesting. I feel like they're handling the Turks to. I think
the Turks, of course,
like a very successful effect where like Lena's providing I think like the comedic content of the Turks, but
that's what she always was.
Yeah, and I feel like
she's
that's
great.
like she's always been, but she's also like quite powerful in this.
Jumping out of a helicopter and
landing
out of a
helicopter, like you're like, oh my god, like having this Terminator moment, like like holy crap. But like rude, and also like Sang, who we don't really see, we haven't seen a lot of yet,
but he's been cool.
He's been cool. Like, so I think yes, we're getting like the B tier kind of villains right now, like particularly with Palmer. Like Palmer was that
C tier baddie.
I mean B plus probably.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, like I also think that like Scarlet and Heidegger are more interesting.
I feel like after chapter 8, you have more of a reason to hate Scarlet. Like the fact that they make her pick up the gun herself this time around and like shoot off Barrett's arm. Like, okay, that's some more juice there.
Didn't she shoot in the original?
I think she did.
Nope,
yeah.
I rewatched it.
Really?
So the soldiers are on the bridge shooting, and she runs up like, "You can't hit anything!" And she runs up, and then it's a close up, and it's panning, and all the soldiers have guns, and she's just going like this with her hands.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So she's screaming at them and directing them. Yeah.
Those scenes were really gruesome, weren't they? There was so many bullets cutting through people.
Yes.
It was interesting. They had little blood clouds, but their arms were just perfectly intact.
I know. It should have been like, 128 hours, just like severed arm level of graphic intensity.
That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
Just show the blood. Honestly, look, I don't think any of us are these gamers, and there's probably those gamers out there.
Yeah.
There are those gamers that are just like, more gore the better.
Doom players.
They're freaking, hey, guys, this is an
Doom
anti-Doom establishment, right?
No, I love Doom. I do. Good games.
Have you ever been excited about gore?
Not really. No.
In any medium?
It's no.
What is
particularly
are we
not
flawed? I feel like
no.
we're
I mean, like not in
in
movies. I don't like gore in movies.
Yeah.
In video games, it doesn't bug me. It's also not something that I was just like, oh, that's
like I
awesome.
like seeing fatality animations in
I
Mortal
was just
Kombat.
gonna say Mortal Kombat is kind of an
but
outlier
if that
there.
was if there was zero blood and it was like, watch me rip this polygonal model apart the same way, I think I'd have the exact same level of enjoyment.
Maybe.
No, not maybe. No, maybe.
I disagree. But
James W. Grant, remember those bloody sickos?
I'm trying to think of movies or games where it made sense. I guess there's a few scenes. Well, like Sin City. There was one.
Okay.
Kill Bill.
Well,
I mean, I'm thinking like shooting Hitler, I guess, End of Inglourious Bastards.
Inglourious Bastards.
Or shooting Hitler in Bionic Commando.
I don't know that one. Yeah.
Where his head explodes. And
Right. Hey, James W. wrote in, by the way, do you know how many NES games Ross plays?
How many NES?
NES?
A lot of them.
Like,
really?
Like how many NES games? And it's not like us, like we dabble on an emulator and be like, all right, that's all right.
Do you like play them?
To completion.
I try to beat them.
Really?
It's pretty tough.
How many NES games do you think you beat in your life?
I mean,
Is that like
60-ish, maybe?
Okay.
There's a lot of them.
No, that was the same amount of Star Wars books that he's written. So
That's true.
I feel like
He's written 45.
One after one.
But he's in a club.
Yeah, we haven't played a ton of stuff lately just because kids and real life stuff got in the way, but I'm still dabbling on my own here and there.
But there's an NES. Okay,
What is your favorite NES game?
great question.
Oh my God.
Don't be obvious.
Mario 3, it's hard to
All
beat.
right,
But,
all right. Other than that-
but for like lesser known stuff,
Yeah.
like Guardian Legend, super awesome game.
Okay.
Really cool. Kickle Cubicle is like a action puzzle type game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you just say Captain Nemo so you can make him happy?
Little Nemo. Freaking buffoon.
It's too hard. I can't beat
No, yeah, that game's impossible.
But it's a beautiful game.
Did you ever play Solar Jetman?
I've only dabbled with it. I have not.
That's another impossible game.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Hey, James W. wrote in and says, stop talking about the NES. We're talking about Rebirth in the year 2024. Is that what year it is? James W. writes in and says, that can't be right. I know we were all captivated listening in on the bikini ladies who were flirting with Hojo at the pavilion, but did you get a load of the 3 Shinra soldiers commencing Operation Watermelon Smash just outside?
No.
I missed that completely. They were just smashing a bunch of watermelons. These guys are great. That sounds fun as
What?
hell.
Okay. Yeah.
Matt M says, the game is doing transitions really well. After the beach boss fight, you have those little heart-to-heart talks with your team in the failing light of the day, and it had me feeling all melancholy. It created the same feeling while walking back to the rooms after the ship's Queen's Blood tournament. It's the 1-2 punch of a ton of excitement and big cinematics, followed by a decline in action and a little team introspection. This is where the game excels, the little moments with your digital buds.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple things from those conversations on the beach that stuck out to me, other than the Aerith thing where she's like, I don't like thinking about Hojo and that kind of thing.
By the way, wait, how did you respond to that one?
Ooh, I don't remember. I'm reassuring, I'm sure.
I blew it, and I was taking notes during that, which is a bad idea. And it's, again, that time conversation thing again, where I was taking notes, so it automatically defaulted to, she was asking, like, what do you think? And then Cloud said, like, so don't think.
You should pause it, brother.
I probably should pause it.
I don't know if you can you?
Because I don't know when those time things are coming up. So I'm looking down at my phone typing it and I miss it. So anyways, I basically insulted Aerith by Cloud just being, don't think so much. And and Aerith goes, okay. And I was like, oh my God, I can't say that to Aerith.
Oh, that's good.
That might have been enough to make me reload an earlier save.
Exactly.
Yeah. But I think, isn't Aerith that says no need to worry about the future until it comes?
Yes.
And then I'll be counting on you. So,
Okay. The part, and I want to tread carefully with this, but like Aerith talking there freaked me out. And I feel like every time we cut to Zach, which we haven't gotten to yet, but believe it or not, we're going to be cutting to Zach here. I feel it's like the shark from Jaws. It's just like,
Yeah.
weird story stuff that might hurt your enthusiasm about Rebirth. Like every time. And that scene with Aerith on the beach was one of those where she's like, I'm going to send a message to my future self. You'll love her when you meet her. Just you wait. Mm-hmm. It's like, if they are bringing Aerith from that other timeline into this timeline, and there's multiple versions of the characters, I'm not out. Like, I still love this game as much as I love it, but that will be a failure of storytelling in my mind.
Yeah, they bring her in and you're like, I'm seeing double. For
Aerith. Ross, I'm so glad we have the same brain.
Yes. Tifa also says something like, you can't forget the worst things that happened to you, no matter how much you want to.
Wow. Everybody is just, and the part that kills me too is the characters in that moment on the beach as the sun is setting and it's so beautiful, they all talk about like, it's important to take these moments to really reflect on your life and soak it in. It's like, how often does a game just say like, you got to soak in these moments, man? Like, it's crazy. It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so damn good. That's it. Chapter 7. Moving on. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Load up. No. No.
Switching this one around here.
No.
What are you doing? Calling it a spoon?
They both. Two people have knives at this table?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember that super f***ed up joke I did to you one time in my kitchen? When we were in high school? Do you really?
No, which one was it? Something to do with knives?
Oh, yeah. Some good knife play. We were just hanging out in my kitchen talking in high school or whatever.
Yeah.
And I had a Swiss Army knife that I was playing with.
Yeah,
Like a
yes,
switchblade
I
thing.
do.
And I was playing with
My
this
light
knife.
flashed before my eyes.
Yeah. Playing with this knife as we're just casually chit-chatting, you know, yada, 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 yada. And then when Ronnie wasn't looking, I put the blade down, and then just in the middle of a conversation, went, ah! I just like stabbed it into Ronnie's heart. And he thought he was going to die.
I legitimately thought I was being stabbed.
It was so effed up to do to somebody.
It's such a good joke. But
Now-
yeah, no, that's pretty much
now,
not
do you stand by that? Would you, if you
It's a
could
very
choose,
funny joke.
but it's also on the extreme edge of f***ed up to do to somebody.
Yes, it totally is. If you would have done that like 5 years later, it would have been an ordeal.
The Scream sold it. Like just a war cry.
That was the last time you picked up a knife, too, right?
Yeah, really, yeah. Absolutely. Chapter.
Don't you get packages, though? Like,
I just use my teeth.
me too. I understand.
My child has 2 strong teeth on the bottom. I use them like a letter opener.
I get it.
Chapter 7, baby. Let's do it. The Corel region in North Corel.
We're
We're
like,
to be so bold.
We're like balls into chapter 7 at this point, right?
I mean, we've been kind of scattered throughout.
We have covered most of my notes so far.
Hey, Nicholas Kook writes in.
Excuse me?
It says Nicholas Cook. I don't know. Writes in. They say, entering the new region, I found the open world to be a little bit jarring. Costa del Sol just didn't seem integrated the same way Junon and Calm were. Then it hit me when fast traveling from North Corel back to Costa del Sol as the sharp differences between these places came into focus. The soundtrack, the people, the grunge, and the pristine. Costa del Sol doesn't feel different by mistake, but because that's the point. Upper Plate versus Slums, Gold Saucer versus Corel, Prison, and yes, Costa del Sol versus North Corel.
Oh, wow.
Final Fantasy VII is a game about inequalities through and through, and I love it for highlighting that.
Yes.
Very smart.
Final Fantasy has always been about the haves on the top and the have-nots on the bottom.
You think every Final Fantasy?
7, I mean.
Okay, yeah.
Because of the Midgar thing, but remake, or mostly Rebirth, I guess, have taken it to another level with Junon and under Junon, and then the Gold Saucer and the Undercity. It's like hitting it over the head with that.
Yeah, walking around this region, I spent so much time being like, what are these pink helicopters? Did I miss this? Like, am I going to be able to ride those later? What is that? And then realizing, oh, they're bringing people to the Gold Saucer. That's such a smart lore detail that totally makes sense. It's like a 1-2 punch. And they even have that lore bit talking about how Costa del Sol was really built up, I think, after the war as just the 1-2 stop for like, all right, go to Costa del Sol. It's a tropical vacation. It's basically Miami and Disney World at this point, right?
Okay, sure.
You know?
Yeah,
I think it's a really smart idea.
Yeah, or maybe like resort towns in the coast of Mexico where it's like really built up, and then you step outside of it, and then it is not like. It's kind of incongruous in its environment, which I think is what that comment was getting at.
Yeah.
And I think that is true to resort towns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah.
This region, kind of the open region here, I think beyond, I don't mind doing the little synchronization thing for the summons. Like all those side quests are totally fine for me.
Yeah.
I did not like getting the little packages on the zip lines. I really I was like, I don't know where I'm supposed to be going for this crap.
There was a couple like couldn't find, and I just went back to the Johnnies and gave them what I had, and it was enough to satisfy them.
Oh, really?
I only had 6 of 8, and I just gave them that.
That pleased the Johnnies?
Yeah.
Please the Johnnies.
Wow.
Yeah, there are a couple of quests that have that, like 1 star is 4 packages, 2 stars is 6, 3 stars is 8.
okay.
Something like that. I don't know what the difference is really going to be.
The same way that I'm a person who has to equip every new weapon as soon as I get it to learn that
You gotta
skill,
get the
I
Ayers.
have to get all of those things.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
Yeah.
But I will that this is the one that I looked up a walkthrough. Like I just had to look at a map to be like, where are these things? Because these zip lines, like there was no rhyme to reason in terms of like where they were stationed. So yeah.
Yeah, and I was looking around the map like, have I gone to that one already? It's kind of tough to tell sometimes.
It was strange because I had like the entire area explored, but zip lines just weren't. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah. It's Bryce Gilbert writes in, did you know this on Patreon? Did you know that if you want to directly support these types of long-form conversations, you can go to patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's. Jump in at that $2 tier.
$2.
$2 if you want to support this directly, which we appreciate.
$2 a week.
No, that's not true. Even just for 1 month, it's fine. Jump in. You can submit a comment for us to read on the next discussion for the rest of Rebirth.
Excellent.
You can join the Discord where genuinely the real conversation is happening in the Rebirth Discord channel. It is hopping. It is the place to talk about this game. It's
It
unbelievable.
moves fast.
And then also we'll DM you on Patreon. You can get a game code guaranteed. It's either going to be an Xbox game code, Thirsty Suitors on Steam, or Dragon's Dogma 1. So please jump in there. We appreciate
Excellent.
it. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is Bryce Gilbert
what are
wrote
you
in
trying
here.
to say?
He wrote in saying, I love the detail mentioned in the gym side quest that Tifa was a picky eater as a kid. How many games can you say would include a character detail like that? Like that is the sweet spot of side quest. Running around, attacking those fiends around the gym, and Cloud and Tifa talking about being picky eaters. Like
and every
that's just
time.
perfect.
Yeah. And there's that one part where I think Cloud kind of recognizes like, come to think of it, we did actually eat pretty good as kids.
Right. Well, then also Cloud's talking about like as a soldier, I had to get used to like being okay eating anything. That's just how it goes. Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see. Alex P says the Mount Corel theme. Are you kidding me? This game has so many amazing tunes. It makes me not want to skip any side content for fear of missing out on one.
Yeah.
But few have reached the high of when Mount Corel themes first hit. We've had 2 moments now where we're essentially just hitting a rocky environment, killing mobs, but the music has elevated both of those moments to absolute highlights of the game for me. I think that's a big reason why some of the more repetitive open world stuff hasn't begun to grate on me yet. The soundtrack is too damn good for that. Alachant also loves the music in that hike. Yeah, it would feel like this is the place for like a somber tone as you're approaching Mount Corel, but I think maybe they're trying to counterbalance that of like, okay, the environment's getting a little more barren and rugged. This is where we need to kick in with like kind of this techno dance song.
This very solid music.
Upbeat.
Yeah. While we're talking about the music, when you are playing as Yuffie in the dungeon soon to come, the more serious version of her theme is super good.
Yes. They're doing such a good job of just sprinkling in just a touch of everybody's theme in all moments. And like, it blew my mind on the date in the Gold Saucer. Like, I think no matter who you get, well, not quite yet, but I think it's roping in like parts of the theme for each character. There's definitely, when you first get that date, it's big. But then even in the main Gold Saucer like lobby area, it's like, I think they're roping in at least parts of Tifa's theme into that soundtrack. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous!
Yeah.
Anyways, Talon writes in and says, a lot of funny stuff on the boat and in Costa del Sol happened in this game, but the best was when Aerith said she's feeling better while climbing Mount Corel. And
that was so
And Red, because she's getting altitude sickness or kind of high on the altitude. And Red says, you've become one with the mountain. Aerith then awkwardly shouts, thanks for having me! And Cloud says, what the hell are you doing, Red? I laughed my ass off. Also, Tifa in a bikini, yowza.
I agree with that.
That's interesting. You do agree with that?
I agree with that, yeah.
Are you sexually attracted to video game characters?
Apparently I am. After seeing Tifa, it's like, wow.
Yeah. Manic T
Good looking gal.
Yeah. Manic T wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating stamp crackers. Tell you that much.
I wouldn't. And also, I mean, like the funnest part of that interaction for me in terms of like the Red 13 and Aerith and Cloud was then like, doesn't Red 13 say just like, don't worry, if she passes out, I'll like, was this something like she's getting sick or something like that? Like, don't worry, if she passes out, I'll carry her or something like
Right,
that.
and she's screaming, "Let's go!"
Yeah.
But I love
Appreciate
climbing
that.
up the mountain and like looking out and seeing Costa del Sol in the distance. Like that stuff never gets old for me. That's so fun. Also, I like the weird hiker on the way up there. He's like, "No one ever says hi when they're hiking."
It's very weird.
Also, you're holding a rifle sitting on a mountain, buddy, and you're upset that the robed men aren't talking to you.
In my personal life,
Here we go.
I get super fatigued saying hi to everybody I pass on a
On
a hike.
Oh, Grant. I love it.
I can't stand it after a certain point. Like,
Really?
yeah.
Let the record show Grant's also the gentleman, and this is debatable. But Grant's like, I'm so sick of biking and telling people on your left that he just got a bell and he just blasts the bell and if people don't move, he runs them over.
People understand the bell.
Yeah, that's
They respect the bell.
Yeah.
I respect the bell.
When I say on your left and people jump to their left, the bell the bell does the opposite of it. And let's set one thing straight here, Chad.
Yeah.
I'm not out here. I'm not out there wearing spandex. I'm in regular clothes. I'm not some like.
You're wearing your flannel.
I'm not going.
Like a gentleman.
I'm not going 20 miles an hour on the bike pass. I'm a reasonable bike user.
I am too.
It's simply for clarification that the bell does what the bell's supposed to do.
Yep.
And hiking, you want everyone to shut up and leave you alone and let you enjoy nature.
We're out there in nature. I don't need to smile and say hi to everybody I see out there.
This is
don't
the
you kind of
mindset
want to make
of
a friend
man
out there?
who can get through 8 chapters of Rebirth in 32 hours.
What are we trying to say here, Ross?
Sometimes you just got to put it on easy.
Let her fly.
So that hiker guy just has to be someone on the dev team who is like, I have this opinion and this needs to be in the game.
Yeah.
At the mountain climbing area.
Right. But then why give him a rifle?
Well, maybe, I mean, you got to give a hiker that there are fiends everywhere. Like everybody, if hiking is a hobby, you got to have a rifle.
Also, he just snipes rogue guys every once in a while. For
I'm
support.
sorry.
The most dangerous game. Manic T says, hey, birds. Hello. Cool.
Hi.
And then they
Hey.
say, I love Elena so far. We do too. I thought Elena was going to be obnoxious, but I do think she's so good at her job that she's like the obnoxious person that also is just like, all right, you're a charmer. You got me.
She's a badass too.
Yep, that's it. Anyways, they say I think so far my favorite mini game is stand near a ledge or box and press the circle button to find out if I'll jump or if I'll roll like an idiot. Half the ledges in this game, Cloud will automatically traverse, but some have to push a button and it's never clear when or why. One or the other game, says Manic.
That's a very good point. I haven't really thought about that, but there are some where he's just like automatically you don't have to do anything. And then others are just like circle, 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 circle. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, wouldn't it be fun? And look, these game designers are 1,000 times smarter than I am, just to be clear.
Oh, yeah.
But you know that little blue icon next to like a ladder
Yep.
at the base of a ladder or something? Wouldn't it be more fun if it was the red triangle from the original game?
The red triangle.
Like if you hit select and it showed you like the exits, just put that little red triangle.
Oh.
If you're going to use an icon on the world, like that's like as 7 as it gets is that stupid red triangle.
Nobody thought of that.
I need to tell
Nobody
them.
thought of that.
Right now, they can get it in for part 3.
Just change it completely.
If you join their Patreon, Square Enix with 2
$2
N's.
tier, you get $2 a week. Oh my god. Canipa writes in and says there's a surprising amount of untranslated text in this game, especially around this part. When Yuffie arrives in Costa del Sol, she's happy until she sees a sign that says Shinra Banzai or Hooray Shinra. Similarly, when you're climbing Mount Corel, Yuffie leaves little notes next to arrows pointing at the chalk drawings of herself. First it says cute, then, quote, even when she's crying, she's still cute. And finally, in Japanese, she writes cute and nice. I think you get the gist of her personality anyways, but I found it interesting that the signage was left in Japanese. I love that.
That's cool. Thank you for translating that for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, you see that quite a bit in the original Final Fantasy VII, I feel like.
The
Don't
mix
you?
of Japanese. Yeah. There's more Japanese in it. Yeah. It's super fun. Ryan D says, I think I'm in love with Elena.
Yeah.
They did a great job with her character, and I swooned when she called us birds. Yeah, I guess we can't get over that. I did love that. It's like, all right, the Turks are swinging by. They're dropping off a boss. They're dropping off the Valkyrie from the first game. Like, In my mind, an unremarkable fight, except for the music and the fact that they bring back the Valkyrie boss fight music in that sequence. I was so happy for.
Yeah, I lost in that battle one time. I wasn't paying enough attention to the flames on the ground, and I was just standing in them for too long.
You should put it on easy, bro.
Got him. We got him.
Ian S. writes in and says, so after what I imagine is close to 30 or 40 hours of game time, we finally get an update on our boy Zach as he is prompted by Elmira that the world is ending with a clearly ominous and literal rip in the sky. What's everyone's read on the situation that Zach has found himself in and the significance of this rip? Is it a literal rip in the space-time continuum? And is it emblematic of a force that threatens Zach's world, or perhaps he's shifted into a world that's not his own?
I also had a note. It was like, they wait this long for a snippet of Zach.
It's so odd.
It is very odd.
And I was like, oh, okay, here we go. This is going to be like a long section of Zach. 2.5 minutes.
It's every Zach sequence. It's basically run down this path. Done.
Yeah.
But I mean,
It wasn't even a path in that one. You just woke up.
Yep.
yeah.
Is that the one where you're seeing from like Cloud's perspective?
Yes.
From the
And
back?
then you got to realize you're controlling Zach.
Yep.
Which is
Yeah.
kind
Oh,
of
right.
fun.
It is
Yeah.
cool to have that camera
Yeah.
shift, yeah.
Yeah, you can walk slowly upstairs and see where he is collecting the bodies up there. And
You mean, I love the idea when Elmira comes by, like, you need to take care of them. He's like, I am taking care of them. You just set these corpses on a bed. That's not taking care of them.
Didn't even
Exactly.
wash their faces off.
if you guys are ever taking care of somebody in a coma, definitely wipe their face off before their mom comes to visit.
Right. Kiss them a little bit, like a gentleman. Yeah, it is.
Juggle their materia.
Is the read that they're just in a coma?
Yeah.
And do you
Seems
think
like
that
they're
it's interesting that like the two people that Zach just happened to find alive were the two that he's most emotionally invested in, like Zach or Aerith and Cloud? Like,
He liked red, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he
Yeah.
appreciated Red, but it is odd. Like, you should have at least tried to revive Red a little bit here. Like, we don't really know the state of these two goons.
Yeah. when
His
you
head
say
was
it like
cut
that,
off. Did you see?
No blood.
When you say it like that, Ben, it makes me feel like it's more of a purgatory situation here.
That could be.
It's terrifying.
I think it's interesting the fact that he's looking for Biggs, right? That's where it kind of leaves us at the end of chapter 8 is him finally finding Biggs in the world. But it is cool to see the world like in the sky have that weird tear in it. And there's the NPCs, one of them says like, I heard there's a meteor that's going to come and hit Earth.
Yes.
Oh.
It's like, what is going on in this world at this point? And I think it's really cool too that like Aerith, after the Valkyrie boss fight, she's like looking up at the sky, like she's
the cup-
sensing
yeah.
what's
Cup is really
happening
good, yeah.
in the other dimension.
yeah.
From calamity to like nice blue sky.
Right.
It's a good transition.
And then her talking about like, oh, I should probably talk to my mom at some point. My mom's
yeah,
gonna be
she's
mad.
she's gonna be so pissed.
Yeah, I
She's been
really-
gone for like 2 days now, right?
I guess
Probably
so,
about 2 days, yeah.
It's confusing. Here's a bold take.
Do it.
Do we all not care about Zach's timeline?
No, we don't. But also, but also, I feel like that's
Mike,
kind of
It's gonna be important.
well, yeah, it is. It's going to be important, and I feel like the game has kind of failed to keep up that momentum.
Yes.
So I don't really blame that.
I get
on
they
us.
want to keep it on the, on the real rails.
Yeah, exactly. And they're keeping it short, but I do also like, even for a storyline that I don't particularly care about at this point in time, waiting this long to bring us back there
it's very
felt like a
odd.
mistake.
Yeah, and like Ben was mentioning, Zach is on the key art for the box of
Yeah.
this game. Like,
Yeah.
and the fact that he's been in it for now a combined total of 6.5 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's an interesting choice, but I'm also completely okay with it.
Yeah. Also, I'm not vying for more.
No.
If I could hit a button and just have Zach removed from this game at this point, I would hit it so
I
fast.
kind of would too, and I'm hoping that this culminates into something that's, I would imagine, like, I feel like the last chapter of this game, like, we're going to see a lot of Zach, but I don't know.
I'm gonna have a hey.
Could go the
this is-
opposite, too.
I genuinely
I know,
don't know
right?
anything. I think it's gonna be a lot of Zach and it's gonna be a lot of confusion, and those are two things I don't want.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Although,
true.
Maybe I do. The fact that I was able to think about remake for 4 years, like maybe I do want that confusion at the end of this game.
Remake was very confusing to me at the end, and I was glad I
Oh, yeah,
had
you're not
you
alone.
guys talking about it
Yeah.
to carry me through that.
It was all them. I was just copying what Maximilian Doom said.
And I think it's going to be the same, like you're saying. I think it's going to be the same vibe at the end of this one, where they're going to give you a lot to speculate on.
Which is, it's fine because they're giving us like they're giving us the contained Final Fantasy VII story with these little sprinkles of differences too.
Yeah.
And if they go ham on the end where it's like a bunch of confusion again, I'm honestly not that bothered at this point because I'm getting the beats that I want.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're not disappointing us in that.
No.
It's not like they're saying like, did you like that old story? Well, this is completely new and replacing
we hope you like
that
it.
story. You know,
Also, I feel like no matter how this game ends, they should just have a scene in the middle of the credits where just text pops up and says, "Are you upset or confused about where we're going? Hey, we had Red do the moonwalk in the Shinra guard uniform. Come at us,
We
bro."
got this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Please try and be upset with us. I dare you.
Yeah.
One thing in this Zack interlude is when Elmira shows
Intergrade.
up. Intergrade. When Elmira shows up, she refers to Cloud by name. How would she know who Cloud is? Do you think it's just a mistake, or are we supposed to be thinking about this?
That's interesting.
That's a very good point.
She could ask Zach though, like, who's your buddy here, right?
But it was
Yeah, but she
Like,
did,
it could
I
be
think,
the-
right?
the-
and I
this-
got the impression that this was the first time she had interacted with Zach, maybe in this.
No, that's a very good
maybe he had name
catch.
tags on their beds.
It could be.
No, that is a good note for sure.
Instead of washing their face off, he just like chisels the name in there.
This is medical care, Elmira. Or my name isn't Zach.
A question for you: what do you guys think of the weapon reveal?
A little underwhelming. I mean,
Really?
considering how it happens in the original FF7, that felt very, spectacular for its time.
Yeah.
This felt a little bit just like, that's a giant fish.
It's a fish jumping out of the water. How
It's a
did it
fish
happen
jumping
in
out of the
original?
Mako
Yeah.
in this section. Yeah, it's if I didn't see it in the trailer, I'd be losing my mind. But the fact that I
it's
knew
in
that
there?
they show,
I don't know if you would be losing your mind.
I think I would
honestly.
be just about that idea of like, I can't believe they're showing weapons so early. And I think what's
I
really
guess, but-
fascinating is that idea of, I like the idea that Barrett says like, okay, weapons are devices, entities of the planet that only come out when the planet is in danger.
Solidifies what they're doing at this point.
Exactly. It's like the planet is in this much danger that like we are right in our cause that these things are coming out, which is a cool idea. But also at the same time, I'm like, why are the weapons coming out now?
It does.
I don't really.
Sephiroth being around.
So weird timeline, Sephiroth.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like Sephiroth
So
is still
you think that weapon jumped out of the Mako just because we're probably dealing with the Sephiroth who's traveling through time?
Well, it's both. I would imagine it's just like it's a threat to the planet. So like that's Shinra, and also that Sephiroth is around. Now that's the way that I interpret it, at least at this point in time. And I can we can get into it, and well, we can't really.
Shut up.
No, that's fine.
But hang on, Grant. Like, what did you think of the weapon? Like coming out.
I appreciate the grandeur of weapon. I didn't particularly care for the design choice to put a giant materia ball in its stomach.
Sure. Yeah.
And have Yuffie be
Like materia
over the moon that she wants to jump into the Mako to go retrieve this giant materia because
She'd
going fishing.
die.
So big. Jonathan F writes in and says, I wasn't sure at first, but I think the idea of combining the the Magnus materia, as they call it in Rebirth,
Right.
with the weapons is a pretty smart idea and a
do
neat
like
a
that.
neat way to streamline the story in part 3.
Yeah. I do like that. I think that does kind of create an interesting scenario. I think
I kind of like the way it was handled in the original though too, I guess, and I don't know if I can say too much at this point because it hasn't really been explored.
But we have the reason why for Condor, right? Isn't that?
Well, they retcon.
Yeah.
Ret
But
Condor.
Yeah, it did.
Don't get Grant started. He started a subreddit called Ret Condor. It's not a healthy place.
Bring back the force. Red Condor.
No, I think it's cool. I think it's interesting to have Hojo this early be like, I have been obsessed with these weapons. I want it so bad. And then there's also implication of like, Wu Tai is also wanting to get their hands on these weapons. It's like a big important thing. I think there's enough interesting lore details in there. And this is all basically null and void based on my thrill level at hearing just like some of that music start to creep in the dun 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 dun.
Oh my God! Yeah,
like they were starting to seed that music into this. Dun 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 dun.
Did they really?
Like, yeah. Oh, go back and listen to that section again. It is.
I feel like I have to.
Unbelievable. It's so good.
Okay.
I was like, oh.
He cuts all this stuff together for the B-roll.
It's fair. Thank you. Thank you for contextualizing
There's only
that.
B-roll that'll have very loud music during it to go.
Well, here's when I think of the weapons, like I think of.
Whoa! What are you out of your mind?
Bleep this man.
I'm gonna bleep him like there's no tomorrow. Okay, so
Bapa booey, bapa booey.
so
They're very big.
You're very small here. It's just like a little whale thing.
Yeah, that's
Pretty big.
It's not big.
It's pretty big, all right.
Right. It kind of ruins, I guess, some of that impact of like, what the hell, a weapon?
Like monsters, like huge monsters. Yeah,
It was still big.
It was not.
Right. It's an interesting wrinkle.
Yeah.
Ross, do you remember a lot of this stuff?
No.
Great.
By the time we get to the end of chapter 8 with the Dine stuff, like that's almost everything I remember from Final Fantasy VII until the end game.
Interesting.
Up until you start seeing these little like tidbits. I bet you'll remember.
Are you questioning his own memory?
Yeah, what are you
Yeah,
doing?
honestly.
You don't remember me playing that 5 years ago?
Yeah. Final Fantasy VII is not a game where you question your memory. John C. Redson says, as someone who fully likes the remake project's combat, I completely and utterly welcome the dungeons in the game. The hike up Mount Corel with that awesome adventure music, the boss fights, seeing the broken reactor, the climbing and swinging sections with Yuffie, the forced party pairings, Grant. To me, this is like peak Final Fantasy in a dungeon with a group of adventurers overcoming a challenge. I can't get on board with complaints about them turning a section into a dungeon because to me, that's like the gameplay.
Oh, my Bizarro commenter.
The Corel Mines part where you're controlling Yuffie and you're swinging around and all that stuff, so much more dynamic than the Mithril Mine in chapter 3.
Yeah.
You're flying all around, you're going up and down, you're going here and there, you're activating things so you can go somewhere else. You're doing little things like releasing the flood of boxes that you can that you can loot.
I like that.
So much more entertaining than chapter 3's dungeon.
Although, did anyone else get super stuck at a certain point?
Yes.
Did you? We're like, I go out on that platform and it's like, okay, there's the environment in front of
thing,
you.
and you
I
look
had to
forward.
turn around and then lower the thing before I can swing on it. It's like I was so stumped.
Yep.
I had to look at a walkthrough.
Oh, I was walking through it so hard in this section. Like, what am I missing here?
I couldn't figure that one out.
I did too.
Did they have a baby easy mode walkthrough? Gamersfirstgame.net.
Well, yeah, it's like one of those.
Square to win.
I looked it up on one of those phones that doesn't actually have buttons.
You're talking about the chat module?
Yes.
Let's see. Brian W. says, I have so many questions about the most important character in Rebirth. I have so many questions about Cloud Jr. When they first encounter Cloud Jr., how did they know that wasn't just its mother getting ready to feed them? Where exactly did Barrett hide Cloud Jr. for the cart ride? Why did Cloud Jr.'s mom have a duck-shaped beak when Cloud Jr. clearly had a hawk-shaped beak?
I thought they were chocobos.
I thought so too.
I always thought so too.
Yeah.
But I guess we have Choca Chicks running around the world now, showing us where the stands are.
Well, those are like Choca-toddlers.
Choca-toddler.
Yeah, Choca-tots.
You should never Choca-toddler. But I was so excited to see how they handled this because in the original Ross, which I forgot about this, but Grant and I just replayed this, but you find those three little chicks. It's an optional thing. You can find them in that section.
Okay.
But then Red eats them.
What?
There's an implication that Red eats like gulp. There's like one line like that. Yeah.
Can you imagine
I thought you were joking.
No.
the tone?
Grant, am I wrong? That's right.
I still didn't see it that way when we'd have to scrub the tape.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that's what they're implying.
That's so dark, Ben.
I'm pretty sure.
If Red ate those chicks in Rebirth, that would be the most insane thing to do. Most common comment for sure.
They needed a mini game, actually.
Yeah, it's just like the only super bloody scene. Nuts. Yeah.
I think he put it in his vest.
Oh, okay.
He probably has little
Yeah, he's got a
interior
little-
pockets. Yeah,
Little pocket.
Yeah, like maybe a little compartment in the gun arm.
Yeah, okay, that's smart.
loads it up,
Sitting on one of the barrels.
shoot some feathers at.
Jared Brown says, one of my biggest laughs so far is when they're talking about how Cloud Jr. looks like Cloud, and Cloud deadpan says, kill me.
Yes.
This game is giving Infinite Wealth a run for its money for the funniest game of the year, for
Cool.
sure. Zach C says, by the way, it's worth pointing out, Infinite Wealth is so funny. It's unbelievable funny.
The what?
The new Like a Dragon game, the Yakuza game. It's so
Infinite
freaking
Wealth.
funny.
Okay.
Everyone. Zach C says, Cloud now being compared to a bird for a second time is like the Dan Harmon bit about the Monopoly guy in Ace Ventura. Yeah, we get it. He looks like a bird. You drew him that way. So remember when you first get the first Chocobo? It's like, oh, it looks just like someone we know. And now they're doing it again. But I guess it's Yuffie is the one that's saying, like, Cloud Jr. looks like Cloud. Zoom in on the hair. So I guess Yuffie hasn't said that before. So it's a little different
Well,
there.
in the words of Choco Billy, a man with a bird is never truly alone.
What?
I had that one in the chamber ready to go.
I saw you had that inspirational poster on your wall from Choco Billy.
I have it right next to my only the best beer sold here poster.
Oh, smart. Smart. Let's see. We haven't talked too much about North Corel. Seeing that town.
Yeah.
It was cool. It's exciting to see. Hey, that was this bum town looks
cool
like.
and exciting.
It
It's
was
the most
exciting.
depressing
A
place
lot of
on the
people
planet.
making snide comments about Barrett.
Yep. Oh my God. Everyone was so
Pouring the drink over him? My
It was
God.
so over the damn top. Yeah, Connor McF says, I have to say, what they showed of Barrett's past did not ring true to me for how angry the people of the town are with him. Like, he was an advocate for the reactor, sure, but there are a number of other people in the room who would have had to vote for it to win.
Yeah, there's only one holdout. He was a number of other
Right.
people that
They're
were voting
acting
for
like
this.
he was standing next to Scarlet saying, hey, everybody, you gotta blah, blah, blah.
Right. But I love just like how Barrett's like, I'm putting on my sunglasses, like, I'll take this hit. Like,
Yeah.
I can take this. And I love Yuffie being like, hello, let's go kill them or whatever. And
Beat 'em
Barrett's
up,
like,
you know? Yeah.
It's a sweet exchange there. Let's see. Joseph L says, I'm mostly loving the game, but does it seem like Square has a troubling tendency to reveal things too soon and at inopportune times? The Zack reveal near the end of Remake was confusing even for superfans, and they're doing something similar by revealing the weapon in the Coral Reactor pool, then immediately moving on from it with no apparent significance. Come on, this is a giant super being, but its reveal doesn't even really hit in any way? Wow, a giant weapon. Oh well, let's move on to the clinic where Tifa recovered. It is in terms of arranging things, the part where it really hit me in this is in the original, like the big mystery is like somebody's shot up the gold saucer. It's a man with a gun.
Yep.
It's Barrett. This is such a tragedy. And the fact that they have that cutscene of showing Barrett seeing Dine in the elevator in this one, it removes all like tension of like, did Barrett snap? And other than just, we can't have Barrett seem like a bad guy, I don't know why they would have shown that cutscene. It seems like,
But even still, we can't have Barrett seem like a bad guy for 45 minutes. You know what I mean?
I know.
Like,
That's what, it just seems really cowardly, and I'm scared of it.
It's kind of out of pocket for his character though too, and at this point they've expanded upon literally everything from the main game too.
So you're right. I mean, like,
It's not. Yeah, I mean it's not out of line with Rebirth to just give you like a little bit of inside baseball for what the characters were doing while you're hanging out with Cloud at that point.
I guess so. Yeah. I have another weird question about Barrett's past, which is very cool. The game opens with Cloud's past, and now it's basically Barrett's past section, right?
yeah.
So they flash back and they say it was 6 years ago, where they're all debating like, put the Mako reactor in the town. This will be great. Great opportunities for everybody. I love Scarlet like making the cell and all that stuff. Okay, first of all, is it the exact same Barrett model? He has like the scars and stuff on his face.
Yeah,
like,
I
does
was
he need
like-
the scars there?
I
Change
thought
something
he would
about
probably
him.
not have the scars in the past.
Yeah,
That
seems
struck me
odd.
as well.
But everybody knows he got those scars within the last 6 years. It's very obvious. No, but then, so that was 6 years ago. And then later on, he says that Marlene is 4. So is the idea that just the Mako reactor took 2 years to build there? I was kind of confused about that timeline.
I
Of
guess
like,
that must be it,
Okay.
right? Because I was like, she's not 6.
Right. Yeah,
know
because
what
they make a
6-year-olds
point
are
of
like,
saying
yeah.
4.
Yeah.
She does have impressive rhyming skills, though.
Yeah, that's true.
She's very talented.
Yes. Talking about the clinic in North Corel. If you are one of the 40% of the people watching this who didn't play the original game, this might be an important scene where the doctor, like a third party, confirms Tifa's story that he treated her.
Oh, sure.
Oh, right.
And that she is the real deal, right?
Yeah.
Because they're, Sephiroth is the one telling Cloud that she's an imposter, so you probably are not trusting that.
Right.
But this is, I think, literal confirmation that she is real and that probably her story is the more accurate one.
And I do love also that simple note of like, oh, it was a Shinra helicopter.
Right.
That flew her there. And she just like, oh, God. Like,
They're not all bad.
Right. And even in the first game, in Remake, they had those moments of, I think there's a character in the elevator is talking about like, oh, the good that Shinra has done. It's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Everything's not as clear as we would imagine here.
No, that's a good point. Yeah.
And then in the clinic, the doctor, real nice guy, is like, man, I'd really love to get a sample of your blood, Cloud. How about I take it with this needle that I just used on somebody else? It's like maybe if you had a fresh needle, Cloud would be more willing to do that, man.
This is also the same doctor whose solution to every problem is, I don't know, put a gun on your arm. It's like a guy comes in with a cold. He's like, I don't know, replace your nose with a gun. I don't really know. It's kind of my one move, to be honest. I'm going to keep doing it a whole lot.
Have more money for medical supplies, but instead he spends 60,000 gil on every gun model.
Dines was like a deluxo too. That must have gone.
Yeah, that thing was
good. It looked
way
really
more.
good. I do think that's a cool lore detail of him being like, oh, Tifa, I saved your butt. And then also, oh, Barrett, I'm going to put the gun on your arm. Like, having somebody who knows Barrett and Tifa and be like, how do you two know each other? Like, somebody that goes further back with those two than they do, I think is a cool detail. And I was fascinated by that entire sequence where when they walk in and Cloud sees Sephiroth as the robe guy, he's like, wah! And just like starts lunging at this guy, and Barrett has to stop him. Like, he protects the robe guy, and then they just go on like talking casually. It was like, dude, this guy just tried to kill one of your patients. Like, get him out of here.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think, we glossed over it, but it is such a wild scene too. If you remember on the train tracks where one of the robe guys just like walks into the water.
Yeah. Oh, and then Cloud has this moment of like, he like, doesn't he like try to?
He starts to jump into the water, yeah. And then Barrett has to like stop him there again too. And then they're like, that's why you're controlling the other characters, because they're like, okay, you need to sit down for an hour. And it's such a dorky thing, but this is the stuff I geek out about. It's like, I love that like Cloud's not in a good way. He's sitting down. The two characters that take care of him are Aerith and Red. And that's why you're controlling Yuffie and Barrett and Tifa. It's like, okay, the caregivers are going to be Aerith and Red. I think that's a really cool detail.
Yep.
By the way, which train ride did you pick? The one with the jump, right? You had to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It gives you the heads up. It's like, who do you want to please? Is it Barrett or Yuffie? And it's like, Barrett, for sure.
Minority
And like
over
I
here.
had walked out.
Oh,
there.
really?
Wait, what do you mean?
Whoa,
you Yuffie it? Did you really?
Yeah, I did.
What?
And then what happens? They just go on a pleasant cruise and say, good job, Grant.
Yep. Yuffie's Good Time Cruise. I got a trophy for it.
God. It made me laugh so much.
He's Good Time Cruise.
It's so funny to frame everything, and maybe it's just too much knowledge about this, but like framing everything through like the affinity thing and just realizing like, oh, every choice I make is going to be about that date at the Gold Saucer, right? And it's even fun of like, even the train tracks now,
Has
choosing whether
some
they go on a
influence,
jump
right?
is
Yeah,
if I'm pleasing Barrett or Yuffie. That's such a wild idea.
Yeah.
I have something to say. I don't think I went on any dates at the Gold Saucer.
What?
What are you talking about?
I was just running around with Cloud by himself.
The whole time?
That's impossible. What?
I remember the date from the original game, so I was excited for this.
Yeah.
And I was like, who am I going to go on a date with?
Nobody knocked on your door at the
And then he
hotel
just
room?
wakes up and then leaves.
You have to be
alone?
misremembering this. There's no way.
There was no...
Are you okay?
Undateable.
Exactly. So Cloud wakes up from his nap.
Yeah.
He goes to that door.
Yeah.
Opens it. You see Red 13 getting in the elevator.
What?
So Red is turning his back on you?
There was nobody there.
So you dated Red.
I guess. He was hanging out at the battle arena. And he jumped into the battles with me, I think.
So
that's
here's
a hot
what I
date
think
then,
is
yeah.
going on. Here's what I think is going on. Because I was looking for an image in B-roll, and I was looking at YouTube playthroughs, and I saw a glimpse of something. I was like, I shouldn't see this yet, and I'm trying not to spoil it. But at the same time, I think there might be another date later.
Okay.
And so I think because we have Tifa, we got that early. And so maybe there's going to be another one coming up, depending on your affinity. And
I went with Aerith.
Yeah, okay. I think some characters, the dates might be later.
Because I've tried. Okay. I tried to maximize with Tifa because she's the cool martial arts.
Well, you've been failing at that. Apparently.
Yeah, clearly I have been.
Yeah, she was down to go to.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. There's a mini game.
It was hot coffee. It was freaking sweet.
Yeah, but I assume like there's the Stargazer. Is that what it's called?
I assume that this was like it was like a date to be continued because it got interrupted.
Yes.
Had you gone on the date, the Stargazer is out of commission the entire time you're doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I solo as Cloud, I went to the Stargazer, and they were like, "No, this isn't in working order."
You need a date.
Yep. And you're saying that's when Cloud just started jerking off?
And then, do you do that mini game?
Dio was in the little tram car just flexing at the store.
Yes, Cloud. Truly my protege. Yes, yes.
So you guys have been referencing the date all night.
Oh,
and I've just
interesting.
been like, oh no, I missed something important.
Okay.
Yes.
I think it's going to be building to something later as well.
Yeah, that's so. I'm fascinated to know like what that means.
Yeah.
Because like, what is your like happiness level with the characters? Like
they're all equal except for Yuffie, who was much less.
Was less. Yes. Yeah. She's like in frowny mode or like purple mode, and most everybody else, I think everybody else is in like blue.
Yeah. That's how it was for me. And
That's
I've been doing all the side quests and everything. Obviously,
Yeah.
So
That's
picking the
weird
good responses.
Apparently, you're not alone. People in the chat are saying that other people submitted comments about that. I cut off comments around noon today, so maybe I missed those. But Kelsey Sims writes in and says, last thing about Chapter 7, regarding the quest of robed men and ransoms, I know that some things are going to be gamified and that can't be helped, but do we need to know that the robed men's sweat reacts to UVA light and to then receive a flashlight to track them down? I'm all for expanding lore and fleshing out the world, but not like this. That was one of those like, what? They're sweating all over the place? These robed men? It's so stupid, but sure.
It was a strangely involved side quest, right? It had its own dungeon and everything.
The fact that they're sweating through a linear dungeon, though, too. Like, there's,
of course.
I even took some of the non-sweaty paths because I'm playing the full game. And all paths just led back to the sweaty path, too. There's just like a couple of chests and stuff along the way.
Even like climbing up the mountain, I was like, oh, another path. It's like, oh, I just kind of route back. Like, no big secrets over there. I haven't found a weapon yet. It's like, oh my God, you know. Let's see. I do love this. Is as dorky as we get on the deepest dive, I swear. But I love the tram when you're going up to the gold saucer at the end of chapter 7. It's
great tram.
Great tram because with this fidelity, you can see it is the perfect middle ground between Corel and gold saucer. Like it's a cool glitz and glammy tram, but it's kind of beaten down. Paint is
it beaten down. Isn't there there's some graffiti on it as well?
Right.
I love that.
It's just great detail on that tram.
Oh, I thought you were just going to go the direction of the four that are excited to be on the tram versus the two curmudgeons.
Too good for a tram.
Yeah.
Barrett just has no interest in gold saucer. I don't want to deal with this stuff.
Yeah.
I did like how excited Red 13 was. It seemed not like his cool, collected self. He was like, what's that? That looks really cool.
Yeah.
For like the second time in short order, too, where he's excited on the tram. Then as soon as you get to the big dance number and he's humping Barrett from behind, too.
Get off me.
His excitement can't be contained about the gold saucer.
Yes, and plus you deepen your relationship with him if you beat Dio in
Why
the
is
original
that?
thing. That's he just was real
loves
into
that.
it.
Yeah,
He's impressed by your skills.
all about impressive.
Yeah, I also like when you get there to the golden saucer for the first time, you see Chekhov's buggy sitting there on the platform.
There's one tiny note I forgot to mention, but I thought it was interesting. That I thought it was funny that when you're choosing the route for which roller coaster ride to go on and stuff, and Barrett, and you're shooting that. By the way, it's cool to be Barrett and Yuffie and using both projectiles at the boxes. That was cool. That was great. But I thought it was so funny when Cloud is talking to Yuffie on the phone, and Yuffie's like, "Cloud, what's the route looking like?" And Cloud just goes, "I did what I could. You'll be fine." And it's like Cloud knows that what he did was lead them
Send them
to
off a cliff.
The opposite.
literally tried to murder them. And that's the way he goes, you'll be fine. It'll work out.
He says the same thing if you go the calm road.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Oh, that's funny.
At least to the best of my knowledge, I don't think it was anything different.
Okay, then this one's like they go off at like it's Donkey Kong or Temple of Doom or some nonsense, and then Yuffie's like, "You spiky-headed jerk, I'll kill you!" It's very good.
Her dialogue after that is like, Cloud, I'm gonna kill you.
And then she's puking. It's the classic Yuffie puke routine. You know the old song and dance. Okay, Gold Saucer.
Yeah,
Gold Saucer.
I think it's important to set up like this was such an important thing in that original game. There's a reason people have been talking about it for decades after it. And it's like, it was so fun, so silly. And just to have a place, it felt like its own PS1 demo disc back in the day. You know, like just boot this up. There's going to be a little bit of a lot of different things. And just having that variety in one spot was a huge thing back in 1997. You know, like, it was so fun. And I think objectively all of the mini games suck, except for Moghouse. Be really clear. But still, it was like, what do you mean I can go and do a G-Bike sequence and then do a little basketball mini game and then do this and do that? Like, there's so much packed in there. It was so charming. And so, like, the hype for going here in this game and how they're going to blow it out I was so excited going up that tram.
Yeah, I thought it was funny when we did our original gameplay through. You posed the question, are they going to be self-aware that the mini games are based off of their adventure? And I think my response was that they're not going to acknowledge it whatsoever, which is
exactly what happened.
No. I'll compare.
What are you talking about?
The G-Bike.
The G-Bike.
In the description of the G-Bike, it's like, it was apparently based on Cloud's exit from Midgar. It's like, they're basing this ride off of a terrorist escape from the town.
Fine. Like, but the characters themselves don't acknowledge it.
They don't.
No mention from the characters like, wait, we did this.
Yeah.
Right. We were flying through space, shooting other spaceships around.
How did you feel about the games? Is there any you particularly liked?
Queen's Blood.
Queen's Blood. How did you guys do on the like the fighting?
I like
Took
that
a
one.
couple tries, but I liked it.
Yeah, I like it. Just like a little mini punch out sequence. Like I think it's cool, right?
I had a lot of problems with the
what? You're Mr. Punch Out
with the fat Moogle because I couldn't tell. Oh my god!
The second of the three difficulties.
Yeah, the second. Like I did much better on Dio than I did on the fat Moogle because
I certainly did worse on Dio.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, the fat Moogle, for whatever reason, like every time that they would, it was just the way that they would like, okay, it's time to hit him. And is it right or left? Every time, like, I would look at it.
Stupid.
Yes, I had this moment. I'm like,
Learn your rights, you asshole.
I don't know.
Leave me alone, Dio.
I mean, I spent the most time doing the Queen's Blood because I actually enjoyed it.
Yeah.
And I was making my way through all of the Chocobo races. And I got to a point where I'm like...
All of the Chocobo races?
I got to a point where I said, I'm not enjoying this, so I'm just going to stop.
So many of them?
Yeah.
Whoa, really?
Did you get any good,
one.
like, stuff?
What's that?
Did you get any good, like, items out of the...
No, I quit before they had a chance to even be good because the tracks just felt too samey, and I don't know.
Sure. I only did I've only done the first one, but like I was also treating the Gold Saucer like we must be going back.
We'll be coming back. Yeah,
right. Yeah.
So I could not do any Chocobo races.
Hang on. No. But I mean, later on you do. So you couldn't do it at the time. Yeah. But then you go down to the prison, then you go up and then do the Chocobo race.
Yeah.
So,
Right. Okay.
So, you're not that special, Ross. Don't worry.
Yeah. But you didn't do the date Chocobo race.
You didn't do the Chocobo race?
I went back to the Gold Saucer once you regain control in Chapter 9.
Oh, okay.
Chapter 9. Yes.
I drove back in there, and then I saw. I also went back to the Grasslands region after.
Really?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
to talk to Billy.
No, I don't care about Billy.
He's fun.
I went back to the. I went back to the card dealer. Somebody on YouTube mentioned that there was more summon cards you could buy, so I went back to buy those.
Oh, okay.
Really?
By the way, it did make me laugh on the entrance to the Gold Saucer. It's fantastic. Everyone was so excited, right? And then it's just like Ifrit and Shiva like flying around as holograms.
Right, yeah.
And I was like, at some point should we acknowledge that we just have like these gods in our pockets? Like I know 14 and 16 are so heavy on that, even 15 to some degree that like they probably don't want to make too much of the summons, but it is weird just to be like, these legendary beings that created the world. It's like, oh yeah,
we can summon them.
Not gonna mention it.
And we got them from a computer simulation
made by a weird Nazi scientist. It's a long story. Don't get us started. Sam M.
Are we going to talk about the dancing or not?
Yes, Sam M is going to lead us there.
I thought nobody
Beautifully.
said anything about the dancing.
They didn't, but trust me, this is leading us directly
Sam.
here. Sam says, it seems strange to me that the first impression visitors to the Gold Saucer get when leaving the cable car is a storage room and some employee offices.
Okay, that's fair.
But then I remembered how insane it was that in the original game, it was implied that the main entrance to Gold Saucer forced all visitors to go through an impoverished mining town to get there. Now in Rebirth, it seems that this entrance is mainly used by employees, which is what Kaseth says, right? Some of whom probably live in North Corel, at least back in the day,
Right, yep.
whereas most guests park in the garage and the most affluent arrive by helicopter from Costa del Sol. So it makes
I
sense
see.
why you're in that weird room
Great
with like storage.
observation.
Yeah, that's a fantastic observation. So what about the dancing though?
No one wrote in about it, but
cool.
genuinely, that might be the highlight of the game up to this point for me. The fact
Kind
that
of, yes.
Just it kept escalating
Yes, it
more
really
and
did.
more and just could not get any more fun.
You're talking about just when you arrive, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
and they like pull Yuffie in.
And just even the
and her
reveal of
costume changes.
And the costume.
it's a
just
weird,
freaking-
it's
incredible.
all just the opening of Final Fantasy X too, but it is awesome. And like that idea of like, yeah, Keita throws, Keita throws the materia at her and just like hits her and it's like a dress sphere. Like it just changes
it
her.
just
It's like,
changes
it's so
her
odd.
dress.
And then she's so into it and then brings Tifa and Aerith into it. And like,
Yeah.
just the fact that they're leaning into it so hard and then Andrea comes out and it's just dance
That's-
wars. And then Dio
Get outta
enters and
here.
escalates
Yeah.
it even further. It's like perfect
I know.
amount
I
of
just
fun.
loved it so
Just
much.
so, and even like the multiple Moogles before Kaseth does his big reveal.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Unbelievably
It was so weird, and I loved every moment of it.
Remind me if I'm ever in a bad mood again for
Just watch that.
the rest of my life. Just boot up that freaking video.
Yeah.
How is there no comments on this section?
I don't know. People don't jump into Patreon.com/MinnMax with two ends. I don't know. They
we
want to talk
playing-
about Red 13 moonwalking more.
Well, that was great
the
too.
same game. I don't understand.
So damn good.
It was, I really appreciate. Like, I like that. Just immediately when Aerith and Tifa like come in, they're like, "What are we doing?"
know-
This.
They know
like,
every dance
Yes.
move.
But my
love it.
favorite part too, I mean, it's not my number one. I mean, it's like one of my favorites. I guess it's like top 20. But I think it's so funny that we've so lost the plot at this point, right? But they have
Again,
Sephiroth literally appear in the Gold Saucer going, "Hello, Cloud." And he literally says like, "How about you just have some fun?" It's like, what are we doing at this point?
Have some fun for now.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on.
I can't do it.
Is that who you went on the date with? don't lie.
The ghost of Sephiroth.
I'm not really feeling it. I'm tired. I'm going to call it early on this day.
Would you guys stay in a haunted hotel? It sounds like the least fun thing I could ever do.
That sounds amazing. I loved it.
There's
Yeah.
an NPC that's like a kid. He's like, "Oh God, we have to stay in the haunted hotel." It's like, yeah, it's a nightmare for a kid. And then like, when you're in the hotel, there's another NPC that says, "I heard one of these rooms is like actually haunted."
I hope I get that one this time. I do like the Tonberry Roomba in your
Oh,
hotel
I
room.
love that.
The
Yeah.
Although I was very
The
confused.
humidifier time.
Yeah. The humidifiers.
Yeah, I was confused why it was like ton berries, tons of berries. It was like tons of berries. Why would it? It's like, I guess that's your name, but it's weird to frame
that
it
what it says?
It
It's
says
tons of
tons
berries.
of
Tons of
berries,
berries, okay.
which I feel like is confusing for Tonberry lore. Like that just happens to be your name. I don't know.
Yes. The
But then the sequence where I was like, this could go on for 2 hours and I wouldn't bat an eye, is watching Cloud and Barrett check into a hotel. Talk about rooms like this is such a specific weird.
And that
You get the concierge too. I mean.
right,
the concierge
just
is-
pulling a gun on
it's
them
fun.
immediately as
Yeah.
they're dropping out from the
Ben has
ceiling.
had dreams about this.
It's so fun. I just love it. And then having Kaseth roll up and be like, actually, there's some open rooms here. I know a certain thing on my pad.
They're doing a lot for Kate Sith. I do appreciate that.
Hey, Grant, are you going the same direction I'm going?
I have a very particular note. In my phone about this game.
Yeah.
And all it says is, I kind of like Kate Sith now.
Yeah, exactly.
100%.
Like,
I found
how?
that too.
How did they do that?
They
don't
give them
understand.
a
Like,
voice and like charming lines.
Get
and
us a room, get us a suite, take it away from Palmer. Amazing. Like, what a great move.
But also just like great lines where he's like, at some point he's like, doing good feels good. Or something.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, I don't know. He was zero
Yeah.
obnoxious character in the original.
He
and
was a
now
zero, yeah.
I really like him. He's charming me.
He was the original FF7 douchebag before the word existed in the world.
yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And now I find
he
myself
was the
enjoying
lactic
him.
acid.
He was the lactic acid.
Yeah, it's confusing. Even like I love that they still have their weird reactions to him. Like Tifa is still like, is that a cat? Like what is happening?
yes.
And my favorite thing with the detail of Kate Sith is like they make it so clear, something that even at this point I'm confused about, but they make it so clear in Rebirth that like the Moogle is a robot. It's got
Moogle
red
is a robot.
glowing eyes.
Yes.
The fortunes are coming out of its mouth.
Changes colors when he's doing his little
And
dance.
I
yeah.
love the texture on it. Looks just like old, beat up stuffed animal, like just kind of
Yeah.
stained weird cloth
Yeah.
on the Moogle.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
awesome.
But is the cat a robot too? I was really hoping for more clarity
So,
on
I
how
always
Kate
thought
Sith is.
that both of them were like, I thought the cat was also a robot.
yeah.
It is, isn't it?
I
It's
feel
gotta
like we
be a
should save
robot,
some
right?
of this for the next discussion.
Okay.
Well, we don't know. We're
Sure.
pontificating
Sure.
right now.
Sure.
In the original,
don't
though,
know.
he's riding on the Moogle at all times, to my memory.
And now
this
he
one
can, like, summon
it
him.
in a poof of magic.
So smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I love that there's like more Moogles everywhere, and I love my favorite thing about Rebirth. But I do love how Kate Sith is like he's an employee, and he's like interact. Other people are calling him sir. He's calling Dio sir. Like when you get the buggy, he's like, it's a little bit overkill, isn't it, Dio? Like
Yeah.
it's just lines like I know that was more Irish than Scottish. Forgive me. I'll work on my accent.
No.
But he is a freaking charmer, man.
Yeah, he is.
So when you meet him in the original game, does he give you fortunes right away
Yes.
like he does in
Immediately,
this
yeah.
one?
Not as heavy-handed as the fortunes in this game.
Yeah, because the one that really stands out, obviously, is put your faith in others at a last-minute twist might pleasantly surprise
I
you.
know.
Right.
It feels
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah.
meta comment, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
can't
It feels like
remember,
every one of these are going to be some meta comments. I would
There-
imagine.
yes.
I can't remember what his fortune is, but when he first encounters Cloud and Barrett at the gold saucer,
Nice catch.
thank you. Yeah, he reads your fortune and he says that something along the lines like, "Oh, I've never seen something like this before. I'm gonna have to tag along with you to get to the bottom of what this fortune might mean."
Yeah. And now in this one, he's actually more helpful for like, okay, we need you to actually go track down Dine. Please join the crew, all that fun stuff.
Right. Yeah. In the original, isn't he just like,
It's confusing.
I'm coming
why
with
it's
you?
like-
He was like, no.
questions asked.
Yeah.
Just
So he
based on
also
the
says
fortune
to
he gives
Cloud,
you.
again, when he pulls another fortune, you shall forever lose what you cherish most. At the end of
Yeah.
it, what do you think that is for Cloud right now?
Well,
His sword?
for you, we don't know.
Yeah.
But
Hair gel.
for us dating players,
I love this entire sequence. The ghost hotel, like the build up to all that, just like the production is so awesome. Having Barrett
Yeah.
freak out, like we mentioned before, about like these graves, F this. He kicks one over and then Kate says, hello, like ready to go.
all this is Mako powered.
Yeah. And
Mike the janitor writes in and says, the gold saucer really hit deep for me. As someone who used to work at Walt Disney World in Florida, it was never so apparent just how Disney-esque the saucer was in the original. From the fireworks to the layout to calling employees cast members and the haunted hotel riff on the mansion, it was perfect. Combine that with how the music melded character themes in it for the date. I couldn't ask for more. Yeah.
Yeah.
The layout. I don't know. I'm not sold completely on the layout. I feel like it's a little labyrinthian.
It's
It is, yeah. But I'd imagine, like, also, in the original, it was a 20 square foot room that accessed every other room. So they had to blow that up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun seeing the different portals in the original game where, like, when you're at the haunted hotel, you fall through graves.
Right, you would. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Every station that you went to was a different take on the portal system.
Like a different theme, yeah.
Which was
yeah.
really clean. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, this way they can do loading screens as disguised by like an airport
Now,
moving
here's the
walkway.
thing.
Yeah.
Is it a loading screen? Because I had this like weird thing where I was watching, like if there's an objective on the compass thing on the top.
Yeah. It's funky.
Well, it's funky, but also just like if you're on that little platform that is moving, it's going down at a rate.
Yeah.
And if you're walking, it goes down at a faster rate.
I felt like they're just smarter than me, and they're hiding loading screens in a deceptive
I've got
way.
you here, Ron. Are you ready?
Okay.
Spencer Rotine wrote in.
Yeah, hit us with the Spencer.
In case you were wondering, it is technically faster to walk while taking the auto slides up and down to different areas in Gold Saucer. I timed it. 11.62 seconds standing still, 10.67 seconds while walking.
Okay,
Multiple
so I saw the
comments about
same
timing,
thing.
movement
Saw
stuff.
the
This is why I
same
love
thing.
Yes.
all this
Yes,
stuff.
and I don't think it's loading.
I don't know.
think it's loading.
But it's also, it's just like the layout of Gold Saucer. It's like, it's got to be the weird kind of branched hive thing. So it couldn't just be an easy layout. They need some way of transporting you through this thing. And so it's like, what else are they going to do, I guess? But still, I think it's just like the part where I'm looking at like, okay, this ramp up here, the signs, this is the event square, this over here. I just feel like it's a little bit cluttered for the amount of stairs I'm running up and down.
I didn't find it great or satisfying to traverse like the different levels and stuff.
No, you're right. Yeah.
And once I had everything unlocked, I was just using the Moogle transport system.
Yeah.
Yep.
Grant D,
What's up, buddy?
relative of yours, Grant writes in,
we all get together.
says
Just toss me.
Dio is yet another example of rebirth. That's what the D stands for. Dio is yet another example of rebirth /
I'm about to
remake.
bop a buoy this guy.
Is yet another example of rebirth / remake, taking a wacky character from the original game and putting him into the modern game without compromising that wackiness. The fact that this man, Dio, is shooting off flex poses while standing next to murdered bodies covered by tarps behind the battle arena is insane to me, but it sort of comes off as endearing.
Yeah.
I love when he's giving you this mission. He's like, Cloud, a bunch of guests have been
There, you can see bullet holes behind him as he's doing it. It's absolutely absurd.
We're gonna need you to find the killer.
I love it. Like, Dio is so ridiculously over the top. Also, I loved
There is no top with him.
No,
There-
when he
you're
comes
right.
in the
Yeah.
dance sequence and Yuffie covers her eyes and then like splits her eyes and then she faints because I guess she's so into Dio's body.
I don't know. I'm not entirely sure there. But
But it was great. It was great. Grant D also says, speaking of wacky characters, did anyone laugh out loud when Kate Sith pulled Cloud aside and mentioned there's been a bit of a wee shooting?
yeah.
Excellent. Tegan Key. Do anyone else have trouble with the fist battle you fight in the Gold Saucer's Musclehead Coliseum? The challenge is called the Zoomies, and it pits you up against 4 Velocwings and 4 Lavalisks, all of
Yes.
which are super quick and kept using attacks.
It was the first one, and I thought to myself, I'm sitting there with Tifa on my date.
You're right. Don't worry about that.
And
Must be nice.
yeah, and here's the thing: is like I could not be more confident with the team of Cloud and Tifa.
Right.
like we are going to wreck. And no, it took me like 3 tries to like get through this first one. And I thought to myself, like, am I like vastly underleveled? Like, nope, I'm 2 levels beyond what the recommended level is. I must be doing something wrong. I'm happy to hear that other people had the same thing.
No, I honestly, I didn't even beat it.
Red 13 was not much of a help.
I lost it 3 times.
But
was
I
like,
did
all
beat
right,
it.
No.
I had homegirl Aerith, and she was not pulling her weight.
Yeah,
right.
I would imagine like that would be a tough one.
But I mean,
It's
I'm
just-
also
it's
on
just-
easy mode, so you know.
Yeah, it's true. It's just such a swarm. Like, I just feel like I couldn't even stand up to do anything.
I know.
Yeah.
I had to go full dodge mode. Like,
Yeah.
I think it took me around 4 or 5 tries just for that fight.
Okay.
Yeah.
The subsequent ones after that.
We're fine.
Much
Oh,
like
really? Okay.
Yeah.
so
until I
to
got
blast through it.
to
level 39 one, right?
Yeah, the Quetzalcoatl one, and that just
Yeah, I didn't even try that one.
no,
Yeah.
no, thank you.
Hey, so can I hear the details on what these dates entail?
Oh, this is like
Guys,
Ross in
it's
high
like
school
back
again.
in high school.
Wait.
It was pretty
Hang
hot.
on.
Okay.
Tifa and Cloud, they hold hands.
It's really
They hold hands.
good.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
It's really
it's
sweet.
it's very sweet because
is
it's
very
Tifa like just like confidently just like grabs Cloud's hand and Cloud is just like
cool.
yeah.
But yeah,
Kill me.
when you first come outside of your room and Tifa's there, she talks about like how she had a tough time connecting to other kids, and then you go through and you see the picture of Jesse on the wall, and she talks
Right.
about how important Jessie was to her when she first went to Midgar, and she really was guiding her through the process.
I also got a Jessie snippet, but it's from the Aerith side of things, and she's teasing Cloud and asking him, like, are you sure Jessie was just a friend? Because you're kind of dense when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Oh, shit.
that's
That's
funny.
kind of an interesting thing. Yeah.
I got Cloud making a solo comment about Jessie, being like, that's Jessie.
I really liked her.
Yeah.
I was
Weird.
So strange.
I feel like I need to start this game over.
I think what's going on is I think you had the highest affinity with Red 13, and they're saving it. I think is what's going
Okay.
on. If I had to guess,
He's gonna come out in his little sailor suit.
yeah,
He's gonna do the moonwalk.
yeah,
Again, you
moonwalk
guys are
under
going-
the sheets.
He's gonna ask you if you want to see the moonwalk.
No, I felt like a weird level of guilt on the date with Tifa. We're going through it when Aerith is just there in like the spaceship battle area. Did you talk?
I couldn't. No, because I couldn't find her. Like I saw
You didn't talk to
Yuffie. No, I saw Yuffie. I saw Red 13. But I was like kind of like looking around for Aerith. I didn't find her.
Just
I didn't see
scared
her.
to go grab you. Yeah, it's really.
She was in the spaceship lobby when you're rolling solo.
So she's very much like, oh, are you guys on a date type of thing?
Yeah.
And then she's like, oh, I just wish. It was a little obnoxious. She's like, I wish I had somebody to hang out with. I wish I had somebody to explore all of Gold Saucer with, little old me. And then she says, oh, what is it? She's like, oh, I guess I could just ask around and find somebody to go explore Gold Saucer with. And Cloud's like, don't. Even though he's on a team with Tifa, I really love that. He's like, seriously, don't. She's like, why, Cloud? And he's like, because you're wanted and there might be Shinra people all over, so you actually shouldn't talk to anybody. You should stay by yourself. Which is, I love that. Like, I wish it was a zoom in on Tifa's face during
Yeah,
this
I'd be like,
section.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: is like when in my date with Tifa, Tifa said like that she went off with Yuffie. And that they were spending time together. Yeah, because there was two. Because you could only have two people on the like the ride, that date ride, whatever it's called, the
date ride.
the date ride.
Ferris wheel thing.
Yeah, the Ferris wheel thing. And so like then she left to find Cloud for a date.
Miguel Silva says, it's funny to see.
It happened.
Sure, yeah.
I trust you.
It's a hot date. It says, it's funny to see. By the way, this is my own headcanon.
Yeah.
But like, it goes back to like that third wheel that I think is so funny for the group dynamics of like, Cloud's just on an adventure with two rambunctious women who are ready
yes.
to
hang out.
hardcore.
To spend time together.
Right.
Smooch.
And he's just not gonna. And it makes me laugh then thinking about Barrett in combat, because the most common refrain from Barrett is whenever he shoots his big cannon, he goes, "Suck on this! Suck on this!" I think of just Barrett as like a really sexually frustrated guy in this situation, because these two haughty bodies are all about this dweeb who's socially inept.
Yeah.
Chocobo butt looking.
Right. Anyways, that's it. So Miguel Silva says, it's funny to see how much the game seems to push Tifa and Cloud as the canon relationship/romance. If you get Aerith as a date, when going to the Ferris wheel, she will grab Cloud by the arm, who will reluctantly follow her. While with Tifa, they both tenderly hold hands. So do we see it as the canon romance is Cloud and Tifa? Does anyone else take it that way?
That feels like in a way.
All right, great. All right.
That feels like in a way. I do feel like there is a little bit more of a connection between Tifa and Cloud in this game over Aerith and Cloud in this game.
Despite them going on that date early on in Calm.
Well, and it feels like a twist, like a like a difference between
Aerith, the easy mode option? Interesting.
That's more dynamic, actually.
I really just see Cloud as a guy who kind of does his own thing. He's really cool. Just
He's got a few feet.
Feels like, particularly Red 13.
Big cat guy.
Registered bachelor.
so lonely.
Did you guys see my new arcade cabinet in my basement? You might want to check that out, actually.
Yeah.
ManifestEcho says, I like how Cloud had a little frightened gasp when he saw Sephiroth at the Gold Saucer, and then everyone insisted he go rest right away.
Yeah.
But it's tough to.
You've been acting a fool lately, Cloud.
You've been trying to murder a lot of people and literally trying to kill yourself.
Go sleep in the freaking haunted room.
Where there's banging and ghost hands on the window and all that. I love there's a magic lamp in there though. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I gotta say, a 2-hour nap sounds really nice, though. I wish I could just do that in the middle of the day.
Imagine.
Yeah.
I like that you were given the option of beds to sleep into. Like, obviously, I'm going for like the.
You're going over the
I'm going for the
suite.
I'm going for the Tom Berry King bed in the back.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
ManifestEcho says, Cloud's definitely had a lot of sketchy reactions so far in this game. Plus, it keeps being emphasized that Soldier seems to inevitably degrade over time. I wonder if everyone else in the party is super worried at this point about Cloud, but doesn't have much time left, being mostly healthy and not all shambly like the Black Robes. I do feel like we're built for a reckoning of people being like, Cloud, sit down, for real.
Yeah,
like
I
we've
think
been
so too.
close to that a couple times here, and this is my favorite stuff from Final Fantasy VII. I can't wait for them to get maybe build into this more in the future.
Yep.
Villain Mac has something that maybe we can stare blankly at. He says, have we actually met Sephiroth in the current timeline yet? Or has it all been in Cloud's head?
All been in Cloud's head.
I don't think we have, no.
The current timeline Sephiroth. Because remember, after the flashback, Cloud's like, we know we fought Sephiroth in Midgar.
Yep.
Correct.
There's been nobody, like the only person that's seen Sephiroth so far has been Cloud. Nobody else has been able to verify.
Well, no, in Midgar, they also Sephiroth.
I know, but I'm saying in this game.
Post-game.
Yeah.
Hang on, is that true?
It is.
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess
Because they
he found
didn't
a
see him with
flashback.
the Midgard Sommer fight.
Yeah,
And then
right.
I saw the robed men,
Yeah.
Yep.
Right, that is interesting. I do decree that interesting.
Yes.
Then you go down to Coral Prison, baby.
Oh, baby.
Ryan A.
Man.
says,
What a
My people. I mean, like,
what a
Mad Max world?
yes,
what
absolutely.
a change in tone.
Yeah.
The first one, so like instantly depressing when you get down there.
Yeah.
Like a prison.
No, oddly enough, no jazzy overtones. I don't know why.
But at the same time, I was
jazzy
struck
overtones.
by the similarities in some way of like Dio being so over the top, then you get down there, and then Gus is so completely over the top. And it's like, oh, this is interesting to put Gus and Dio, such big personalities, back to back in such a big way. And I went back and looked in the original. So in the original, Gus is called just Mr. Coates.
Oh,
And
is
like
it
he's
really?
like a skis-ball, but
And
he
he
didn't
has like
register.
a line.
Esther is a much bigger deal than Gus
Yeah.
is, but the fact that like they have a whole Gus song, which is ridiculous,
Very good.
There's no doubt it's very good. But yeah, big zone overall here, exploring the prison.
Yeah, a lot of things to do to get the greens for the chocobo.
Yeah, a little frustrating. Yeah,
Yeah, I was playing the cactuar chase while my kindergartner was watching. And he was like, oh, these are so cute. These are amazing. And then you get to the end and he's like, Dad, do not fight them. And I was like, I have to.
I didn't hear that. Josh Mandapad said that it was the toughest fight he had in the game was fighting the cactuars.
Oh, really?
I
I just did triple slash a few times.
Yeah, they were done.
I don't think I encountered the cactuars.
It was a side quest, I think.
The way I think it runs is that there's like 7 different options you can get for greens.
Interesting.
And after
Okay.
you get 3 and feed them, the other ones show up in your map as discoveries.
Gotcha.
Oh, and that's like the
can-
purple icon.
Yep. And so you can go do them.
Okay.
And so it's like the box breaking, it's the cactuar chase, it's the Queen's Blood, the battle arena down in the basement.
Right.
And then like a weird thing where miscreants are like following you and you have a really easy battle.
So that's a throwback to the original. When you first get in the prison in the original game, there's a dude who sticks to you like glue. He's like a pixel behind you, and I so love that they brought that guy back.
Yeah.
It's like the creeper that just follows you around, and yet you just absolutely mangle him.
I thought that was going to be such a good build-up where it's like, all right, we're going to this hidden little area. It feels a lot like that section of Remake, by the way. But you go to that hidden little area, and I saw there was a basketball hoop, and the guy literally says like, let me show you how we do things down here in Coral Prison. I was like, this is going to be a pivot, and it's going to be like a basketball minigame, because there's a basketball minigame in the original game, and this is how they're going to bring it in.
NBA Street dunk off down there.
No, and it was, but then it's still satisfying to be like, okay, now I'm just going to wail on this guy. And it's very satisfying in some way.
I guess I have to admit then I'm a fake ass gamer and I'm not playing the full game because I didn't do all the side quests down there.
Oh,
The other stuff
Let
you
the baby
get-
have his bottle.
So this is this desert rush you're speaking of?
Yep.
Yes, that's the box
The
thing.
box
Yep.
breaking mini game.
Didn't do
which
it.
you just have to like figure out the correct path through.
It's
or
more
less.
complicated than Evergrande. There's you got to like unlock certain electrical boxes to
No shot.
power
It's
up other
Way
stuff.
easier than the Yuffie one though.
I was gonna
Okay.
say because the Yuffie one that was hard to
Impossible.
get. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
This one you just got to figure out the correct path kind of to do it.
All right, fine. I'll go back.
You gotta go back.
Just don't tell him. Don't tell him.
We won't. Ryan A writes in.
What?
Says, I think the part in Chapter 8 when the party is captured by Gus is the first story development in either game that was seriously off-putting to me. First, Cloud gets knocked unconscious and we're to believe everyone else does too. Then upon waking up, he realizes he still has his weapon. Cloud and the rest of the party
That I did, yeah.
decide not to completely tear these thugs to shreds.
Immediately, yeah.
Shreds. I'm also loving the game so far, but come on, this is Tifa, Aerith, Yuffie, and Red, not a bunch of schmucks. Am I missing something?
No,
You're not. No,
They
that's a
defeated
very
Fate,
good point.
but these guys with nail bats were too much for them.
And in
Yeah.
fact,
too
when they're
far.
watching the Chocobo race, are all like, "Yeah, we're partying together."
Yeah.
I just my read on that is that they need Barrett for that extra oomph. Like if Barrett was there, he would have just opened fire. But without
yeah.
Barrett, they don't know what the hell's going on.
yeah. No,
No.
Hey Ben,
not a chance.
Yes, sir.
am I nuts?
Oh, he said that.
In the original game, I could have swore there was like the insinuation that Esther was somehow strange looking.
Oh my God, you're right. I
remember that.
swear to God, there is something about like Esther being like kind of like homely or something like that.
It's like,
Yes.
in my notes, is, what's a nice girl like Esther doing down here?
It is confusing. Jason
Yeah.
Wojnar wrote in about that exact thing.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, that was too
Yeah.
pretty for someone who shares a name with the cranky old neighbor from Sanford and Son. This is Jason Wojnar.
I swear they made reference to her being like not attractive
Yeah.
somehow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to
And
go back
have
and
the
check
same
it.
voice as Aerith. But
I did like that you can get the Chocobo gear from her that it's ghee
Yeah,
gear, which
yes,
is a
yeah,
fun
yeah,
nod from
yeah.
where things are going. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I like the geek gear.
Down
geek.
in
Yep.
the Chorale prison, Chadley is down there in a Tonberry
We don't-
disguise.
you mean there's a Tonberry in the prison?
I've never felt so
Yeah.
close to Chadley.
The Tonberry. Tons of berries.
tons of berries.
I can't look like my regular self. You know?
Did you guys also see that Wise 3.0 is down there?
No.
Yeah.
Where's he? Is he hanging out with Chadley? Where is he at?
No, he's just in one of the little shack container thingies.
Oh, that's
and
fun.
you cannot play him. And I think it's one of those things where you gotta
Yeah.
up your level.
Yeah, you gotta be
more, and
level
then you'll
6
be
before
able-
you get to
fun.
him. That's
Yeah.
right.
Oh, okay.
I like the guy, the gold robot actor guy that you fight in Queensblood. He's like, eventually I'll make it to Gold Saucer, but right now. And also, I love the other guy who looks just like a generic Mad Max villain.
Yeah.
Villain. But
Nobody
then he's
will
like,
talk to me.
Guys, I'm actually super polite and cool. And
And he was.
And then
he
the
was
third, the
fine.
lady
Yeah.
that just has our setup here with all the empties.
Uta Pills beers.
Yes.
Hey,
Brought to you by
hey guys.
Uta pills.
When you think oot, think the pills.
Can we talk about? I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why isn't the gold saucer gold?
So Dennis M writes in, they say, in the battle arena in the Coral Desert, inside the well, you can encounter an enemy called Test Zero, which is what you were talking about earlier, Ross.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a smack-talking guard dog who won't attack you for the first few moments of battle. This is an incredibly niche reference to the same Test Zero enemy that only appeared in the first prints of the Japanese version, I'm not talking about Ross over here, version of the original Final Fantasy VII
Man has a family.
in the same location as in Rebirth.
Roasted.
In the OG, it has a very low spawn rate, a huge amount of HP that doesn't attack at all. Clearly a test enemy that was not meant to be in the final game. Easy Allies made a video about it in 2017, and actually shout out to Huber and the Easy Allies crew. They asked Hamaguchi about Test Zero, and he
wow.
he lit up. He's like, "Oh, I'm so excited to talk about Test Zero."
Crazy.
This was I don't remember anything about Test Zero. Do you remember a Test Zero like fan theory thing for the original 7?
No.
Yeah, it's
None
a little
of
too
this.
obscure even for us. But it's fun that he's in there. But it's just bizarre that they like make him talk in this. Like I forget what he says when you fight him, but it is the most absurd stuff.
You're talking about like the third fight.
It's just a dog running around.
Yeah, a dog
where
running
you
around
attack
that
him, and he
dodges, like,
and he goes,
everything.
well, what'd you do that for? Like he's like quietly talking throughout the entire fight. It is absurd.
Creepy.
No, I didn't even know that.
He was screaming, "Help! Help! Stop attacking me! Help!"
Oh, right.
I'm pretty sure I had my volume pretty low at this point. I think my wife was sleeping on the couch next to me. And I did not want to disturb her.
I get it. I like in the Coral prison when you're going, I think there's
Why isn't the gold saucer gold?
So
For
when you're
God's
going to- when
sake,
you're
can
going
we
to
talk
prison-
about
you're going
that?
to
It is
prison.
in our hearts.
Yeah.
Right?
It's just like white in this?
What do you mean? You didn't even... Yes, it's white
Okay.
in this one. I don't understand. Like,
We know that
honestly.
gold exists because there's the gold dust material.
Yes.
And the gold
yes.
guy fighting
And
in
the
Queen's
gold
blood.
guy. The gold saucer is not gold. That baffles me. The only thing that I'm thinking about, is that, like, we're going to revisit it and it's going to be at night and it's going to glow gold at night.
Okay.
I hope for all our sakes that is the case.
Yeah. Please. Just relax.
Everybody fucking pray. This happens.
We have... so when you're in Coral Prison and you go on the Cactar side quest and you come back in, you like slide down a pole and there's just like a rock band playing. It's like My Chemical Romance is like playing.
Yeah,
in Coral Prison.
it's like an emo punk rock kind of.
Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
what is going on in this town? Maybe this town actually is cool. I had no idea.
Yep.
And then
Did you do the scandal? The swindler guys?
Oh yeah, where they're teaching each other to lie or whatever. I think
Yeah,
that's also
yeah.
a reference to like there's 3 people in the original who like repeat like this place sucks, this
Oh
place
my
sucks,
God,
this
you're
place
totally
sucks.
right. Like
And
they
that's
all like no matter what they say, they're always lying.
right.
Yeah.
And so that's a reference to that. I thought it was gonna,
yeah,
when they
that's a
set
good
it up,
point.
I thought that was gonna be like one of those logic puzzles. So if the guy on the right is lying, but the
right.
guy 2 down is telling the
It's
truth.
just
Yeah.
based on things that you've already seen.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
one of them says you can fight test 0 in the battle arena.
Yeah.
Right. You have
Which
to
by
find the-
that point I had not actually done that.
Yeah. Well, I was confused about how to get in there because like the icon that was there, but the arrow was down. Like,
Yep.
what's going on here? It's way on the entrance is further away.
There's one thing I kind of missed in the Rebirth reimagination down there. When you first encounter Barrett, it's not out in the desert like the Rebirth
Yeah.
section is.
Yep.
Where
Yep.
he's in a shack house, and as soon as you walk in, he starts firing.
Yeah.
And there was some creeper behind a couch that he's actually shooting
Right.
to help you.
Right. Yeah.
Versus not encountering him until like after the whole chocobo.
And they
race
still
stuff.
kind of get that down for like the Shinra soldiers coming in and during that dying fight. They still have that somewhat dynamic of like killing a bunch of dweebs. But yeah, it's funny like just wandering out in the desert and then there's just like 3 big tornadoes and then Barrett's like, come over here, I'm hanging out by some cars. It's like that entire thing just felt a little bit forced, but it was worth it for the cute scene where like Red sneezes on Kate Sith and he goes flying back and there's got a bunch of sand on him and all that stuff. And then I love that Yuffie goes, you on the lamb, big guy? And Barrett goes, the hell I am. So,
yeah.
that was sweet.
Yes.
Let's see, who is this? Anonymous person wrote in saying, if you sit and listen to her, there's an NPC in Mount Corel that says, back when the reactor was being built, there was a Shinra executive, Scarlet, I'll never forget her. She wore these stunning red dresses and the way she laughed, can still smell her perfume. Wish I knew what it was. I'll follow that princess to the ends of the world if she'll let me. This was initially funny, but having not played the OG, until Chapter 8, I was unaware of how intimately Scarlet was involved in the raising of North Corel.
Yeah.
If I knew somebody was responsible for destroying my town's economy and murdering dozens, I think I'd evaluate my crush on her.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but she's just so beautiful. Here's a hot thought.
Oh yeah.
Maybe the timeline doesn't work out, but it's a fun idea. If the town was burned 6 years ago, Marlene throws it off, right?
Yep.
But if Shinra being like, okay, we need to make this look like it was terrorists, let's just burn this town to the ground. If it was 6 years ago,
It wasn't 6 years ago though.
okay, if it was 4 years ago, though.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing: is like you're talking about when it first started. It didn't blow up until
Okay. Yeah,
near
yeah.
completion.
4 years ago, yeah.
So probably about 4 years ago.
All right. Well, there goes my theory. Because I was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if... Okay, but hang on. Still works. Now, Shinra got the idea to burn the town to the ground because of Sephiroth and Valheim.
I think that fits. Because that was 5 years ago.
That's a very interesting thing.
I was going to flip it saying, oh, Sephiroth got the idea from Shinra, but maybe it is flip. But then again, burning down a town, who hasn't? Let ye who hasn't run on the time. Thoughts on Dine, Ron?
Dine, I don't know why, but like I've always been kind of like interested in the Dine storyline.
Yeah?
I think also because in the original Final Fantasy VII, like I really struggled on that fight. which is kind of interesting. Like it probably isn't meant to be a difficult fight, but because I was a
dying fight.
yeah, dying
we're
fight.
talking dying fight.
It was surprisingly hard.
Grant,
Was he really? Okay, yes. So I think that's kind of why like dying like really kind of sticks out in my mind.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like that whole storyline. I was a little bit confused. I do like the spin that his mind kind of broke.
it was tough to track him emotionally because of that, you know?
But I don't. Here's the thing: is like that seemed to kind of dissolve the more that they talked.
Yeah.
And I didn't like that. Like
Right.
either you're broken
Yeah.
or you're lucid. Like I don't know which one you are, and it seems like in the beginning you can't tell what reality is, and by the end it kind of feels like he's like totally, he knows who Barrett is. He knows what Barrett's done. He has an interpretation on who Barrett is today. That didn't really super work for me, but all things aside, with all that, I still kind of like the direction they took this in.
I think the fight was really unique. It felt like something
It
out of like
was.
Metal Gear or something. And then it
Yeah,
felt
that's a good
almost like
point.
a Resident Evil boss when he pulled up all of the gear attaching to his arm, which was silly and absurd. But like it just felt
That
like
was I couldn't understand that.
I want to see if somebody in that fight. I want to see like a really skilled player do that fight because I think it was interesting, but like the somber music and everything made it really compelling. But at the same time, I was just kind of like, I'm doing Barrett moves. I don't think I can be that interesting as Barrett in my gameplay here.
I kept wondering if there was some kind of trick that I should be doing.
Yes.
Like, is it one attack that's going to be way more effective?
He's
than
weak
the
to
other ones?
fire, but you know, like
But
okay,
really, it was just like fire, hide,
Yep.
overcharge.
but still like the tone I really liked.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
I think even if like Ronnie, I know what you're saying about the dying stuff.
Yeah.
The Barrett side of it worked for me the whole way through, and so that kind of carried me through.
Maybe that's a better way to articulate this. It's like Barrett kind of carried it. I think Dine might have been a little bit more of like a sloppy character. Like they didn't really know how to handle it.
Yeah,
I don't
he
know.
does
And
that classic
troubled.
thing where like Barrett's like, but your daughter's actually alive.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I can't let her see me like this.
Yeah.
Which is the worst parent thing that you could possibly do, so he deserves to die. But
I mean, that was a holdover from the original because like
okay.
Yeah.
his last thing before he in the original he's standing by a little chasm and he jumps into is saying like his hands aren't clean enough to hold his daughter based on
And he does like
all
the cool like Christ pose. I always thought that in the original was so cool, and in this one I was kind of bummed out by he just kind of got shot.
Flopping on top of Barrett.
Yeah, just like a
Yeah.
Red 13 style hump. It's
like
And they had to put the mini game in there as well. I couldn't believe that.
damn it. They kept a little bit of that really serious sentiment.
It's a slower mini game.
His feelings that he's not worthy of being around the daughter that he doesn't know at this
Innocent
point in
daughter,
time.
Yeah.
Which is what him and Barrett kind of have a similar, a parallel. Like he's like, my hands are dirty too, dying after he jumps himself into a cliff.
Yeah.
yeah, but he's like, but Marlene's my reason for waking up in the morning, all that stuff.
Yeah.
The stuff
does,
about
yeah.
Barrett's old partner Myrna. I didn't remember that from the
Barrett's old
original.
what?
They Dine talks about like, oh, you had a girlfriend named Myrna.
He's like,
they had
where's
a wife.
Myrna in his
Or
imaginary
a wife or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That comes up a couple
Which would
times.
have been Marlene's.
No. That's no, it's Barrett's old partner.
Barrett's partner versus Dine's.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this entire scene, by the way, one of the most common comments. A lot of people were really hit by the emotions of the scene, which I feel like it went on a little bit too long. It didn't really get me until when Dine dies, and then it's like his vision of the afterlife. And what got me, and I'm such a sucker for this trope in movies like Interstellar and stuff, but where it cut to like him hugging a woman, and I thought that was like grown up Marlene. I don't know why I thought that, but like that hit me like a ton of emotional bricks. I was like, oh wait, no, that's just his wife. Okay, that's less interesting emotionally. Like, okay, sure, that makes more sense. And then I glued my screen out of it.
Yeah, I thought it was, it was interesting as he dies. A lot of times when characters like that die, they will be like, oh, you were right all along. But when Dine dies, he's like, Barrett, feel super guilty about this, please.
You gotta carry this
now
weight.
you carry
But that
this,
was,
yeah.
I mean, that was devastating to hear. Like, I mean, like your best friend just says like, I just want you to feel guilty for the rest of your life.
Right.
Like, that's
Right.
horrifying.
I was really curious to see what direction they were going to go with this.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was in the bathroom for the start of this conversation.
Wow.
I liked the boss fight. I thought that was really fun, actually.
Yeah, okay.
I enjoyed the cover mechanics of it, and this all kind of worked for me.
Yeah.
I like that they expanded upon it, because he has very few lines in the original. It's like
He's very in and out. Yeah.
it's a couple minutes. I appreciated like the more in-depth backstory too. I enjoyed this whole sequence, and I think it worked for me on an emotional level more than it did in the original. Which
Absolutely. I like the fact that like he's been suffering so much. He's so broken. That's kind of, and I know, like, I get why, you know, it doesn't really make sense for him to be so broken that he can't have any meaningful dialogue with Barrett, but that's how it opens. It opens with this, like, you know, Barrett's realization that, like, he's lost. Like, I can't even have a conversation with you. But then there is something, and like, maybe I'm not giving this enough credit. There is something that breaks him out of that, of just like, it's you. You know what I mean? Like, it's that moment that he has with Barrett about just like, it's up, like, I don't know what it is exactly in there, but there's a moment where he like, he gets out of his like more hallucinations and more into just like,
Right.
it's you, Barrett. Like,
Right.
I know it's a game, and he has like a PTSD of sorts.
Yeah.
Has he never once like tried to go to Midgard to try to see if his daughter might be alive, or if Barrett might be alive?
He's
or
spending a lot of time at Gold Saucer.
Well, he wouldn't have, like, would he have any reason to believe that they are in Midgard?
I mean, he survived, so would it be outside of the realm of possibility that somebody else might have survived from like the
Right. But
Corel stuff with Scarlet?
like, you're right. Like, in that he could have just like started asking questions about just like, do you guys know where Barrett is?
Yeah. Have you seen a large
A
man
guy with a
gun
gun
arm?
arm like this one right here.
Yeah, but I think he's just so shattered. That's the point. Is he doesn't have the will to live
That's
or
true.
any interest in following up on that.
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
What's he been doing for this whole time though?
That's the thing
Do we
is like,
think that he's just been like every week he's like shooting a bunch of people at Gold Saucer?
I think so.
just waiting for another man with a gun arm to show up.
It was so bizarre to have like Tifa in particular be like, oh my, like, look at all these murdered Shinra guards. This is horrifying. This is horrible. It's like, what have we been doing this entire game? And then like,
Knock 'em out.
But then I thought,
Okay, when I do it.
well, that's the thing. They do say in the first game at some point. They do say that, like that. At some
do they
point, they're
really?
like, "Oh, we're putting people to sleep," is what they say in the beginning. That's like fighting people in the slums. So it's like, oh, is that how they're framing all this?
That sounds like cognitive dissonance to me.
Yeah.
What I thought was going on in this one then is like, oh, okay, this is kind of like the part of the game where it's the pivot, and it's the reason we're not killing Hojo and Rufus here is like Shinra's not the enemy, Sephiroth's the enemy. And it's like, that's kind of a cool pivot to make, and this is really exemplifying it of like, we're going to be horrified when Shinra soldiers are killed now because we've built them up in Junin. We know all about them. Like, we should understand. I don't know what the name of the town is, whatever the hell, however you pronounce that. But then it immediately was undercut by then Cloud running over, where the soldiers running over the hill, just like, yeah, like killing them immediately.
Yeah, of
It's like,
course.
okay,
Yeah,
well,
'cause
and
that's
then
what
you're-
we've been doing the whole game.
and then you just continue shooting them up. Where it's like, oh, I thought this was a pivot point, and
As long
it's not.
as it's not the 7th, I don't care. We can all go to hell.
Oh, can you imagine if they take off the mask? No, it was that dumb guy all along.
I mean, is it as simple as if they're attacking you, you fight? Versus,
I guess so.
Like-
Don't
like-
go out of your way to kill Shinra soldiers.
Yeah,
They
like
could have
mur-
just gotten away on that buggy. They didn't have to take out so many people.
well,
Jim writes in just talking about the voice actor for Cloud is really nailing it on Cloud's more heartfelt lines, especially in this section.
Yeah,
I agree.
When he's like, I mean it, man.
Yep, that's
Yep.
exactly it.
Yeah.
That's exactly it.
That was so good.
How'd you guys feel about them making Palmer look like a cartoon character within a game where other people don't look like cartoon
And you
characters?
say there's something cartoonish about him saying neener, neener, shoving his brother name? I don't understand.
loved how they handled Palmer because that's exactly like what I want.
such a chode.
He's such a chode. I mean, that's how it works. Is he's just so chode like. I really do appreciate like how they did that.
Showed on him. Did you guys assess I forget what the name of this machine is?
Yeah.
No, I don't. Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah.
When you assess it, it's like, this is pretty much unstoppable unless the pilot is a frickin' idiot.
That's amazing. That's so good. I missed that detail. Villas says, everything in the dine scene was amazing. My one critique, however, is they interrupt this single manly tier scene with the goofiest of goofball fights against Palmer. It doesn't ruin the scene, and I get they're trying to cut the hard stuff with a bit of comedy since it's a T-rated game, but Palmer in the dine scene? No, thank you, they say. I don't mind. It does feel a little bit like, it feels like a Mega Man Legends boss. Like, it feels like Teasel Bond, doesn't it? Like, wacky machine. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
I think that is the Final Fantasy Rebirth experience. We've got heartfelt, horrible, child soldiers and their trauma.
Yeah.
And then we've got Neener.
And then we got, exactly.
Yep. And I love having the Turks drop them off there. And I love like that shot earlier of like Elena in the desert. And she's like, I need some ice cream.
Oh, yeah.
And don't say vanilla. Like, I love that so stupid dynamic. Yeah.
I know Elena is supposed to be the funnier of the two, but Rude is really funny to me in this game.
Yeah.
It's great. I like the Turks a lot in this game. And just like, having that conversation with Elena, and then just like him reminiscing and just being like, wish you were here, partner. Like that, like that little moment of just like wanting Rena, like to be done with Elena.
Yeah, it's such a strange timeline because I know it's been days since we beat up Reno so badly that he's out of commission.
Oh, right.
It just feels like so much time has passed, and like they should be bringing Reno back at this point.
Yeah, I know. It's been a long time. I'm waiting to see Reno.
For me, it's been a long time, but for them, it hasn't.
Yeah,
so.
right.
It was nice. They know we want to have Dio fight Rude, and he's kind of holding his own against Dio for a little bit in the desert out there. It's freaking crazy, super wild.
That was a my wife had woken up at that point and she's like, what in the hell is going on here?
Is this a nightmare I'm having?
Why is this rippled man grappling with him? Very skinny man in his suit out in the desert. Like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about this.
I was just driving my buggy in circles for a while. I don't know if there's like a bug or something. I was like, there's no one to fight. I don't know what's going on. And then eventually somebody popped in, but it was like a minute of just like nothing's happening.
I think that there's a space in where like it hits and then it will give you the next round of enemies. And if you defeat the round of enemies that you're currently on, and then you have to like go through this whole track in order for it to then populate the next round of enemies. Okay. So that's what I'd imagine would happen.
How odd. I liked when you're in the buggy. I love the buggy hauls ass because it was such just a little sputter putter in the original. Yeah. This one, it's flooring it, and I love that Tifa's driving it. I just think she's cool
with Kate.
But I love that sitting on her lap. Yeah, like his first scene in the buggy where he's like, "What is wrong with you people?" Like, I think it's such a fun dynamic. Another reason that Kate Sith, #1 dude this time around, like he's such an absurd, nonsensical cartoon character. But then he's also the most realistic guy. Here, he's the uptight guy in the crew, despite being the wackiest guy. Yeah. But it's his job to be wacky.
Yes. Yeah. Also, the newcomer to the crew who's like, you guys do this? This is crazy.
Right. Yeah.
It works. Yep. It works well. Meanwhile, they also cut a little bit, we mentioned it before, but the Rufus, it's fun that they keep cutting back to Shinra Tower. Yeah. Like, it's fun to be like, oh, I know that space intimately.
It's fun to see that dog every time.
Yes. She's petting it, the confusing, Glenn scene that we mentioned before. Yeah. But then there's also that scene where Reeve, who in the boardroom earlier, is kind of the sane person in Shinra, where he was trying to talk to Rufus to be like, what happened to the whole Neo Midgard? The reason we blew up the plate was for Neo Midgard, and like, are you abandoning that? Like, and Rufus is playing this game of like, oh, did you all really not believe my father? You just didn't want to speak up, and Palmer's like, all that stuff. But then I love that Seng is like watching Reeve on his computer, and he's like, he has some line, I forget exactly what it was, kind of like, hey, watch it there, buddy.
Doesn't he say like something like, he's like, don't have too much fun.
Yeah, don't have too much fun. That's what it is.
That's what it is, yeah. I also think it's really interesting that Shinra is like a global corporation, and it just boils down to six dweebs in a boardroom.
Yeah.
Don't it always,
There's
man?
enough
Realistic
room
thing
for
about this whole world.
There's enough room for 25 people, and they have 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Reeve, are we making any conclusions about him right now?
I don't think so. Shut up, dude. It's pretty heavy-handed, but no.
Yeah.
Thanimal writes in and says, anyone else getting boo-fooed by the boss checkpointing system? The one time I engaged with it, I lost quite a bit of time. So basically, if you're in a boss and you like restart from the top of the battle, but if you go restart from latest checkpoint, I had really low health when I fought the serpent.
Is Kyle Hilliard writing this?
Kyle did write in later. I'll get to. But it's true that if you restart your checkpoint, it'll throw you way back, like to the last manual save level. It's pretty crazy.
I haven't had that happen yet.
Don't
during
do it.
The buggy escape with the Barrett shooting.
Oh, wow, okay.
Because I didn't notice that you should be moving the buggy.
Sure, yeah.
And so I lost during that, and I wish I had taken a picture of it because the options were unbelievably confusing. There was one that was like start at the boss battle, and then one was start at checkpoint, and then was start before the sequence. Parentheses boss battle, and I was like, what am I supposed to pick here?
So what did you pick?
I picked one that let me start back at the beginning of the buggy chase.
Okay.
So I didn't get those checkpoints that it gives you when you're going through it, but that was fine once I knew that I should actually dodge.
I make a lot of manual saves.
I guess
To the point where I'm like, they only give you 10 slots, and I'm recycling slots numerous times.
I think you got to do it just to be safe in this game.
it is the smart move, yeah.
Originally, it started with like I had manual save points at the points that I might want to go back to at some point in time.
Yep.
But then it just evolved into it like, well, if I only have 10, I'm just
Exactly. That's the thing. Is like we only had 10. I remember in the original game, I had one full save card of just Final Fantasy VII.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Kyle Hilliard writes in. He says, at some point during the course of Remake, I got it in my head that Cloud's voice actor sounds a bit like Justin Timberlake. And now, continuing into Rebirth, all I hear is Justin Timberlake when Cloud says just about anything.
Ooh.
I don't think
That
I wanted
is
to know
what
that.
we would call a cursed comment.
I hear it for sure.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm going to be looking for it
I
constantly.
know. Yeah.
Why'd you read this to us, Ben?
Kyle sent it in.
Why'd you submit this, Kyle?
Is he even a Patreon supporter?
I don't think he is.
How many answered MinnMax, Kyle?
It's the 2X outlet, right?
How many X's?
Joshua Duproy. Pop quiz. How many X's are in these? Joshua Duproy writes in and says that scene at the boat with Kyrie, by the way, plays out the same if you haven't met her yet. It's just really out of left field.
Oh, really?
Oh,
So
okay,
if you
well-
haven't done any of those
All right.
quests.
That's helpful.
Thank you.
Alyssa S. wrote in talking about how they're amazed by every instrument model in the game. Everything is so intricately detailed. Even like outside of the pianos, like the saxophone and calm, everything is just like they care about musicians in this game, which is fun to see.
Yeah, very cool.
Chris W., the way the chocobos pick up the little signs at the stops with their bird dumb feet is fantastic.
Yes.
When you pet the little
I was about to say that.
little toddler chocobos,
Yeah.
that is one time that you can, like, if you look, Cloud is beaming. He's smiling while he does it.
But he's also just like grabbing and shaking
Yeah,
their head.
yeah, and he's like, he loves it. Yeah, it's so cool.
Drake H., the music continues to be outstanding, and I can't wait to hear upcoming themes. I also just got tickets today for the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Orchestra in Chicago.
Oh my God!
Coming up in August. They'll play clips of the game during their performance, so I can't wait to see how confused my poor wife is at nonsense that is in this game. We just got some tickets ourselves.
We'll see you
to
there.
This Rebirth concert in Chicago.
Woo-woo.
Yeah. I think the plans are going to be making a travelogue about that. Ross, you're welcome to come too if you want to. I guess I should have reached out.
Thanks for the invitation. I'll be going on so many dates here without you.
Music. Who's got time for music? I'm
But I
macking.
date with my cat.
Who has a confusing, inconsistent voice. Nick R. writes in and says, less a comment, more just a tip. If you click on the touchpad again during combat, it'll bring up the SS screen again.
Yes, I was
that's handy.
very happy. And I think
what?
that's in Remake as well.
SS screen.
SS.
Oh.
Yeah, so like you don't have to like double SS.
Yeah. SS Shinra. Eric Dowdy.
Assess. Yes.
Yes.
Assess, yes. Yes,
Took me a minute too.
Asses.
It'll show the asses screen if you press touchpad during combat. Just every character's full ass.
Just click it.
This is how you can tell we're on hour 8.
Eric Dowdy writes in and says, does anyone else rearrange the materia on their weapons by colors and patterns to make it look more symmetrical and pleasing to the eye for walking around the open world in cutscenes?
No.
If I have a color that looks off, it drives me insane.
I hear it. I haven't done that yet, but I have noticed it.
Yeah.
The thought has crossed my mind.
No.
No.
James G, recalling that Grant in the remake for Deepest Dive said, I'm not done whacking boxes, my friend. How do you think minigames will be incorporated in the third installment, seeing how story-focused the content that game would cover would be, and that Rebirth basically covered the amusement park aspect of the original?
They're going to triple down.
Just put more stuff. It's going to be new things in the gold saucer. And
Nah, I don't know if they'll go that far. They will continue on.
okay, they'll continue on. Anonymous writes in, just a thought, instead of calling ourselves brain poison for Final Fantasy VII, should we just say that we're all Mako poisoned?
Oh, yeah.
Next time we have to talk about this game on the MinnMax show and everyone's like listing off 15 minutes of complaints, then going, yeah, it's a great game, but that's how I know that I'm Mako poison when I feel like I'm losing my mind.
Yeah. My favorite part about hearing you talk about other people with that on the main show is that you're like, everybody's walking on eggshells around me, and then Jeffem's like, I hate all these things, and you're like, but. Get
on some eggshells. Get on some eggshells.
Yeah.
It's a classic. Yeah, but still.
Yeah.
That's all you need. Let's see. Deuterado writes in, does anyone else enjoy referring to Tifa as Tifa Sutherland?
No.
And that's why we need your comments at patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's. Jump in there. Write comments about chapters 9 through 11. We're collecting those comments from all $2 supporters on Patreon on March 24th. There's a post up there. That is when we're collecting all your thoughts on chapters 9 through 11. And again, if you jump in on Patreon, I'll DM you on Patreon and offer you a code for Thirsty Suitors on Steam for a random Xbox game. Or if you jump in early, again, a Dragon's Dogma 1 code on a platform of your choice. So thank you for supporting Independent Games Media. Thank you for supporting this discussion here today that will stand forever as the best, most thorough discussion about Rebirth on the internet.
Holy.
Part of me, look, I know this is insane.
Yeah.
I know, it's a little bit wacky, but I was like,
disgusting.
I was like, is there a way for a game like this? Should we have done it chapter by chapter?
No. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
And the answer to the last question is she's 3 for Sutherland.
Oh,
Sutherland.
Yeah, got it.
God, you're right.
How are we feeling?
Feeling good.
Feeling great.
I am so excited to... I don't want to see from anybody who might have been inching ahead, but I just want to see Kate in combat, because if he's as fun in combat as every other character is, and he has the personality in this game, it's like Kate might be the biggest green arrow for my characters in Rebirth so far. I mean, him and Esther.
I really wanted to keep playing, so I look forward to jumping in this next section.
Oh boy, we'll
only
be back.
3 chapters this next time, right?
I feel like we're going to eat those words.
Piece of cake. Thank you to everybody again in the MinnMax Discord for having a great discussion in there. And thank you for, again, putting spoiler tags over everything. You've all been doing an incredible job keeping that place a clean, safe place for newcomers jumping in. Whew. Shango Congo says, this game is so huge. You all are troopers. Oh, please. Thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure. All right.
Is that what I really look like?
Yeah.
Yeah. You sinking down.
Disgusting.
To the bottom of the table. Oh, everyone's looking great. Everyone's
Lots of heavy breathing in the microphone, too.
All right. Can't thank everybody enough for sticking with us and supporting the Deepest Dive format. Ross, Grant, Ronnie, myself. We'll be back next time for chapters 9 through 11. Ain't no good enough of this train we're on. Goodbye.
Bye. Bye.
Did you know that you can more than double the amount of podcasts from MinnMax every single week by supporting us at the $5 tier on Patreon? You don't have to listen through the browser or anything dumb like that. You'll get access to a private RSS feed if you support us on Patreon. You put it in your favorite podcast app, and then bam, you can listen to our weekly bonus podcast Party Chat, the podcast versions of The Deepest Dives, MinnMax interviews, Max spoilers, and you get the MinnMax Show podcast a day earlier than everybody else. So please help support independent games media. Head over to patreon.com/MinnMax with 2 N's.